Go somewhere else. I can't take this nonsense anymore. How are you going to blame the defense?
I got the power. Screw Green Bean. Damn it.
But once you get to the sausage, I feel like we're doing something.
Go Jets.
And that's the other part of this, is people are extremely jealous of this show. This show gets the best of the best, and it does a different way, with positivity.
He scores!
Ow, my head! No, come on.
What would you give up to see a Jets Super Bowl?
All of my friends and family.
Hit those milk thumbs, boys and girls.
Freeze run.
Hold on to your underwear, ladies, and stand by, bitches. It's now time for Talkin' Jets with your hosts, Matt, Ryan, and Green Bean.
Come.
Welcome to Talkin' Jets, day 3 of the NFL draft. We are oh so excited to be here with you, boys and girls. We are jacked. We've got our new left tackle in Olu Fashanu. We've got our new gadget weapon in Malachi Corley, and we've got a whole bunch of picks today. Very, very excited. Green Bean, I know we just saw each other less than like 12 hours ago. How are you feeling?
I feel good, dude. Got some sleep. Day 3, 3 picks in the 4th round, 5 overall. I'm psyched about it. Feel like we're having a good draft. This is going to be the best day of them all.
O'Leary, how about you? How you doing tonight or today?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I just saw you guys, which is good. You got a little sleep in, and then you said, all right, now it's time to go right back on with the fellas and talk some New York Jets football. So excited with the Malachi Corley trade up yesterday, and I think we get some movement again today because the Jets have, like, what, 5 more picks left?
Oh, yeah. Not too bad. Boys and girls, if you're checking it out right now, we got our brand new merch over on the shop representing Yak King Malachi Corley. If you want to get yourself a shirt, talkinjets.com. It is pinned in the live chat. Fresh drop this morning. Feeling good. Blitzkrieg dropping
Yak
in. Says,
King, everybody.
Love it. Blitzkrieg comes in and says, my new black Quinnen Williams jersey just came in for day 3. Let's effing go. Plenty of talent left. Further support a Super Bowl run. Another wide receiver, safety, cornerback, D-tackle, interior offensive lineman is on my wish list. Quarterback, if available. Milk thumbs. I feel like quarterback's going to be an early pick today. One of the 4th round picks, one of these Rattler, Pratt, or Jordan Travis is going to be selected. My gut is, I'm going to say it's going to be Jordan Travis. Matt, your thoughts on when quarterback's taken and who's your guess as to who it would be?
I'm going to say it's Michael Pratt. And not with the first 4th round pick, but the second 4th round pick. They've spent extensive time with both Pratt and Jordan Travis. So I know there's a lot of people who like Spencer Rattler more. It's entirely possible that they take him because maybe they assumed he wasn't going to be here in this range, but my guess it's going to be between Pratt and Jordan Travis. Pratt's my guy. That's who I'm riding with.
All right, Green Bean. What about you? Who do you think is the quarterback, and when do you want to take it? Like, are you thinking 4th round? You thinking later? And what quarterback are you feeling?
I'm right with Matt. I think it's going to be 129. We're gonna prioritize. I think there's going to be a guy at 111 that we want. Whether that's Braelon Allen, whether that's a wide receiver like a Franklin or something like that, somebody who's slipped that they like. But I see quarterback for sure in this round. I think it'll be pick, the second of our 4th round picks. I think it's going to be Jordan Travis as well, but I would not be surprised to see Rattler, Prattler, or any of those guys. I'm with it. It's going to be great, man. I love the fact that we got 3/4. I couldn't be more excited about this little group we're going to see.
Yeah, I'm with you guys too. I think 111 has to be a player that fell. I would not take backup quarterback at that position. I feel like whether you can get a TJ Tampa at cornerback who's projected to be a 2nd round pick, or I like Braelon Allen. When I was looking at ESPN's big board, they have him a little bit lower, so we might be able to get him closer towards the back of the 4th. If that ranking is accurate. The Rattler and Travis, Rattler appears to be, I think, is Pratt the next one up on the board? I think it's Pratt, then Rattler, and then Travis on ESPN's big board. I could be wrong.
So I'm looking at ESPN has like best available, and they sort it by position. In
Yeah.
that order, it's not really a big board, but in that order, they have Rattler, Pratt, the BYU quarterback Slovis, and Jordan
Yeah.
Travis.
𝐀𝐮 Slovis is the ultimate like PTSD pick for us because he's the former USC quarterback now from BYU. And it's like if we take him, I'm jumping out a window.
Yeah, double whammy on that one.
Yeah, there's no way. So we got Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Penix, JJ McCarthy, Bo Nix. Those are the quarterbacks that we're taking, right? Nobody else?
Yep.
Mhm.
No one else yet.
So, yeah, so Rattler, Pratt, Jordan Travis, Joe Milton, Sam Hartman, Dennis Leary, Carter Bradley's, 𝐀𝐮 Slovis, Talia Tagovailoa is out there.
Could you imagine we get the other Tagovailoa and maybe he winds up being better than his brother and Dolphins fans would cringe. I don't want to see his brother on our team. No shot. Alan comes in with a super chat. Alan says, ready to hit the clock and get to work, boys. Safety, running back, DB, D-line, quarterback, wide receiver again. Let's effing go. Yeah, Alan, we said it just before. Pick 111. There's a lot of really good guys, just 10, 11 picks into this round. If you can get the best player available at that pick, then I think you feel more comfortable, going with a backup quarterback a little bit later. I would say wide receiver, cornerback are like the two that I'm identifying at the top of this round. Maybe safety. Hicks is still there. I'd be interested in a few different players up at the top, but I think I would go best available player as opposed to like leaning more towards like a position of need, unless they absolutely love a quarterback. If you love a quarterback and it's not like as open-ended as fans feel, like I feel like a lot of fans are like, oh, we'd take any one of Pratt, Rattler, or Travis, but that's not necessarily how teams feel. I would like to get the best available player though. Green Bean, your thoughts on 111?
Well, I agree. I mean, I think we kind of, we have these groups, but where we're okay with a bunch of players. I mean, they have their tiers as well, but I think they're looking for a specific skill set, maybe a little bit more refined than we are. So like, let's say they're looking at Rattler and Milton and they're gone. Like they're not just going to take, with the Pratt because he's the quarterback there. Like that's not necessarily the way that it goes. But I'll tell you, man, the wide receiver thing still intrigues me because there are guys there that I think, especially as a 4th round wide receiver, like wide receiver 4 or 5, because Lazard's still on the team. And we know it's an interesting thing with Lazard because we know what he is with Aaron Rodgers. Now he's never going to be Jamar Chase, but he was a quality, wide receiver, with Aaron Rodgers. And then he has 1 year that's complete garbage with Zach Wilson, and we want to throw him in the toilet. So he's still, to have him around as wide receiver 4, I think is going to be okay. But then, so in the 4th round, drafting the guy behind him, you can really get a good one for that. And somebody that, is playing, but is more specials, more developing, and there for injury. I think you can knock it out of the park with one of those guys today. Whether or not they do that, I don't know. I do want to see a running back though, Ryan. Like that's running back is my key in the 4th round. Like there are still some of the top running backs left. And then whether it's estiMae, obviously Braelon Allen, like we keep talking about, Isaiah Davis, those guys, like I would be really excited for quite a few running backs that are still there.
Yeah, I feel like if you can get a running back in this round, if you come away with like a Braelon Allen or an estiMae plus a Travis and whoever BPA at 111 is, if it's a TJ Tampa, I'd be pretty pumped with that. That's like we're losing 𝐒𝐿s, we're losing Reed at the end of this year. You kind of restock someone who's a 2nd round pick. You give him a year to develop behind all these guys. You're not pressuring him into a starting situation. I kind of like the idea of going with that route. Matt, any thoughts as to where we go here?
Yeah, I like that direction. Like if they're not going to sign, we keep using Ezekiel Elliott as the example, but if they're not going to sign a running back in free agency, the 4th round is usually a time where you can find really, really good players. And at running back in particular, Braelon Allen's a name we brought up a lot, but I think he fits with what the Jets need as a bigger back, 6'1", 235. And 𝐒𝐿𝐺 𝐿, 5'11", 221. Estime is a little bit on the slower side, but he's someone who's like, if they're going to try to pound the rock, which it sounds like with this Jets new running style, they want to be a more, pound the rock team than a finesse team in the run game. To me, he fits what the Jets are looking for. So those would be the 2 running back names that I would watch. I think it's possible they can go running back. Quarterback is definitely on the table today. And then I kind of want to double up on a receiver, man. There's still some pretty good ones left here.
That's the other thing too. Like if you go with like a Troy Franklin here, I'm not going to be upset. Like you could definitely double dip at wide receiver and not be too irked by it. I guess it depends how strongly they feel about Lazard. Green Bean was kind of talking about that before. Do you see a second wide receiver, Green Bean, or you think they're going to sit on Lazard right now?
It's weird because I can get myself thinking they're absolutely going to go wide receiver, but then I could also just be like, there are other positions to grab. I mean, double dipping at the offensive lineman, there's still some real good offensive line guys left. Christian Jones is somebody, man. He could end up being one of the better tackles in the whole class. So like seeing a guy like that in the 4th round, I think would be a slam dunk. But yeah, the wide receivers are I mean, Troy Franklin, Brendan Rice are kind of at the top of the list. The end of the 3rd was interesting because we saw safety Kitchens go. We saw McCaffrey go, who I thought was definitely going to be here. He was an interesting 4th round wide receiver idea to me. So the end of the 3rd kind of saw some of the names that I wanted today slide off the board right at the end there. It kind of sucked. But I could see wide receiver, man. I wouldn't bet on it though.
Yeah, I tend to feel like they're gonna gamble a little bit on him being, back up to snuff. Matt, do you think they pull the trigger with Lazard being here, or you think receivers may be off the board for us now?
I don't think they're planning for Allen Lazard to have that big of a role. And I kind of go back to, Robert Saleh loves every single player on this roster. Like he will talk up the 53rd man on this roster like he's going to the Hall of Fame tomorrow. Like he just loves his guys. But there was a time during the regular season where one of his press conferences, he was asked about Allen Lazard, and he's like, he'll be here for the next year and a half. And he has more than, a year and a half left on the deal. It's basically like that's the first time the Jets could get out of the contract. So I don't know if they're loving life with Allen Lazard, and now it's only a year left. So I don't know how much stock they're really putting into him right now. I guess I would say he's the 5th receiver on this team, which is pretty nice. But if there's talent, like how do you not take a Troy Franklin, someone who could stretch the field over and be like, oh, well, we didn't take him because we have Allen Lazard for another year? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, that would be pretty dumb to like if they are fully off Lazard, and if there's any truth to like them wanting to trade him to Denver, then I think they're clearly looking to get off of him. Do you think he could be a post June 1st cut, Green Bean?
Well, what does that look like? So he's 11 million, so that would be it'll be 5 million. I don't know, man. I don't know. He could. I'd love to see them get like a 6th for him. You know what I mean? I'd love it. 5th.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get something for him for sure. Let me see if I can do the calculator. Do they know?
We got to tell people about the giveaways today too at some point.
They'll tick through on here. A post June 1st cut would not really do anything for us.
No, it would save you literally $0.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. He's going to be on the roster in 2024.
$0.
The only way you save any money is if you trade him.
Then no is my answer. I retract my previous statement and I change it to no.
Yep. Jonathan Francois says, what teams have had the best and worst drafts so far? I like the Raiders like start to their draft. I don't know how much I love Mayer and Bowers, but I guess they're gonna double down on the tight end situation. But they got JPJ also, and I feel like that's pretty rock solid. I have to go back and see like all the other teams because Washington's had a bunch of picks. A few teams have a lot. Arizona's had a really nice like moving around the board. I'm not sure who they've like actually drafted other than Marvin Harrison Jr. and was Verse the other one?
No,
it wasn't
Verse onto the Rams.
Yeah,
but I have the answer. The Pittsburgh Steelers have had by far the best draft, I think. Their 4 picks: Troy Fatanu, Zach Frazier, Roman Wilson in the 3rd round, and Peyton Wilson, the linebacker, in the 3rd round.
That's
all
a nice
those
draft.
guys were like top 50. All those guys were like top 50 players.
That's a good call there. Green Bean, if you had to say who you think has had the best draft so far, who would it be?
I have to look, but I was thinking I liked what the Raiders did. I like the Steelers. We were talking about it last night. Like teams like the Steelers and Ravens, they just sit where they are and they get great players. It happens every single year. And then there are teams, jumping all over the place, doing this and that, and they don't seem to do as well. So the Steelers are doing what they always do. And so far so good. I'm interested to see what Buffalo does today. They had a bet. Obviously, they didn't do anything day one. They had a decent day yesterday, but they have 4/5 today. I think. Let me take a look here and see what the Bills are doing. Buffalo. So here we go. So they have 1/4 at 128, 4/5. A 6th and a 7th. So yeah, they're going to be. I think you're going to see Buffalo move around a little bit to get back into the 4th round. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's hard to. It's hard to remember what everybody did. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think
the
Jets
focused on ours.
Good.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with our 2 players we got.
Yeah, me too.
T goes in here, says Javon Baker, Michael Pratt, Braelon Allen, shooting my shot, make it happen. If you could get all 3 of those guys in this round, I'd be friggin' tickled pink. I'd be absolutely elated. Baker's a dog. I know Tigo's a big UCF guy too.
Yeah. I'd love to see. I got to look at the safeties that are left. I feel like we're going to take one of those today. Let me see.
I think they're going to go at some point. There's going to be a spot where we're all like, oh, I can't believe insert this offensive player here is still there, and then they're going to take like a defensive back or interior defensive lineman. That is coming at some point today. They're going to go earlier at one of those spots than I think we want them to.
Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to be taken off guard at some point tonight. Alan says, for anyone talking about Corley's route running, Rodgers is going to fix that. So I saw this from Nania posted. I'll drop this on the screen. This is Rodgers' distribution of passes in his 2019 through 2021 seasons. And then the difference compared to league average. And then Malachi Corley's route tree. This is courtesy of Michael Nania over at Jets X Factor. Posted this last night. So lots of passes in the flat and go routes. And look at what Corley's good at. The go route 17.6% of the time. And in the flat, or I guess near the line of scrimmage, 19, 14, and 5% of the time. Like you're hovering real close. So this is exactly the type of receiver that we needed.
Look at that. I think he's going to be used well for what they need. He's not going to be like Garrett Wilson putting up 1,000+ yard seasons, but a very useful depth piece. Which, let's be honest, like that's something that this team lacked. They had the high end talent in Garrett. They bring in a Mike Williams who could be a good number 2, but the depth beyond that was questionable. And if he can come in his first year and have an impact and be like a, I don't know, 700-yard receiver, 600-yard receiver in his first year as like the 3rd wide receiver option, sign me up.
Yeah, you feel pretty good about that. Green Bean, what do you think about those route distributions and how we're going to utilize Malachi Corley with Rodgers?
Well, it almost seems like they have like a plan to utilize their strengths. Doesn't it feel like that? You know what I mean?
Funny, right? Like they went into last season just, screw it. This year it feels different.
Whatever. Yeah, it seems like it seems like they're looking at who's going to give us the best bang for what it is that our tendencies are, which is the smart thing to do, man. Like, how many times, I like to point out like 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐚 and 𝐀𝐮𝐫𝐽, like when you try to make sense of their drafts. Which, by the way, there were 7 of those. So Mike 𝐀𝐮𝐫𝐽 and John 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐚 had 7 drafts. It was almost impossible to create a game plan out of what they were doing, especially with what we had on the roster at the time. So with this, that's a really good, that one alone, Corley versus, or correlating to Aaron Rodgers and his tendency where he distributes the ball, it fits perfectly. Then you look at Olu Fashanu, who models his game after the left tackle that we signed. And a Hall of Fame level left tackle that we happen to have on our roster this year starting. So again, it makes sense. You can see it. And then not for nothing, those happen to be our needs, guys. I mean, in addition to, the specifics, just like the need in and of itself is already outside of what the Jets norm is. And this is the thing that I get into with people. Like, I've been very critical of Joe Douglas's last year, that last offseason. I just didn't like it very much. I thought that there was a lot left to chance, and I didn't like it. And we saw it explode or implode on us or whatever. But by and large, I think we forget just how poorly the Jets acquired talent, which is why we saw for so many years we were the biggest spenders in free agency. We had to go out and get that top guy and break the bank. CJ Mosley, Le'Veon Bell were really good examples. We blew the linebacker yearly contract out of the water by $5 million per year, not $1 million, $5 million a year to get CJ Mosley over here. And that's the kind of stuff that we were so used to seeing. And we're not seeing that anymore. Like, even though the players like AVT and Cam Clark and Becton, like, they're injured, right? Max Mitchell with the blood clots but you can still argue like these are the right, at least there's the right positions that we're addressing. This year, it seems like they're going even a little bit deeper with that diagram that you just showed, which is good to see, man.
Boys and girls, we're going to get back to your super chats in just a second. We are just going to drop a quick 30-second ad, and we'll be right back.
In the rolling hills of northern New Jersey, there's a place where the grass is greener and where the views are nicer. And where the crew works harder to make your day on the links just a little more special. Ballyoan is calling. We're ready. Are you?
Ballyoan. Where did I go? Here I am.
Right.
I ejected myself. We got Gavin in the chat. Gavin says, let's go Jets. Can't wait to see what Joe Douglas does today. Going to be a fun one. Day 3 of the NFL draft is an absolute blast with us. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and hanging out. We've got Will Parkinson and Joe Blewett coming up later on today. I think 𝐒𝐮𝐫𝐽 is also joining us. I'm pretty sure I saw him pop through.
That sucks.
Yeah, I know. You got to deal with your co-host, Green Bean.
Boo.
Where's Jeremy? Is he still alive?
He's somewhere.
He Irish exited the night 1 of the draft, and we just haven't heard from him since.
Yeah, he never said goodbye. Just
nothing
right out. Blitzkrieg comes in.
Hey, now let me ask you guys something. I either saw on Twitter or had a dream last night that Aaron Rodgers has been hanging out with 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿. Is that real?
You got me.
No. Well, you're half right. He mentioned 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿's name because when Rodgers was on the not the practice squad, what do they call it? The scout team. He was throwing to 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿 a lot, and he was like, "Hey, the big tight end we got is pretty good." Something along those lines. So he called him out because he worked with him on the scout team last year.
All right, that makes me feel a little better.
Yeah,
why not? High upside.
I woke up with that one. I'm like, oh, Aaron Rodgers loves 𝐿𝐿𝐾𝐿. I don't know. I'm like, where did that come from? Guess it's kind of real. All right, I like it.
Blitzkrieg
All right,
drops
the
in,
draft
says,
is starting.
I love it. I'll pull it up when I guess I'll just do a test just to make sure we can hear everything.
Oh yeah, where are we?
Let's well, I don't have a time on the clock yet. So when I see the time on the clock, we'll try to sync everyone up to match, but this is where we're at right now.
Who's the Jets fan on stage next to
got
the Miami fan?
I'm gonna pause mine at 444. So just tell me when you get to 444 and I'll hit play.
All right, I'll let you know when I get to 444. 450, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44.
I don't even see the clock. I got 450. 450. All right, I'm way behind you guys. Hold on.
All right.
Sucks.
Can you go up faster or are you live right now? Because then we can pause it again. All right. So what are you seeing, Green Bean?
Wait. Hold on. Let's see. I just refreshed. 421.
Oh, he's on the money with us then.
All right, nice.
Now we're not because I paused it. I didn't know it was
Oh,
refreshing.
son of a bitch. All right, pause at 4 minutes flat.
Hold on. This damn.
right.
I don't even have it because this stupid friggin' controller is dying on me.
All right, here we go. 401. 4 minutes flat. I'm paused.
I paused at 4 flat. Ryan, where are we at? He's gonna miss it.
My
probably,
Xbox.
right?
Gonna
My
miss it.
Xbox.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I'm starting.
Hold on. No. I'm gonna jump ahead. I'm at 346.
Holy
Okay,
shit.
well,
I'm at 350 now. All right.
Yeah, 350.
Well, no,
349.
336.
You're at 336.
Wait. What?
Yeah, I fast forwarded.
Wait, are you refreshing or? Oh, hold on. 32.
Like if you hit
31.
if you hit
30. 29.
24.
28. 27. 26. 25.
I'm like
24.
behind.
Where are you, Ryan?
So-
21?
Matt, can you get up closer or no? To where I'm at.
No, I'm
I don't
fucking
think I can.
frozen. Damn it. Now I'm stuck.
So Matt, well, Green Bean, you don't have to speed up. You just have to slow down.
No, I'm stuck.
I got
pick is in right now. We'll switch over.
I'm frozen. Hold on.
Blitzkrieg comes in, says, when we have Mike Williams, we don't need another outside wide receiver, but how much we have access to him. That's why I see wide receiver in this round. Would love a running back. Just always find good ones in undrafted free agency. So it sounds like you're a little conflicted, Blitzkrieg, with whether you want to go running back early or not. But yeah, I guess depending on what Mike Williams' health is, will depend on what we do here. All American says, first off, love all three of you goons. Second, what is everyone's number one guy we should draft today? Number one guy? I mean, I would love to see Braelon Allen. You know, obviously the backup quarterback is important. One of these top best player availables would be pretty cool. But I'm definitely good with Allen. What about you, Bean, if you had to pick a player?
My top, I would love to see Braelon Allen. I'm right there with you, dude. But I will say this. I would love Troy Franklin today. Love it. Whatever he's sliding for, I no longer care. We're in the 4th round. Take him.
Sam comes in, says, love the early morning cast. Do you see us picking a defensive player early today? I think it's possible. TJ Tampa's still on the board. He was a 2nd-round grade at corner, and we don't have corners under contract next year other than Sauce, so I would be okay with that. Pappy says, Brendan Rice, please. Doug says, any predictions on Mr. Irrelevant? Best possible freak player with questionable traits. That's what I want. The 100 Club says, what do you think Olu pick does with regards to the chances of a 5th-year option for AVT? A rookie deal left tackle probably means they can make that call with a bit more confidence. No, I would like them to exercise AVT's 5th-year option. I think that would be a good move to make. I mean, if you can get him on an extension for 3 years at a lower price, that would be a better move. I don't know if he's going to agree to that, but if it comes down to like brass tacks, I would exercise the 5th-year option and deal with the restructured contract next year when we have to deal with like the 5th-year cap hit. Matt, your thoughts on AVT's contract now that we have Olu?
I think we're doing the 5th-year option. I think they're going to end up picking it up. And I think that's the right decision. I understand he's coming off of 2 injuries, but the injuries weren't linked. If it was like back-to-back knee injuries, a little bit of a different story. Unfortunately, it was a tricep and then an Achilles pop, which could literally happen at any point. Looks like the Panthers
love it.
maybe. I don't know if we're interlocked
But I'm
or what.
frozen at 3.
Let's see. I can pull it up real quick.
Offense. Let's draft some offensive players. That
Oh,
can help
well, there you
Brooks.
go.
And
That's
let's
who
get Brooks,
Saunders.
You already done that with
Right
3
at.
picks, and then of course the offensive line.
All right.
Yeah, my NFL network is frozen.
So I'll plan to pull it up for each pick heading into the Jets pick, so that way we know like what's going on.
Just so
Raffy
you know,
drops
I
in with-
had to go to ESPN, so I won't say anything. But I'm not seeing exactly what you guys are seeing.
That's
I'll try
fine.
it. I'll
There's
go
a
back
trade
a
up.
little bit.
Denver just traded up to 102. Think they're going
Ooh.
receiver after trading Judy and Sutton on the.
It's entirely possible. I would say that's what I would do if I were them, I think.
Green Dog comes in. Green Dog says, "Thanks for all the content. Appreciate Green Bean's excitement during the draft. Go Jets." Green Bean's always excited. I love it. I love it. Gets all of us excited.
No,
It's
not at the
infectious.
end of last night, dude. I almost couldn't make it, dude. I was like, I couldn't even hold my head up anymore. I was like holding my head. Last night, I lost all excitement.
Blitzkrieg comes in and says, "Seems like a lot of Newman, Hansen, Glazer fans in here. No one wants interior offensive line." I would be down with that. I don't know who are the top interior guys right now.
Mahogany's still out there. Yeah, dude.
Van Pran.
Mahogany, Trevor Keegan, I think, is still out there, right?
Van
Matthew
Pran from
Jones.
Georgia.
Yeah, there's
There's a few
there's a
guys.
nice crop of 4th, 5th round interior out there, man, that I would love.
Broncos pick
Tanner-
is coming out.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Broncos pick is coming out. They're coming out to announce it right now. I'm just gonna flip over once she gets to the podium.
The Seattle Seahawks have traded the 102nd pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 102nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver
Who is it?
Broncos select Troy Franklin.
Oh, Troy
Damn it,
Franklin off the board.
Oh,
Join his teammate, Rich.
knew it. Yeah,
Had to figure a receiver
too much
there.
sense.
That was a good pick by them.
Yep.
Good value pick. Blitz Crew. Sorry. Mike D's Nuts comes in and says, "Brees and Corley coming out of the backfield to catch passes looks scary. Maybe JD's best offseason so far, honestly. Keep getting more talent." Yeah, I mean, between 2022, 2023, and now 2024, we've had a pretty impressive 3-year stretch of getting Sauce and Garrett and Brees and JJ and Aaron Rodgers and then Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. Like, we have stacked a bunch of talent these last few years. What was that?
Yeah, don't forget Tippmann.
Tippmann too, yeah. We've absolutely added a ton of talent here. So this is impressive to watch. Mike the Stat Guy saying, "Give me Walker, Franklin, or Rice." Obviously, Franklin just went off the board. With then any 2 of Mahogany, Taylor Demersion, Wright, Jordan Travis, Christian Jones. What do you guys think? Yeah, if I could pick from those, I would love, I guess, give me Rice. I like the upside of Brendan Rice. Jordan Travis, and then Christian Jones. I think those would be like the 3 if I could
Love
pencil
it.
them in.
Christian Jones would be amazing, guys. And not for nothing, I'm told just push Max Mitchell right off the damn team. It's fine.
Yeah. Honestly, you're not missing much.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Max Mitchell well enough. I liked the pick. He had a really rough year. He looked like he was going to do something when he first came out of the box for us, but he's had a tough time with the blood clots. Last year was then not so good. If you can get a Christian Jones in here, dude, honestly, I think Fashanu and Jones could end up being your tackles moving forward.
Mitt Flair comes in, dropping a 20 spot. Thank you so much. Then I'll go back to some of the other chats we got. I hope JD and Salah are texting about Jordan Travis. I might buy the kid's jersey if we get him. He would be a fun selection to have, especially with the Jermaine Johnson FSU connection. I feel like there's some love there in the locker room. Farouk comes in and says, "Been watching Pratt and Rattler highlights. I like Pratt better. Your thoughts?" I do like Pratt. I think Pratt of the quarterbacks left is my favorite, Jordan Travis, I do really like a lot, and I like the upside there. I would be happy with either one of them. You know, and even if we take Rattler, I'm good with that one too. Matt, do you have a preference?
My preference is Pratt, but not by much. It's when you get
Patriots
into this
pick is in.
Oh,
it's not. They're not coming up to the stage yet.
Okay.
But I just wanted to let you know. You can keep going.
No, I was gonna say like it's very negligible, the difference at this point, right? Like it's not. There's a drop off. There's a reason why these guys aren't going in the first round. So there's some like legit flaws with all of them. You kind of just got to latch on to whatever you value in a quarterback and hope those traits are the ones that come to life.
Green Bean, what about you? Is there a quarterback that you've kind of identified as the one you want?
Yeah, I like Jordan Travis. I know there's some people in the chat that don't, and that's fine. But he's not going to play for a while, no matter who we get. The great thing about it, like, you know, people were talking about, like, why would the Jets draft some, you know, a quarterback? You know, look what we did to Sam and Zach and all that. And then you got the James Morgan. Very, very different scenario right now than what we're looking at. We're looking for a kid just to come in and learn. And I like Jordan Travis. I'd be happy with Rattler or Pratt, though, too.
All right, here we go. Pick is in.
With the 103rd pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐚 Robinson, guard, Texas.
𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐜𝐫𝐚 Robinson.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you're a little ahead of us, Bean.
Yeah. That's why I didn't say anything.
Yeah. When it comes time to Jets pick, just make sure it's eyes on the screen.
just make sure to tell everybody first.
Shout out to Bonnie, by the way. Just got 4 Rodgers Wilson 2024 shirts.
Oh, hell yeah, baby.
Hooking it up.
How? Wait, what happened?
What do you mean how? She bought 4 shirts.
Oh, okay.
I'm shouting her
I
out.
was like, all right. I didn't know that. I thought, okay. I didn't hear us do a giveaway. Why are we doing 4 at 1? I didn't understand.
Joseph R. Moore says, what happened to Mekhi Becton? I think he fell asleep at the buffet. Ryan comes in. What's up, Ryan? Drop it a super chat. Sorry, taking shots at the big ticket. Need a big day from JD here. Day 3 is where you find your diamonds in the rough. Matt, diamond in the rough player. Go.
Michael Pratt, future Hall of Famer.
Ooh, Green Bean. Diamond in the rough.
Diamond in the rough. Prince Pines at its Tulane.
Ooh.
Frank Crum out of where is it? Wyoming. He's not a diamond though. He's more of a rough stone in the rough.
I don't know how much Braelon Allen is a diamond in the rough, but if you're considering day 3 diamond in the rough, that'll be my my comment there. Dylan drops in with a 20 spot. Thank you so much. Says, Jets fan from Idaho here. I feel like we've done a good job with the draft so far. Who's your dream pick that's left on the board? Also, Green Bean, you're the effing man.
Yeah.
Drop a little.
Love Idaho. You know, Ryan,
Cardinals pick is in, by the way.
I spent a lot of time in Idaho, you know.
Really?
Now, did you know this? You know the brand of French fries, Ore-Ida?
Yes.
Like frozen fries? Do you know what
Sure.
that stands for?
Idaho rich potatoes? I don't know.
Yeah, it's right. You're close. It's the between of Oregon and Idaho, Ore-Ida.
Oh,
Isn't that
no way.
interesting? Yeah.
One
So,
little factoid here
I've
on
done
day 3
this-
of the draft.
Yeah, I've done the Snake River a couple of times. Plus, I camped. I've done Hell's Canyon and stuff, but I've also like camped on the side of the Snake River. We did Boise too. So I love Idaho, man. I think Idaho is stunningly gorgeous, underrated. The Rockies in Idaho are spectacular. So welcome, Dylan. It's nice to have you hanging out with us from one of the most beautiful parts of the country.
So Matt, dream pick, if you had one left here.
Let's stick on the train. We're gonna stick on the Michael Pratt. It's the dream train. Now that Troy Franklin's off the board, that's a little sad for me. I was kind of hoping that he was gonna make it. But I'll give you another name as well. We like the lineage. So what about Brendan Rice?
Yeah, I feel like that's a fun one. That would be. I guess I'll throw that in there.
We got
Rob
a great
comes in.
A Schefter that I want to toss out there. Adam Schefter dropped something Jets related that is important for us and also important in particular for Brian Costello, who hates to work, because he said the Jets have made it clear that they do not want to trade the Mr. Irrelevant pick. They want that pick. So
we are 100%. We talked about this last night. We were saying how Woody Johnson's going to love the publicity of the Mr. Irrelevant pick. There's no way that pick's moving. So it's nice to see Schefter finally catch up to the Talkin' Jets panel on this. Green Bean
Unless
for GM,
somebody
says Rob.
really wants it. Well, think about this, Ryan. If somebody wants it and they want to give us their 5th and next year's 5th just to get Mr. Irrelevant, I would do that.
Give us premium value. Are they making a selection right now? I can't tell if this is the pick.
Yeah, it will be.
Player of Las Rayadas, with these amazing kids here for the Cardinals Cheerleaders Clinic. We are honored to present the newest member of the Arizona Cardinals. With the 104th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft of the Arizona Cardinals, select
Adrian Taylor Demerson, defensive back, Texas
Safety.
Okay.
Yeah.
Green Bean, if you want to pause for like 3 seconds, you'll probably be linked up with Matt and I.
It was not by much.
It's very close.
I'll do.
Don't
that.
refresh. Do not refresh. Just pause. If you refresh, it's going to reset everything.
Like, don't worry, I'm not going to say anything. Green Bean after every pick. Oh, I can't believe that guy.
I can't believe it's like, God damn it. Just look at the screen. No! It's on the screen in front of you. Just don't look at the TV.
All right, I paused. I'm really not. I'm looking at my computer. Yeah, I hear you though. All right, I paused it. I'm now with you.
Crossfire comes in and says, you guys are so much better than Good Morning Football. Matt is more attractive than Kay Adams as well. Wow, that is quite the compliment. Big Kay Adams guy.
Crossfire spitting nothing but facts here. This guy, he knows his stuff. Crossfire knows ball. Incredible. He is obviously wrong. Kay Adams is a very, very good human being and a very talented broadcaster. So, yeah, I wish.
Palikar comes in and says, concerned about Corley's Conf USA competition. No, I think it's interesting that he had the option to get a $350,000 to $400,000 NIL deal after his 2022 campaign and chose out of loyalty to the Western Kentucky team to stay with them. I'm like, dude, loyalty? Sign me up. I'm loving this guy more and more. Him and Olu. Olu wanting to play multiple positions or willing to play multiple positions. How far a cry is it from Mekhi Becton and Elijah Moore? It feels like it's like totally different. I'm not concerned about any competition issues here with Malachi Corley, especially since people wanted him in the bigger divisions as well. D-Rick comes in with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Landon comes in, says, O'Leary, more interesting, rounds 6 to 7 or game 4 of the playoffs. He says, let's go Rangers.
It's Jover. It's over for me. I am just looking to get this thing over with and retool in the offseason. Islanders need a retool really bad. So yeah, but I'm sad today. Their season's probably coming to a close between 2 and 6 p.m. So we're gonna have
Chargers picks coming in.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Bloody unreal. Hey, Detroit, who's got it better than you right now? Yeah.
Shut up.
Crikey.
All right, here we go. With the 105th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the LA Chargers select Justin Eboigbe, defensive end, Alabama.
D-tackle. All right.
Okay.
Fine with that.
Yep, we like that.
Dylan comes in and says, the land of finger steaks and fry sauce, baby. Idaho.
Oh yeah, fry sauce. That's it's sweet. It's like, to dip your fries in, but it's like sweet mayonnaise almost.
Ketchup and barbecue sauce is actually pretty good, or hot sauce and barbecue sauce is pretty tasty. Not ketchup.
Yeah.
Hot sauce barbecue sauce mixed is pretty good. Nicholas comes in and says, all these years seeing teams have success drafting the mid to late round quarterback picks, it would be nice if for once we draft a good mid-round quarterback. That's what we're hoping for. Jordan Travis and Rattler in particular, those two could have gone higher if not for injury/personality concerns. Pratt is a really interesting one from a like the talent he has, and I feel like maybe the competition he went against might be a little bit more called into question than some of the other guys, but I think we'd be happy with any one of those three. John comes in and says, 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐷𝐼. I don't know who that is. Yeah.
What happened?
I'm not sure who 𝐿𝐴𝐵𝐷𝐼 is.
I don't know either. Let me see.
Manu is
You got it?
an offensive lineman. Let's see. I don't know a ton about him, but I don't think he's going to be ranked very, very highly.
So let me throw one more guy out there for you guys. My 5th round target, or the 3rd, 4th, if we're going to do it, is Justin Rogers, the defensive tackle. That's a guy I've been eyeballing all offseason. As you guys know, I love right now where I don't feel like we're looking for penetrators on the interior of the defensive line. I think we're looking for space eaters, right? So I like 340 plus. I got to look at his size though. Hold on. But he's like 356 animal. So that's a guy that I'd like to see brought in. If we do go defense, I really only want to see safety and a big fatty for the interior. He would fit the bill. Justin Rogers, keep your eyes open for Justin Rogers, everybody.
Rogers, is he the one from LSU that was from West Virginia, or was that the other D tackle? I feel like Justin, or am I wrong on school?
Hold on, I gotta look again. It's all smearing together. Let me find him.
Shout out Allen, who got our first 𝐼𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴 T-shirt, by the way.
Yeah, dudes,
good
Alan
man.
Rhodes is the man. Yeah, he's the best.
Giovanni Manu, by the way, is from British Columbia, 6'8", 350 offensive line.
Jesus,
he big.
Get the fatties up front. Why not? Late round swing. Brian Bogan says, we're either Olu or Malachi Corley team captains. I know Olu was. I'm not sure about Corley. Based on him declining an NIL deal, though, I would say the character is there to be a captain, for sure. Do either of you guys know about Corley's captain status?
Oh, yeah, Auburn, Justin Rogers. That's where
it doesn't. It doesn't look like he was a captain.
That's all right. Sam Aiken comes in and says, Sam Hartman as Mr. Irrelevant, what do you think? Do you think that would be the last quarterback taken, or do you think we try to go earlier in the draft, Green Bean? Like, do you think they're going to wait for Mr. Irrelevant so they can say, hey, our quarterback was Mr. Irrelevant, it's going to be better than Tom Brady at some point? Like, do you think there's some ego-related thing, or do you think they're just going to take the best quarterback they can take?
No, I think they're going to take a quarterback in the 4th. But I do think they're going to want to get somebody to have some sort of impact as Mr. Irrelevant. In my opinion, it's going to be Carson Steele, everybody. Running back extraordinaire. That'll be Mr. Irrelevant today. My
Titans pick is in, by the way.
Okay.
I'll switch over to it once we see them go up on screen. Thomas Kuhn says, this panel is like a progression of beard growth through the years. Yeah, when you look at us from like our first draft stream, I'm definitely shaved clean. I don't remember what O'Leary's face looked like. And Green Beans had like a solid beard the entire time.
Yeah.
We're working on it. We're trying to catch up to Green Bean. That's what it is. We're actually talking about changing our name from Talkin' Jets to Talkin' Jets with Beards.
Talking Beards.
Talking Beards.
We're going to need a few years for that.
Going to take some time here. Looks like they're about to call it, I think. They've shown the stage at least.
Oh, yeah.
Slow zoom. Here we go. All right. Once they get up to the podium.
With the 106th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Cedric Gray,
I like him.
linebacker.
All right, good.
So they didn't get to the.
Okay.
Like seeing linebackers go off the board.
Sure.
Yeah, me too.
Latin Lover comes in, says, really wanted Troy Franklin. What pick will make me better? and maybe have greater upside. I mean, I don't know. There's a few really good players sitting out there right now. TJ Tampa is the top cornerback right now. I would definitely consider him based on where he would have gone. And I'm not like super like needy to draft a corner early, but I feel like that's a lot of talent.
Well, Brendan Rice, Max from New Jersey's head might explode if the Jets pass on Brendan Rice for a second time in the last 2 days.
Wait, I can't hear you guys. Can anybody hear? Hello?
I can hear you.
Or Green Bean.
Green Bean's hitting buttons over there.
We're only.
Can you hear us at all? He definitely can't hear us right now.
Oh. Oh, there he goes.
He's refreshing himself.
Oh, man. What's great is this is hour 1. We got about 6 more hours to go.
Green Bean, can you hear us now?
Yeah. You guys were frozen. I don't know what happened.
Oh, no.
Green Bean, what pick would make Latin Lover feel better now that Franklin's off the board? Giants pick is in,
dude.
by the way.
Totally. Carson Steele would make you really happy, Latin Lover.
We've got Pooch Guy says, any chance Winfrey is back? Good project.
Oprah?
I don't know. I mean, have him back for training camp and let him fucking run around. We're gonna have 100 people on the practice squad or on the in the camp. So who knows? Oh, I think they're making the pick right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Theo Johnson, tight end.
Theo Johnson.
Dude, he's a stud.
That was a guy the Jets did like.
Yeah.
They met with him 4 times.
And let me tell you, I was surprised at the tight ends going off the board before him. Not all of them, but I thought he was going to be the second to third, maybe off the board. So they're getting a steal, in my opinion. He's a stud.
Crossfire comes in and says, it's a bit late if someone wants the Mr. Irrelevant pick. They have to give us 4 firsts, 3 seconds, and their best player. I completely agree. If we're passing on a Brock Purdy level talent, I think someone's got to pay up.
We're getting
Moose
close.
City.
Only 3 picks
I know.
out.
Just a few more picks, and we're rocking. Moose City, who are you taking with the 3 4th-round picks? The consensus Vikings pick is in, by the way. The consensus between us at some point in the 4th round is a quarterback. I think we're all sort of on board with BPA at number 111. And then the other one, you could go, any number of different directions. There's a lot of really good players out there still. Bean, if you had to list your 3 players right now, which ones would it be?
All right. Right now, I would love Brendan Rice, Braelon Allen, and Christian Jones. That's it. If we did something like that, or the quarterback, you know what I mean? So I'm right in that pocket. But if we came away with like a Jordan Travis, Brendan Rice, and Allen, I'd be psyched.
I want to say thank you first to the NFL and Roger Goodell for letting me be a part of this, and also my son, Jimmy Darts. This is a big, great honor. I've been a
Celebrity.
fan since I was 6
Who's
years
Dave
old.
Pella?
He's a celebrity, Ryan. Matt.
Oh.
Says it right there.
Oh.
It said celebrity.
I want to go back to it, but he's like just rambling.
Yeah.
Earlier buying this story.
With the 108th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select 𝐒𝐮𝐫𝐽 Jackson, defensive back.
Okay.
All right, that's fine. Can live with that. TJ Tampa's still out there. Jaden Hicks going off ESPN's big board. Tampa, Hicks, Stover, Dorius, Rice, Hart, Booker, Jones, Baker. Lots of receiving talent out there still. Matt, if you had to take, who would your 3 players be if you had to rattle off 3 players?
We'll go Brendan Rice. We'll go Michael Pratt. And we'll go Jaden Hicks.
Ooh.
That'd be good.
T. Rivera says, just got my T-shirt from the main event. Thank you, guys. Of course, dude. Glad you got it. I think I have to send out a few T-shirts from people that like added on the very last like day, last second ads. So you guys will get that in like a week. Been kind of busy.
Yeah. It's been a busy few days.
Falcons pick is in. That's 109.
All right, we're coming around the mountain.
I shut off the chat because I think the broadcast is behind. So like,
yeah, we're using YouTube TV today. We're not as synced up as we would. Well, we used YouTube TV yesterday too.
No, but I just mean like even in like if we weren't behind, I think that we got spoilers from Schefter and company with like a couple picks.
I gotcha. Yeah. Falcons making their pick now.
Greetings from Germany. First, I want to thank Atlanta Falcons to awarding me NFL International Fan of the Year. Thank you so much. Second, I would like to say thank you to my family.
Sorry, I'll switch back to him.
I know.
Yeah,
but I think one of the guys from Gangrene UK is announcing our pick. I think
he is.
Yeah, they're doing it in Ireland for the Jets pick.
I love it.
For you, this is for you here. Okay. That being said, with the 109th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Brandon Dorers, defensive end, Oregon.
D-tackle.
Another Oregon guy.
Yeah.
The run on prospects.
I'm all right with this.
Yeah, me too.
All right, we shouldn't look at the chat for any spoilers.
I got it turned off.
I am okay.
Yeah. Let's focus right at the game or at the
screen.
Yeah, so I'll switch it when it comes up. I haven't seen pick is in yet for is it New England that's in front of us?
Yes.
The Jets are on the screen though. You can see it.
So
NYJ,
Jets are on the
we're
clock
coming.
because the Patriots pick is in.
Yeah, the Pats pick just went in. So that means
The Jets are on the clock, everybody. Here it goes. I love it.
Green Bean's gonna fuck us on this one. I feel it coming.
I know.
Totally
Don't do the Tippmann one again.
Dude, it was 2 seconds, and I didn't say the player. Guys are over
Patriots pick is in.
dramatizing.
So all right, we show the pick on the screen. You could just look at your computer in front of you.
I have you guys over here, though. That's the thing. You guys are over here. Chat is over here.
And hosted the largest international fan march in NFL history, organized by these fans behind me, who represent all the loyal Patriots fans from Germany, Austria, and Switzerland.
I'm afraid to have it up too long.
We are proud to announce a new face for the Patriots. With the 110th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Javon Baker, wide receiver.
Baker right in front of us.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
another
their second receiver they've added, right?
Yeah, it was Baker, and who was at the top of the second for that?
It was it Polk? Is that right?
Yes, correct. Jalen Polk.
Jalen Polk. Wow.
They've added some talent to that receiving core.
Yeah, they need it.
All right, here we go. The Jets are next, everybody. We're about to learn who we're going to love.
All right. I'm excited.
Drop a like to everyone in here watching with us.
Yeah. Hit that like button if you want the Jets to pick somebody that's good.
Milk thumbs.
Javon Baker, huh? Interesting.
Oh, Green Bay traded with the Jets. Green Bay's on the clock. Jets traded back. Green Bay's on the clock. Interesting.
Okay, how far back? All right, now we gotta look. Now we gotta look how far back they went.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, do I have permission to check Twitter to see what the?
Yeah, we should be good. I don't think we're more than a pick behind.
Okay, here we go. I have it for you. Ready?
Yeah.
The Jets. Ooh, okay. All right, fine. They receive 4th round pick, pick number 126. So that's what, 15 spots?
Okay.
And a 6th round pick this year, pick 190.
Interesting.
Like
yeah, I think I would have taken the top player at 111.
Yeah, I that doesn't move the needle for me. Like, why are you going to take 8 swings today?
That feels weird. Maybe we're going to package
know
more
what?
picks and keep loading up in the 4th round, and then they get.
They're
going
to try to get into the 3rd. They're going to trade back up into the 3rd.
we're gonna omit someone's pick that was already taken. Shout out to Gavin and Andrew and Jerome, who all bought gear from the Talkin' Jets website recently to go along with Alan and Bonnie. Thank you guys so much. Gavin gets himself a �ㄫ𝐿 hoodie. I think Andrew got himself the same one. Yeah, �ㄫ𝐿 hoodie. Legit. Jerome got himself a Rogers Wilson shirt, got himself 2 shirts. You guys are awesome.
I don't like this trade.
It's weird to go so far back. Like, there's so much talent on the board.
So much.
To let 15 more players. Was it 15 picks we dropped down?
Yep. So now we got picks. We got 4 or 3. Wait, let me see here. So now we got 2. That was a 6, you said, Ryan? Or Matt, what number?
Yeah. 190.
Yeah, what are the picks?
126 and 190.
126 and 190?
So now we got 126, 129, 134, then 185. We have no 5th. You should have demand. That's what they're going to do. They're going to package the 6th and get into the 5th.
What was the 6th? There was 195?
190.
190. Sorry, I'm just updating our ticker at the bottom here with our picks.
I don't like this one, guys. I liked everything, and now it's not going to crush me, but there were quite a few players that I liked right here. Quite a few. And they're all going to go right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if there's like a 6th round player that I love so much that I think's going to be there, that adding the additional 6th, like, perks me up a little bit more. Like, unless they're thinking, like, you know, if you want to take, if we get to the 6th and we haven't taken a quarterback, maybe Milton's still there. That would be an all right swing. He's definitely not as, like, on the same level as Pratt or, you know, Rattler and Travis. Yeah, no. His is all traits. All traits.
He has a gigantic arm, but
monstrous.
Very accurate.
Packers pick is in, by the way.
Man, who do they want? They're going to take Brendan Rice right now, or Jaden Hicks. You'll see. Or Christian Jones.
They added so many young. Yeah, I was going to say an offensive lineman maybe. They took James Morgan in the 1st.
Yeah. Yep.
They're showing some of their picks that they had. Let's see. Linebacker. Like the outfit. I'm going to go back to it once he's making the pick.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't something to get really upset about, but I don't love it. You know, I'm not going to get bent out of shape. But
yeah, I think we're on the same page.
The 111th pick to the 4-time Super Bowl champion, Green Bay Packers! With the 111th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the 4-time Super Bowl champion, Green Bay Packers selects future Packers Hall of Famer, Evan Williams, defensive back, Oregon.
Another Oregon player.
Wow.
Yeah. What is the whole Oregon roster coming off the board in the 4th round?
Yeah.
You know, that's right where Bo Nix probably should have gone too. 12th overall. Oh, geez. I'm excited to see where this all shakes out.
Douglas has
good
traded
players.
every single time. He traded back in the 1st round. He traded up in the 3rd round. And he traded back in the 4th round.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point. I guess I could go back to the live chat now that.
Yeah, I'm going to open the chat back up.
What do you guys think of this trade, everybody? What's going on?
Yeah,
Where
let's
do
put
you
a poll question in
stand?
the chat. Do you like the trade down or not? Matt, do you want to put the poll question in the chat?
Sure, certainly.
Patrick comes in with the super chat, says, Tez Walker and Rattler are still available. Why aren't Jets taking into them? They might. I think it's entirely possible. I mean, we have 3 fourth-round picks right now, and it doesn't seem to be any. I mean, at least like from ESPN.com's big board, the main players are still there. TJ Tampa, Jaden Hicks, Stover, Rice, Hart, Christian Jones, Tez Walker, Rattler, Washington, Johnny Wilson. Like, all these guys are still there. Van Pran's still there.
Raiders making a pick.
Oh, yeah, they took a corner. I missed it.
𝐷eCommand and Richardson. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, we're at the point where they start ripping through picks. So hopefully we can catch our reactions for the Jets pick when it comes up.
We should use all our force to trade back up in the fourth. Now
that would be terrible. I'd be so angry.
Oh my God.
Dewey says, Green Bean, can you adopt me? If not, send me your beard.
I want to do none of those things. What do I get?
You get him.
Yo. Sorry,
Alan
Dewey.
drops in a 10 spot. Alan says, the Jets traded back so you guys would have more to talk about. I would have liked to stick and pick with all 3/4. Yeah, I like to stick and pick. But hey, I'm not upset with more discussion points, more players to talk about. It just means we're staying up extra fucking late on the third day of the draft to do the recap.
Yeah.
That's what
Wouldn't
we're
you
getting.
prefer to be talking about Brendan Rice right now, though? You know what I mean?
That would be really nice. Yeah.
Ravens
Some
pick
sort
is
of top player. Ravens pick is in.
There he
Go,
goes.
Tez Walker.
Yeah. Ravens
Look at
just
this.
stick
Why
where
are
they are.
Ravens, Steelers, Eagles. These teams things break right for them in the draft every year.
Every year.
They freaking stick and pick and just have like guys that we've all talked about. Like Tez Walker, before the Senior Bowl, was looked at as potentially a second-round pick. And like obviously didn't have a great offseason, but he's talented.
Yeah, but at pick 113, I'm willing to take that shot. That maybe you get the talent, right?
Absolutely. That's what hurts with that 111 pick trade down. There's just not like you're still going to have talent when we're on the board at 129 or whatever that pick was, but I mean there's top guys here. Like why not go for the quality over the quantity at this point? Like we're not going to be able to roster all these players.
Right. That's I agree. Now if he uses the 2/6 to get up into the 5th, or maybe even gets another 4th, like so we get 4 fourth-round pick. Okay, maybe something, but it's going to be hard to beat the value at 111. I mean, I don't know. Depends on who's there. If a bunch of linebackers and defensive ends, continue to go, then we're okay. But yeah, this is risky because there are players that I think could still come right in and make an impact for us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, talk about like, I would like to see if Tampa's still there, TJ Tampa, the corner out of Iowa, I would like to see that selection just because it's like of where his value should have been. Or maybe
maybe
initially
he's
was.
just in a good mood. He's just having some fun. He's like, fuck this.
He's like, you know what? I want to get some more picks. I don't want to just wait till Mr. Irrelevant.
I want to play around. Screw you. It's my picks.
Didn't you like what I did? Trust me.
Trust me.
So right now, the live chat, 380 people say they did not like the trade down. I'm glad our feelings are echoed.
As Bean said, like this is not flip the table worthy upset. You kind of just like, I don't know about this. And we'll see how it plays out. Maybe they still get 3 guys in the 4th round that we all like. But I don't know. Initial reaction is kind of like, that was kind of weird. I don't know if that was necessary.
Yeah, I guess we'll be able to make a decision at 129 if there's a guy we like there. And then it's like, okay, now it makes sense because now we just get a bonus player on top of it. It's just right now it feels like there's a lot of good players still on the board and we may have mucked it up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't like it. But it is what it is. And we're almost there. We got 12 picks left. We have more left now than we did when we started the draft to our original pick. What do you think of that?
That's wild to think. Yeah, our original, we got what, 7 picks now?
Well, 126.
But we added a 6th also.
Yeah, I'm just talking about how long we have to wait until we finally see a player today.
Oh, yeah. Nose Kills comes in, says, at this rate, we'll be over the cap after signing all of our 26 picks. Yeah, right? Our cap pool was supposed to be $4.5 million in like salary cap space. So based on our moves, we have moved down more than we've moved up. So I think that we're probably still hovering around that same, although we've added an extra pick or 2. So I don't know. Jaguars pick is in. So they said Jaguars pick live coming up because they're on a commercial break right now.
Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still kind of confused on the plan on this one. But all the names, none of the names where we were really hoping for, the only one that went really was Troy Franklin today.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't really seen, I mean...
Or Baker, I guess, to New England.
Yeah, right.
Baker. Yeah, I was going to say Baker to the division rival was an interesting one.
Yeah.
Tez Walker coming off is another player I would have taken a look at. I'm not beat up by any of those guys going though. I wonder if we would have gone Franklin. Like, do you think one of the players, like, were we always planning on trading down, or was there a player that we identified earlier this round that went before us that triggered the trade back?
Oh, maybe. All right, ready for this? Using the draft tech, the common trade chart, the Jets gave up 72 points and received 61 in return.
Yeah, why?
Because they value the 4-year contract. That's what it is. A lot of teams are valuing that cheap contract.
On a 6th?
Yeah. I mean, it's a 4-year controllable player. That's what it is. It's not so much like, because I think a lot of teams feel like I feel like a lot of teams feel like players, for the most part, from this point on, are pretty similar.
He was yesterday. He should be. He should be.
Jaguars selection.
I heard he's going to sign it and send it to you.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's the word.
Well, donate to St. Jude.
I don't know if someone's coming out.
Come on, Tony.
Tony, that is.
I'm going to go back to that in a second. We got 𝐒𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐞 joining us, too. I'll get that switched over. You'll come over for the pick for the Jaguars. And then I'll have to rearrange the overlay. Come on, Jaguars.
Oh, here we go.
Why are we not going over?
Ireland. This is super exciting. We are joined by our Jaguars UK and Ireland competition winner, Stevie.
I love when British people say Jaguar.
As the Irish
Jaguar.
And I have some news. Stevie is about to do the first ever draft pick from Ireland. Stevie?
Oh, the Jets were supposed
Ireland.
to do that. They traded back.
In the 2024 NFL
Jerks.
draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select.
We lost our mantle there. That sucks.
Javon Foster, tackle.
I loved Javon Foster.
Yeah, that's your guy.
Let's get 𝐒𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐞 in here.
That's 𝐒𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐞's guy.
I was a big fan of Javon Foster.
Yeah.
𝐒𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐞, how you doing?
Doing great. How are you guys doing?
Not too shabby. Trying to rearrange some of our scenes here so that way it gives us the 4-person all the time. But yeah, feeling good. Give us your recap of how you feel the Jets have done so far. Bengals pick is in, and they're making the selection. Jeez. Eric Hall, tight end. Eric Hall, tight end.
Another player I was a big fan of.
Man, they're going to start ripping picks right now, and I'm going to have to bounce back and forth constantly.
If he was...
all his guys are going.
Yeah. Javon Foster, I was a big fan of at tackle. I think he has the potential to be a starter in the NFL. I think he's going to immediately help push those spots in Jacksonville, especially because of all the contract stuff that's going on with, I forget who their left tackle is that we were all in on, because there was whatever going on. So he might be able to, that might be a post June 1st casualty there, because I really do like Javon Foster. Eric All would have gone a lot higher if it wasn't for all the injuries. And talking about the Jets, I really like what the Jets did. Like, I think everybody knows that I was weapon in the first, and it made me feel nice that they were trying to go up. But then seeing Malachi Corley fall all the way that...
Jordan Jefferson off the board.
Instead of 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐭. Interesting. I thought Wingo would be the first LSU DT to go.
I had Jordan Jefferson in one of my mocks, or two of my mocks. Former West Virginia kid.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Interesting. That is very interesting. These picks are going to start flying.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying not to like...
Up in the blink of an eye.
10 more or 9 more picks for us. So we pick if we don't trade back for pennies on the dollar.
Yeah, so Tigo, what did you think about the trade down?
It didn't make a bunch of sense in my eyes. I totally get the like wanting a 6th and maybe you package the 6th or something to try to get into the 5th round or whatever. But it's just like, obviously Baker went the pick before, right? That was the guy that I was a big fan of. I hate the fact that he's going to New England because now I have to hate him with everything in my all of my heart, soul, and being, you know? Like,
yeah.
But it's just weird that...
Do you think that's why we made the trade down? Or do you think the trade down was coming?
Oh, I'm going off of they liked Javon Baker so much. And they loved that kid so much that when he went off the board, they were so distraught that they had to go back to recoup because they lost their guy. I have no idea what the plan was, but there was still a lot of guys that were available there that I thought had a lot of value. You know, the tight ends if they wanted to go tight ends, the other wide receivers if they wanted to go wide receiver, if they wanted to go interior offensive lineman, which I still think is a big need. Like, it would suck if 𝐀𝐮𝐫𝐿 𝐫𝐚 goes off the board, because I think we need a high level backup in case of the whole Elijah Vera Tucker situation. So it's just like, it's weird to see. Now, the one that I'm surprised that's still on the board is TJ Tampa, because I thought if it wasn't going to be wide receiver and if Tampa was on the board, I would have a hard time seeing the Jets pass on him because I had a 2nd round grade on TJ Tampa, but
yeah, that's exactly what I've been saying. TJ Tampa is still sitting here. We need a cornerback, moving forward. And if you can get a 2nd round talent level cornerback now and let him sit, like, I feel like corner's one of those positions that doesn't translate really easily to the NFL. So if you give him that chance, then you're still in like a potentially good situation next year, regardless of what happens with DJ Reed and Brandon Eccles. Sam comes in. Sam says, do you think we scouted better this year? Maybe we have a deeper board. This day picks would be better than 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐚 picks. Yeah, I mean, based on 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐚's draft that 1 year, I would think any of Joe Douglas's picks, I would prefer Douglas making these selections over 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐚. But yeah, they're definitely going for a quantity over quality from that perspective right now. Landon says, do the value chart for all 3 trades. What's the sum? Oh, Matt, could you do that for all 3 trades that we made? Like, where do we sit?
We gave up
overall
72 and got 61.
Yeah, but he's talking about the other ones.
Okay. All right. Please hold.
So I'll let you do that. We'll go to the next one real quick. Jay Goldie says, with several players that can fit in nicely, it may make sense to have some extra capital for package deals. Trust that JD sees something we don't. Yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. He knows more than we do. I think, are they making the selection out there, or is that just a picture?
I think it's just a picture. The first night, they got what pick from Minnesota?
11 and 203 or 157. Or
Yeah, I think it was 129.
Okay, I'm gonna go back. Hang on, just give me.
170th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tanner Bartolini from Wisconsin.
Ah, center from Wisconsin.
Oh man,
Another 𝐒𝐿 guy.
no, I just the reuniting the mullets. Tanner Bartolini is an insane athlete, and he was obviously a teammate of Joe Tippmann, and just the idea of the Wisconsin mullets on the Jets would have been really nice. I didn't think he was going to go this high. I thought he would be available in like later on. And so
Seahawks pick is in. You can keep going. They're not announcing it yet.
No, that was it. It was just he's an interesting guy because he's more athlete than he is football player right now. You know, he still has things to work on. He'd definitely be a project, and that's why I thought he would be available later. So he was a guy, I think in my mock that I did today that I sent in the group chat, I think I took Tanner Bartolini late. You know? Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Tyrese Knight.
Nice. I like it. Good.
Yeah, keep those defensive players coming off the board.
Coming. Now, the exciting and fun thing is once we do pick, we got 3 picks in what? 5 picks? Or what? Oh, let me see.
I think so.
Yeah.
134,
It's 126, 129, 134.
Yeah.
Love it.
So we have in 8 picks, we have 3 of them. So that's fun.
Very fun.
Do a lot of damage like that.
Crossfire comes in, says, just got my tax return check in the mail. I'm going to buy the JETS Jets. It was a whole $1. Had them mail it, so they had to spend more on the postage than it was worth.
There you go.
There you go. Stick it to the man. I like it, Crossfire.
Love it.
He just spent more money on that super chat than he got on his tax return. Steelers pick is
10
in.
times as much.
10 times as much. That's correct.
Okay.
Man, it's going to be stressful going back and forth. So we've got the answer to the sum of all trades for the New York Jets, asked by Landon. What we got, Matt?
Okay. So, hold on. We got one last quick math, and then we got it. 250.
We might do the Steelers pick before we get to that.
That's fine. Steelers pick, and then we'll do this.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for them to switch over and show the people on the screen. It's so stressful when they have the like international people making the pick because you can't tell what they're like that they're making it or if they're just talking because it's muted for me until I flip to that screen. It's annoying the way this audio is routed right now. Although I'll be able to solve my problem, I think, at some point with once I get an actual headset for this Rodecaster.
Quick story about the Steelers in this draft. So, as some of you know, I have a friend of mine who is a reporter for the Steelers. He's also a Steelers fan in Pittsburgh. And we've been texting the entire draft. She's like, oh, the Jets doing this. What do you think? And I'm like, whoa, what are the Steelers? He has predicted correctly every single Steelers pick, like spot on a couple of picks before it. I'm waiting to see if he gets this one right.
So he was the one that said they weren't going to go tackle, I think, right? And they went
early on
first.
that they were going to go interior offensive lineman.
Here we go.
Wow, that voice was amazing.
Welcome to County Kerry in Ireland. I'm Paddy Clifford, Kerry Gaelic footballer
Ireland.
and a proud member of Steeler Nation.
County Kerry.
With the 119th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Mason McCormick, guard.
Guard. They're adding a ton of O-line.
I like him.
Wow. They're revamping their entire offensive line. This is a pick. This is the first pick he's got wrong. He thought DB was going here.
Matt, what do we got for the points on all 3 trades so far?
Okay. So the first trade, the Jets ended up plus 22, It was 1,300 for 1,322. The second trade, they ended up plus 6.4. And then obviously they lost the last one minus 11. So your net total is plus 17.4.
Not
Plus
bad,
17.
everybody.
It's all right. Yeah.
Which is the equivalent of a pick that the Jets have.
Yeah.
Pick 185 round 6.
Yeah, dead on. 17.4 to the button. 185.
Feels good.
It does feel good. We're crushing it.
Mumtaz drops in and says, we should not be afraid to call out stupidity. There were players who could have been had that contribute immediately instead of trading down. Well, hey, you know what? We still might get those players. It depends what happens at pick 119 or 120 or whatever it is, 126.
Yeah. And now let me say this. None of the players we were talking about, I'm going to knock on some wood, have gone off the board yet. Now, there were definitely players in this stretch that I would have liked to see. The last one, McCormick being one of them. I liked him. Baker is another one. So there's a few players, but none of the guys we were targeting in our conversations are off the board. So who knows, man? If we're looking at the same batch of guys and we got the free 6, then you know what I mean? It's not the worst thing in the world.
Quick,
Yeah, Tigo,
guys, if you want to look away from the chat and look away from, get off of social media, the Jets are on the clock.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Jets are on the clock.
All of the picks, 120 to 125, have been made. The Jets are on the clock.
Oh, so we're just way behind on, them
Yeah, the
calling
announcement of the picks is behind, but all of the picks are in.
All right, so don't look at the chat anymore. Good looks, Tigo.
All right.
So we're going to sit and wait here. We're not talking to the chat. We'll just have our little discussions amongst us.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
No, not too bad. I haven't seen you guys in a while. It's been a little bit of time. Tigo, we missed you on Thursday.
Yeah,
Dom C2.
man. I wish I could have gone. It looked like a blast. I had you guys open all the whole time, and it looked fun.
I think next year we go like an hour or two early, and I guess it depends where the Jets pick is. If the Jets were picking 32, we could probably start at a reasonable time.
Yeah, if they're picking top 10 again, then we could have that thing wrapped by 9 p.m. But hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully it's pick 32, and we get everyone hanging with us the whole time.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. I'm keeping an eye on the draft. Yeah, I guess they'll start ripping through picks maybe after the 4th.
So I had Twitter tell me that the Dolphins traded this pick with the Eagles at 120, but that's
I've
obviously
seen the pick.
Okay.
I know what the pick is. That because I was on Twitter because I was going to message somebody else.
You don't know our pick.
I don't know any pick past the Dolphins pick.
Gotcha. Okay. Dolphins pick is in. I'll go up once they move this over.
I'm not peeking. They think I'm peeking. I was checking the temperature for real. Look, see? I was looking at the temperature. Somebody asked me if I was cold.
Do it, Bean. Don't do it, Bean.
I'm not. Everybody's like, he's peeking.
Yeah, he's going to scream, and we're still going to be 5 minutes behind when the actual pick comes through on the TV.
What the hell?
Wait, I think.
What?
I'm so confused.
Yeah, I don't like how far back we are. Though. That's bullshit. 5 picks.
Well, and it's the broadcast. It's not not us. They're just way behind.
Yeah. They're tweeting it.
Now I'm confused because I also saw a report that the Eagles are here. The pick that I thought I saw is apparently for Tennessee.
Stop looking.
Yeah, you got to stop.
I'm so confused.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
You're gonna accidentally spoil it for yourself. Man, they're just sitting on this.
They're just I this is the thing I hate about it is the whole broadcast aspect of it. Like in the terms of it's just too much talking. Give us the picks.
Yeah, but they usually like start ripping through the picks at some point, and they're not even showing the picks and discussing it like behind. All right, they're showing the Dolphins. They're walking out now.
Oh, I see what happened.
Stop seeing what happened.
No. This was the Eagles pick.
Oh.
Thank you so
The
much
Dolphins
to the
pick.
Miami Dolphins,
See.
and thank you, Dolphins Nation Mexico. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 120 pick to the Miami Dolphins.
See, there it is.
With the 120 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Wright, running back, Tennessee.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Dude.
Guys that are sending in super chats, we'll get to you as soon as the Jets make their first pick.
Well,
I
let
don't
me
know.
tell
Should
you
we
something.
not look at anything until after the 4th round at this point? This is
Don't
going to be
look at
kind of
anything.
silly.
This
Yeah,
is
we're not-
There's so
the
many
Dolphins
picks.
the Dolphins getting Jalen Wright though. He was like RB2 or 3 on a lot of boards, man. This is a steal.
Oh yeah, this is a good pick. They gave up next year's 3rd for this though.
Wow.
They really wanted him. Wow.
Yeah, the value is incredible.
Seattle's pick is in.
Okay.
So they're showing Miami's team right now. H.N., Mostert, Wright, Hill, Waddle, blazing speed.
Until they have to play a
Absolutely.
cold game in December.
I know. I can't wait.
So
I don't know
that's
if
a
I want
funny-
them early in the season to smack them around, or if I want them later in the season to get them like when they're plummeting off their high from the start of the season.
Get them early in Miami and late in New York. That's what you want.
Seattle's making their pick right now. I'm going to wait till he looks down at the card because they're talking London or something, I think.
Left back and 2-time champion. We are
There's
very
Germany, Borussia
delighted
Dortmund.
to announce the
Aha.
Seahawk next pick for 12s everywhere.
Was the 121st pick of the 2024 NFL Draft. The Seattle Seahawks select
AJ Barner, tight end, Michigan.
Ah.
Very interesting.
Yeah. Tight end. Okay.
Do you think the Jets are going to target a tight end at all, or you think we're happy with what our room is currently constructed? Because we brought in a few tight ends in, like on our top 30 visits and stuff like that. Like Theo Johnson was one that went earlier that we met with a bunch of times.
I was actually thinking because he was sliding so far, I was thinking like they might not be able to pass up a guy like Theo Johnson if he's sitting there at their 4th round pick. But I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised, but I think they like our tight end. Our tight end room is strong, man, all the way down to developmental. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think we're good.
I think
Bears
there
pick
are
is in
players.
too.
There are players
We're
that
not
I
flipping
like
to it, though.
in the tight end room, like in the tight end class, but the value isn't all that great, in my opinion. Like drafting a 4th round tight end to push Kenny off of the roster, because that's what you would be doing, right? Like drafting who's left, Jaheim Bell, Cade Stover, like those guys are nice. Trey Knox out of South Carolina, but
Bears are
I
making
think
the
there's
pick
better
now.
value somewhere else.
Yeah, I agree, man.
The best team in the NFC. The best team in the NFL.
Bears.
Shout out to all the UK Bears fans. With the 122nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, our Chicago Bears select Torrey Taylor, punter, Iowa.
Whoa!
They had friggin' 4 picks in their entire draft, and a punter was one of them.
Oh.
Of all the
When you have
All
4
right.
picks in a draft
Like-
in a hot seat year, I mean, I guess if you have a punting need and this fills a starter spot, but holy hell, that's early.
In the
With how
fourth?
bad that defense is?
Yeah, they still haven't taken a defensive player yet.
Oh no!
Take a punter here.
This was their third pick or their fourth pick?
I'm afraid to check anything right now.
Yeah, sorry. Don't look at anything. That was a stupid. The Texans just traded up to pick 123, or the Texans are trading out of the pick. I'll tell you in a sec.
The Texans traded up into this pick. The Eagles were here.
Gotcha. Okay.
Did Chicago trade at all?
No, I don't think so.
Right? No, this was their last pick of the draft.
Oh, it was? Okay.
Maybe they did make a trade at one point. Yeah, I know they had the 4. Did they have one in the third, or did they have one already this round?
They had 2 1s, a 3rd, and a 4.
Yeah, so they're done. All right, Texas. Oh, no way.
Oh, yeah.
Look who's making the fucking pick.
Yo, Sketch. What's up, brother?
Who is that? I don't even know who that is.
He's a video game guy.
It's Sketch, people. Love this guy.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 123rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 123rd pick of the NFL draft, the Houston Texans select Cade Stover, tight end, Ohio
Tight end.
Wow. Just talked about him.
Pair him with what's his face? The guy we all
Dalton
love from
Schultz.
South. Yeah. Houston's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, Houston's a good team. They added so many weapons too, with Mixon and friggin'.
They're showing videos of Stover like working on a farm right now.
I thought he's
trying
cow
to tip a
tipping.
cow, or maybe or massaging it. I don't know what's happening here. It's very interesting to watch with no sound.
He's tenderizing the meat of that cow. That's what it was. He's just giving it a massage. Ready to make cheeseburgers.
All right, so we're getting close here.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys in the chat, if you've sent in any super chats, we will get to them. We know the Jets pick has been made already. We're just trying to catch it when they announce it on the screen. So we're not looking at the chat at all. So we will get back to you guys in just a second. But we are sitting at the Houston pick right now. They just took Cade Stover at pick 123. So we're just 3 picks away from our selection now.
JD is about to shut us all up, though, because if you look at the big board of all the players that are still there, TJ Tampa, Jaden Hicks, none of the quarterbacks have gone.
Yep.
You know, outside of Javon Baker, none of the wide receivers have really gone. It depends on how you liked Tez Walker. I wasn't a big Tez guy. You know, like
Troy Franklin went early today too.
Yeah, but we didn't have a chance at Troy. I mean, like the guys that were available at 111 that we passed on, you know, there are some nice players there, of course, that we could have gone. Like I was a fan of Javon Foster and Eric Gall and Turner Badalidi and McCormick. But like the guys that have all been kind of linked to the Jets are still there. This is interesting.
So we got San Francisco's pick is in. Then we got Tampa, then us.
Yep.
All right.
Well, we're here now.
Oh,
we're in this now.
I'm excited. We're not gonna. Do we not look at the chat until after all our 4th round picks? Is that what we're gonna do?
No.
Because by the time we get to our pick, we're gonna like the chat may know all 3.
Nobody knows.
Don't listen to Green Bean.
Yeah, don't listen to Green Bean because Green Bean's gonna he's gonna talk himself into checking Twitter. He's gonna be like, "Oh no, I found out all our picks."
I haven't. I'm not. I haven't been on Twitter in 2 days. Really?
We usually let Matt just kind of be like our Twitter guy while we're up here.
Yeah. I'm afraid I haven't been on in like 15 minutes because I'm scared out of my gourd here.
I like that we're gonna be able to catch it though. If we get all 3 reactions for our picks, that'd be nice. Because a lot of times they just start ripping through the picks and we just get surprised that the pick popped up like this late in the draft. At least we have picks later than these also. Like, remember when we did the 2022 draft and we took Mitchell and Clemens like so early on day 3?
done by now.
And putzed
There was
around for like
nothing.
3.5 rounds.
Yeah, that was terrible. That was hard.
Yeah, it's freaking rough. I just want to talk to the chat too.
I know. I don't know what to do. I'm so in my head right now with what to look at and what not to look at.
Yeah.
I can look at the chat. I can do all
No.
that stuff. I know the
No.
pick. I got to text it to me.
Okay, don't
I'm not.
say anything.
I'm monotone.
I'm
not-
gonna eject your ass.
I'm just. I've seen it. I know what it is. I'm not
All right.
gonna let you. But it's. I can look at the chat.
Don't
I
say
can-
it's
nothing.
don't say shit. You're gonna get booted.
But it's too tempting. Get out of here.
I'm not saying anything.
We're gonna. I like throwing the chicken on the screen. Don't make me do it. I got the.
I haven't said anything about the player. I haven't said
You said
anything.
It's a player.
Oh, it's a player.
Oh man, damn.
2 eyes, nose, mouth.
He did play in college. I can confirm that.
𝐬𝐿.
From college. Goes both ways.
All right, come on, man. They must have to go through all these different
Now I'm
fucking
crazy.
commercials.
We traded back. It just.
I don't know what you're. I don't know
Look
what
at
you're
the ticker.
talking about.
We traded
I'm
with
not
Detroit.
looking at the ticker.
No, on your TV. Look at your TV.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
It's Detroit. So I'm
are you
crazy. I
talking
don't know
about on
what
my
I
TV?
saw. Look at your
What are you
TV on the
talking
bottom.
about?
Tampa Bay. It goes San Francisco, Tampa Bay, Detroit. It should go
Oh,
San Francisco,
I
Tampa Bay,
gotcha.
New York.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, I deserve the chicken after that one. Who's
Yeah, you're
lying to
like-
me? I'm about to yell at some people.
That's
Don't
why you
don't
just
say
stay
that.
pure.
Stop.
Kick,
Take
kick
your
in.
phone.
Yeah, it's why
Move
you
your
just stay
phone off.
pure. Yeah.
Tigo, you're gonna get ejected.
Yeah, he's too dangerous, man.
This is
Ego guy.
crazy. Because now I'm just straight up just lying to the chat. I have the trade
Don't
from the Jets.
don't do
We got a
anything
third next
yet.
year.
They took a safety. Malik Mustafa just went off the board to the 49ers, 2 picks in front of us. So maybe that was a target for us. Didn't we? We went with him, I think.
But Jaden Hicks is still on the board. That's
Yeah.
the guy we had a top 30 visit with, isn't it?
So Tigo, if you do know the trade compensation, what is the? All right, so give me a sec. I'm going to update our ticker on the bottom of the
Jets
thing.
fucking
So,
traded again. I don't even know.
so
what's
we don't
happening.
have 126. What's our next pick?
129.
Nothing changed in this draft. We gave up 126 for next year's third from the Lions, according to the Jets.
Oh, hell yeah. Got a third
Oh.
next year?
So we got a third next year. We didn't get anything this year.
All right, so then I'm just deleting the one pick. So we don't have
With that
Kinda
being said, I'm
irritating.
throwing my phone out.
yeah,
Good.
don't look at
My
anything.
phone is out the room. I'm done.
Buccaneers pick is in.
Pick in the 2024
Nice
NFL
people.
Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Bucky Irving, running back.
Running back.
Ooh.
Another Oregon guy. The whole goddamn roster's going off the board. in the fourth
Seriously.
round.
Yeah, this
The
is
entire
crazy.
roster in the 4th round. We've got, so how many picks until ours then? We're pick 120.
Three.
So Detroit, Philly, Buffalo, then the Jets.
Detroit, Philly. So 129s are, we got 129, 134, 185, 190, and 257. So I think we are, I think my ticker is correct here.
This trade is interesting.
I like a 3rd round
Is
pick
it-
next year. I'll take that.
I do
But think
too.
about it. At pick 111, we got a 6th and a 3rd for it. That's what we did.
Yeah.
No, yeah, but like, it's such an interesting move for JD because the narrative this whole offseason has been JD's job is on the line.
They're
So,
operating like it's not.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they're just confident that what they're doing is going to work.
Yeah. I think as long as Rodgers stays healthy, I think they're confident they're all coming back. Lions pick is in. I don't know if they're announcing it.
Coordinator. He gets the guard in Barton, Smart out of Duke, McMillan, Smart.
They're just showing the
Washington,
crowd.
And then in Irving, both.
All right. I'll go back and then we'll pop back in. Man, I just want to see our pick.
I know. This is nuts, dude.
It's good for numbers, I guess, but man.
4 trades from Joe Douglas so far, and we have 2 players.
A lot of moves. I think that's the
it's
other
not
thing
a bad
that
idea to
surprises me.
load up. They're loading up because we're gonna have so much dead cap in 2026 too that like it's worth it to have those cheap contract players in future years if you're not gonna roster them this year. That's why I think I like the 3rd round pick for next season.
I like that trade a lot better than moving back for the 6th.
Agreed.
But I mean, that's how they got it. So okay, all right, okay. I'm talking myself into it.
Yeah, I guess if you could tell me for 111 we got a 6th and a 3rd, like Green Bean was saying, that makes that trade feel better. Even though this is the trade that I feel like feels better than the other one.
Are they all wearing the Dan Campbell jersey? Yeah, they are. That's really.
That's what it looks like.
It's just
all right. Pick is
Dan
coming
Campbell
in
was
now.
89, is he? Oh yeah, he was. I'm stupid.
Well,
Thinking about the other Campbell.
There's a lot of people there. I don't know if I'd like to go to the draft.
No shot. Especially if you have to stand out there for 7 hours.
Oh yeah. That's a lot of friggin' people. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be in
What
my
was the
hotel
report
room.
yesterday? Like 200. What was it? It was something crazy.
Yeah, it was a new record for attendance.
We only have 2 players to move completely out and pass on guys really surprises me.
Yeah, but our picks are so close together at this point that if you can get me a 3rd next year, I like this trade. I'm totally fine with it. Like there's enough players still on the board that I feel like we're gonna get
But it's
one
not
that we do
about
like.
My thought process isn't about the players on the board.
Mm-hmm.
It's the number of players total. Because the way that I look at the roster is like, yeah, we're really good. We have a really good roster, but there are still places that we can very clearly upgrade, and a 4th round pick could be that upgrade. Like at safety, at guard, at wide receiver, at running back, at quarterback. And so like my things comes back to those are 5 positions that could be upgraded with a 4th round pick. And now you go from having 3 shots at those 5 positions to 2 shots at those 5 positions for value next year for a pick that you might not make.
Yeah, but I think if they're confident they're coming back for 25, like it's that's sort of the thing. Like if Rodgers says, "Hey, I'm playing 2 more years," like are they really going to swap out the coaching staff? And like realistically, they're probably not going to like do that bad. Like yeah, it's I feel like they're pretty safe. And honestly, I like the way they're operating with that mindset then, because from a fan perspective, that is what you want to see, at least like to some degree, because we're going to be here longer than those guys, obviously. That's sort of why the Olu pick feels like, fine for fans too, as opposed to like maybe Rodgers that was like, oh, it wasn't necessarily the most critical position we needed based on like our free agency.
Why are we still watching people dancing if the pick is in?
Dude, I mean, this is miserably slow for them announcing picks.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Let's turn on my
It's
fan.
supposed to be fast.
Yeah.
Huh.
So we've got what, 3 picks and then the Jets are up?
It said Detroit hasn't taken an offensive player yet.
Huh.
Yeah, the pick's been
They'll
in
walk
for
out.
like
Like
5
4
minutes.
minutes.
All right. Focus on us. I'll switch out to it.
Okay.
Who's that lady?
I don't know.
She's probably like the British London fan or something. Nope.
Nope.
Crickets. God damn it.
My honor to announce that the 2024 NFL Draft has now broken
Oh, come
Damn it,
on.
she's just
No
she's
one
not-
cares about any of this.
My God.
And it's zoomed so far out. It's hard for me to like.
Does anyone give two shits?
I
It
need
could
to
be
make a
less
big
people.
declaration.
I could care less about the end.
Oh, it's the governor of Michigan, too.
Mm.
The New York Jets have traded the 126th pick to
This is our fault.
the Detroit
Yeah, right.
For real. We did this. Oh my God.
Jesus, we're gonna get flagged. Now it's going.
pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Giovanni Manu, tackle from British Columbia, Canada.
So
Oh, there it
there's
is.
that.
Yeah, there it is. Giovanni Manu.
We were
All
talking
right.
about him. He's like
we've got,
350.
we've got a special guest backstage. Special guest backstage, you're muted right now. If you know the Jets pick, don't tell us because we are following the broadcast. So we are reacting in real time. I gotta find the scene that we were using. All right.
Going to be a fun project for them to take on. Oh, we're not stuffing the truck.
What was our pick?
Boom! We got Richie in the house.
Yo,
Eagles pick is in.
boys, what's good?
We have the audio from NFL Network, Ryan.
You have the audio from NFL. Oh, yeah, I got you. Okay.
What's up, boys? Can you guys hear me?
Got it. Okay, you're good.
Yes,
Got
sir.
you.
Don't say anything.
I don't know a
say
thing.
anything.
You're good.
Hold on.
You're good.
Eagles pick.
I don't know a thing.
I'm gonna get Richie on here too.
Oh.
Will Shipley. Okay, good.
All right, give me 1 sec. Sorry, I don't have it set up to switch to the right scene.
Oh boy.
All right, there we go. Richie's back.
Richie.
What? Boys?
All right.
Look at the ticker. Again?
What are you talking about?
No.
Look at the ticker.
They did it again.
We're supposed to pick
Yes,
after
that
Buffalo.
one's
They did it
coming up.
again.
They traded down again.
Oh my gosh.
Don't look. Don't look. We're not gonna be able to talk to the chat for the rest of the day because we're
I still see 129 Jets on my screen.
Buffalo pick is in, but yeah, no, it looks like Baltimore maybe.
No,
San Francisco.
San Francisco.
What the hell
All
is he
right, so
doing?
Buffalo's
today?
making the pick. I want to get Richie on the draft thing, but I just don't want to get flagged. So let's see if I can do it in the same.
With the 128th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Ray Davis, running back, Kentucky. Go Bills!
All right, we got to stick. This is getting hot now, man. We got to stick around here and grab our guy.
This is my third running back.
Jets may never
All right,
pick
so-
again.
Seriously.
That's
Yeah.
it. We're never picking again.
There's Richie.
Richie.
I gotta
What's
switch this
up?
friggin' scene. It's throwing me for a loop. Richie, what are you thinking about our first two picks so far? How you enjoying the draft weekend?
Oh man. Well, I don't even know what to say right now based on what's going on right now. We're not getting a pick today, it seems. But hey, last night starting off with Malachi Corley, bro. I am very excited about that pick in particular. I mean, I love Olu as well. I was a big fan of that pick, but Malachi Corley was one of my draft crushes, and I knew the Jets were extremely high on him. There was a lot of buzz around out of the Senior Bowl that the Jets loved him, and we saw the Jets social team posting Robert Saleh, texting Joe Douglas, whatever it takes. Okay. And they got him. And I love that we heard in the first round, the Jets were aggressive to trade up for Roma Dunze. They were not able to do that. And then they were not going to allow that to happen again. And according to Connor Hughes of SNY, Malachi Corley was the Jets' fourth receiver on their board. That's wild. And they traded up to get him. And they got their guy, Malachi Corley. And then in Olu, I love that pick because he's the pure pass protecting left tackle. He's the guy in early my draft process I had at number 10 to the New York Jets, maybe even trading up for him in that whole scenario. And then it goes full circle and he becomes the pick. So I'm absolutely loving this draft so far, especially if you put in consideration the trades that they've done. But today's trades are wild. I have to process those. But the trades that Douglas made in the first 2 days, absolutely love it.
Yeah, we got to see the move down from 111. I want to get your thoughts on that. We were all kind of like irritated by the 111, but then the trade out of 126 for a 3rd round pick next year was pretty nice. And we don't know what the compensation is for this most recent trade down.
129 for 2/5 in this year's draft, numbers 173 and 176.
Ooh, interesting. So hold on, let me
picks that they have. I know they made the 2. You just said the 2/5. So how many picks do they have left?
We're going to have 1/4 after all this.
It's 1/4, 2/5. We got rid of the 6th, right? No.
No, we got 2/6.
We have 2/6 and then Mr. Irrelevant.
Mr. Irrelevant ain't going nowhere. He's ours.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're definitely making that pick. All right, so what were the 5ths, 𝐴𝐻𝐫𝐞𝐽?
It was 173 and 176.
I hate it.
3. Yeah, there's too many good players on the board for me to like.
I hate it.
Really,
I don't know what we're
that.
doing.
I don't understand this one. There are good players that I would have taken that immediately upgrade the team. Jared Bernard Converse is not so good that you can't take a safety in the 4th round to bump him off the roster.
Yeah. Ugh. Boys and girls, if you're in the chat and you are waiting on your super chat to be read, we will get to it as soon as the Jets make their pick at some point, assuming they want to make another selection today.
Bro.
We've now traded out 3 times in just the 4th round.
Hey, I will say I love the trade with the Lions. That one I liked. Getting a 3rd round pick next year, that one I liked a lot.
That's different.
That's really
good.
These are like, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like we got
trade ammo as well.
Yep, absolutely. Completely agree. If you wanted to use that 3rd round pick to go up higher in the 1st, you still have your 1st round pick for next year.
It cancels out the Hassan Reddick trade.
That's true.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's if it was it a it was because there's a conditional 2nd, but the 2nd's probably not going to hit, so it's a 3rd realistically.
Yeah.
I like it.
They must love a lot of players in this draft that they feel like it's going to fall in their laps or something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only way.
Yeah.
You know how every single year there's a player that Joe Douglas drafts that nobody saw coming? Like, that's what I feel like is about to happen. And they feel like the guy's going to be available 100% for them.
I agree.
The linebacker from last year from that school. I forget.
Zaire Barnes?
I forget the player. Zaire Barnes from... I can't remember.
I don't know. Some small school.
Yeah, I don't know what to make. I just want to see some picks. I want to see a player. I want to talk about our guys.
I'm itching for this right now.
1/4.
How many picks are we? So we're on San Francisco's pick right now. They are making the selection.
They're about to make it from Mexico. It's lit.
Welcome to El Centro de Alto Rendimiento, home of the Mexican national team in Mexico City. And now, with the 129th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐷𝐲, running back.
Wow, there he goes. A lot of guys like him.
The
running backs are going.
I'm going to be pissed if we miss out on Braelon Allen.
We might not take a running back.
That's true. We may not. We still need one.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
so
do.
too. And he's never, he's always taken one. He's never gone through a draft without taking a running back so far. But 𝐒𝐿𝐺 is another one I would really like. So it's not like they're all gone. Isaiah Davis, I've mentioned before, I really like in the role that I want to see the Jets fill with running back. I don't think we need that speed guy. I want a pounder. Someone that can lump up the defense, make them pay for thinking whatever they're thinking. Punish them.
Oh, back up.
Baltimore pick is in.
We're going quick now.
Man. Yeah, hopefully they start announcing. All right,
Matt, are you sweating yet for your boy Pratt or what?
I am. Pratt Hive.
With the 130th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select TJ Tampa,
No, see, dude, they're just getting really good players.
Those rat.
Dude, the Ravens and the Eagles every year just sit and pick, and we just let them get good players every year. It's ridiculous.
And the
We could've
Steelers, bro.
pulled the trigger on that.
3 linemen they got.
Yeah.
This year? 3.
Tampa was a player that had a second-round grade. I mean, heck, Kuiper had him in the first round in one of his mock drafts, and we traded out of 3 picks that would have been able to select him. Hopefully he's not good.
Yeah, I hate him.
Kansas City pick is in.
Kansas City up.
Okay, so we're getting close again.
Yeah, I mean, close to just trade it again.
If they do that.
All right,
Wiley. It's all right.
So
Let
who
the
you
Titans go.
boys want? Who you boys want?
I mean, there's enough quarterbacks that I feel all right kind of waiting now. I don't know.
I want Braelon Allen. That's the guy I want. I'd love Malik Washington. I can't believe he's still there. Brendan Rice still there.
Yeah, I would take
Christian
any one of those
Mahogany.
players. Allen's the one that's like interesting to me. I feel like Allen is the player that like would complement Brees and Izzy really well. Like if God forbid we lost Brees, I feel like him and Izzy would be a good like running back committee.
Yeah. What about you, Richie? Who you pulling for?
Listen, I really want the Jets to double dip at receiver, but for some reason I don't think they will. Like,
I feel like they're going to give Lazard.
Like, I feel like all of us Jets fans want another receiver, but why do I feel like they're not going to do that?
They got that faith in Lazard.
Yeah, faith in Lazard.
Detroit just traded up.
I would love
down?
Brandon Rice.
It says Detroit trade. Man, they are showing a zillion commercials.
I would also love Allen Green Bean, like you said.
Yeah.
He's a guy that I've been mocking at this point pretty much every single time I could.
Yeah.
Jaden Hicks is still on the board. We have met with him a ton.
Yeah,
That's
safety's
true.
a good.
Washington State.
Safety would be a good play here. Best available player is kind of where I'm feeling. Like, I'm all right not going quarterback now that we got the 2/5. I think we're more likely to
You know
get
what
one
I
of
have
those
to
guys
say,
there.
though, which is an annual thing on this show every year on the draft party? I don't know if you guys remember. But we got 2,000 people watching and not even 500 likes, chat. What is that about? Hit the like button right now. Milk those thumbs. Come on, over 2,000 people watching on day 3, bro. Hit that like button if you're enjoying the Talkin' Jets draft party. It's day 3, folks. I want this to get to around 750 likes, and then by the time I leave, 1,000 likes, okay? Come on. 2,000 people watching, not even 500 likes. Let's go. Run it up, baby. Run it up for the Talkin' Jets panel. Let's go.
Yeah. Right?
Milk 'em.
There you go.
Milk 'em. We're at 705. I want more.
More.
I want more.
Richie's
got
our
no-
773.
nobody-
Look at that shit. Wow, Richie. Look at that.
Jesus,
I
shut
want
up.
more. We got no picks to react to, so this is what we got to do, baby. Let's get to 1,000 likes before the Jets make a pick. Let's go.
We haven't been looking at the chat for like, God, it feels like an hour now. I feel that all the super chats that have come in, we will get to them. It's just we don't want anything spoiled for us, so we're trying to do the authentic route here.
874. I want $1,000. I want a K before the Jets pick. Come on, chat. You can do it.
910. Look at that. 910.
The power. Come
The
on,
hype
chat.
man.
Before we react to the Jets pick, the first pick in the day 3, I want 1,000 likes here. Let's go. 740, 974. Let's go, chat. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. I'm not stopping. Hit it. Let me get up. Yeah.
Richie
love the
said,
drop.
milk those thumbs.
Whoa,
There
we
you
made it.
Yeah.
Bang. All right, my time is over, folks. Have a. Just kidding.
You can't leave us now, man, with the pick coming in.
Hey, thank you guys for hitting the like button for the Talkin' Jets panel. That's over 1,000 likes, baby. Let's go.
That was amazing, Richie. I don't know how you do it.
That was so good. I haven't looked over at like that side of the screen in like.
Oh,
I won't do it. I'm terrified that I'm gonna get it spoiled.
If they trade this pick, I'm just staring at the ticker at this point on the bottom of my broadcast, just because like I'm terrified at this point. We're just not gonna make a pick. It's just gonna go New York Jets to insert any team that's not us.
We're gonna take 100 picks in next year's draft.
Holy shit. Dude, the Jets are not going to we're going to pick a player here, right?
I hope so. Dude, if we trade out again, like, I might have to go look at the chat again because then it'll be far enough back that, like, the pick shouldn't be known.
I mean, our next pick is fucking 40 picks away, guys.
Oh, it's at the end of the fifth. It's the I believe it's the fourth last and last pick in the fifth. They're both compensatory picks.
Yeah.
So at least we'll be able to go chat questions for a bit.
Yeah, for sure.
Unless the draft is so far ahead of the broadcast that everyone knows like our next picks already.
No shot.
That'd no shot. The draft's not that effective.
Good. Come on.
Wow, a new Planet
All
of the
right,
Apes
here we go.
movie.
Oh yeah. All right, pick is coming out now.
Well, she's gonna talk about Detroit for the next 65 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till she looks at the card and then I'll switch over.
For 2 hours, we've literally done. Well, who do you want the Jets to take? Who's available? Who do you want?
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 132nd pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 132nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐞, running back.
Safety.
Oh, running back. Did you just say running back?
She said running back. It showed safety. See, he's two-way player.
She's a moron.
Safety / running back. Yeah.
He's a two-way.
That's 𝐾𝐿.
He's from college.
From college.
Noble. He just got drafted. There he is.
He's actually a safety running back. Wow.
Who would have thunk it? So we were just 2 picks away from the Jets selection. So
hopefully, pick is in.
Kansas City's pick is in.
No more shit, man. No more trade.
No more nothing. Let's just make our friggin' pick.
You want to go outside?
Oh, and they're going quick.
Oh, here we go.
He's already there.
Pick again.
With the 133rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Jaden Hicks.
Oh God! I swear, trade back. I swear, trade back.
If we trade back now, because, dude, Hicks would have been a nice player to get there.
I swear, if we trade back, if that's what we wanted this whole time.
Shame on Joe Douglas for trading back that much. Jets are on the clock. Green Bean, turn off your show. Anyone draft stuff. It'll only be the one that's coming up
Why
through
do you keep yelling at me? I haven't done a thing.
No, you haven't yelled at anything.
Tigo's the one.
I know we were getting irritated with Tigo.
I haven't said anything.
You haven't. No, you've been good.
I just got
we've all
baited
been
by
good.
my buddies. That's it.
My stream is like 30 seconds behind yours, so you're good.
All right.
I'm just staring at the kicker to make sure it doesn't change.
Malik Washington coming up.
Yeah, I want to go, I guess, running back. I'm afraid to like. Oh, there we go. Jets pick is in. Who we got?
Pick is in for the New York Jets. We're not trading it finally.
Oh,
feels good. We're
Christian
making a
Mahogany.
selection.
That's my guess.
Braelon Allen.
Braelon Allen is who I want.
I would love
𝐾𝐿.
𝐾𝐿.
𝐾𝐿 just went.
We did. I didn't know. It's like, did she just say running back?
She's a running back safety. Wait a second.
Oh, here we go.
We're in England for this pick.
Let's do it.
From sunny Dublin, Ireland, I'm thrilled to announce that with the 134th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Braelon Allen.
Oh yeah! Let's go!
Well done.
Yes!
Well done.
Let's go!
No way!
Wow, let's go.
I love it, dude.
No way,
Oh,
bro.
man.
We all literally said we wanted him. He did it, Green Bean. Yes. Yes.
Dude, this
Holy
draft is
smokes.
like finally it's the players we want. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Oh,
Crazy.
Holy smokes, dude. That was
my God.
that was worth the wait.
Oh, dude.
Wow. Every
Dude,
trade
get
I'm
a
okay with
bowling
now,
ball to
Joe.
just run between the tackles and just tell linebackers like, "Hey, remember me." To just drop a shoulder into a guy's chest. Oh,
Yo, Braelon Allen is an absolute dog. He doesn't turn 21 until January 20th, which means he is going to be drinking alcohol after we win the AFC Championship game, heading to the Super Bowl. That's going to be his first damn drink, and I cannot wait for this. Oh, this is a player. My brother's going to be texting me right now. He's pumped on this.
Look at Joe Douglas. Dude, they've been listening to us. Finally, the Jets listen to us.
They know it.
What
They're
a
like, let's
pick.
take a look. That was a ballsy move. I love it. I'm a big fan of our running back room right now.
dude, and especially because so many running backs went.
Dude, I love this selection. Love this selection by the New York Jets. Our
Because now
our
you've
draft has
got-
been so strong.
Yep. Oh, I love
And
it.
now you've got a running back room full of different types of running backs. You've got speed. You've got the Pro Bowler. You've got the guy who's just going to make linebackers hate their lives.
Let's go.
I love
Friggin'
it.
wild. Friggin' wild. Braelon Allen. Let's rip through some super
Wow.
chats, try to catch up a little bit. John says, use Mears Harvard Economist draft value chart, talking about our trades. JD had a side deal with Green Bay. Hennessy says, don't look. We already won a game. Adam says, most of the players in the fourth round won't make the team. Why trade down? I mean, like, we
Braelon
got a
Allen's
player I
making the
wanted,
team.
so I'm very happy with it, but it's something we could have made a selection in conjunction with other players as well. San Francisco's pick is on the clock. Do we care if we switch back and forth at this point, or do we want to just listen to... Do you want me to switch the draft for other teams' picks or go through the chats?
Go through the chats.
All right, so we'll rip through this. Adam, trading down, a little odd for however much we did, but we got a third-round pick next year, so that's all right. Gregory, it's defense now and maybe the quarterback. Jonathan says we can use the third for a trade deadline this year. Yeah, that's a good point.
That's a great
Be able to
point.
use that in the future. Maybe we get Devontae Adams in a trade since they didn't get a quarterback. Little in-season trade action. That'd be wild. Jet Engine says, great, JD. He's Bill Belichick now. He thinks he's Bill Belichick. Crossfire says, eject 𝐒𝐿 and Richie. They are bad luck. No, they're good luck. They were here for a great
Bad
pick.
luck.
They're
We got
staying
Braelon
here.
Allen.
It's because we had all the trade backs. Evan says, watch San Francisco take Brendan Rice. I can see it already. Yeah, maybe that's the pick coming up here now. Dallas comes in and says, can someone explain the reasoning we can't afford a high-end contract on a trade for a player and we can't roster everyone? Yeah, look, you know what? I like swapping picks for picks in next year's draft. I'm good with that because then you get young, cheap contracts for one additional year because 2026 is going to be a rough cap year for us. But there's still players on the board that can help us win this year, and I think that's where some of the frustration comes in. So let's I'll go around and ask you guys real quick. What do you think? Well, I guess what are your thoughts on all the trades and the movement around this particular pick? We'll go to 𝐒𝐿, then Richie, then Matt, then Green Bean. So 𝐒𝐿, you're up.
I would have preferred to stick and pick with all the fourths. I get it. We've got fifths now and a sixth and a third next year. And Richie brought up a great point of like, we can use that third to maybe get a player at the deadline or something like that. But this is, in my eyes, a go for it, win now year. Fourth round picks are players that can help you win now. So I would have preferred a, like I said, we got Braelon Allen, which is awesome, but now it almost guarantees that we're going to probably miss out on a guy like Christian Mahogany and things like that. I would have preferred the players over the picks.
Yeah, I think making the 3 fourth-round picks would have been a little bit more attractive, although I do really like the third-round pick we got last year. I will say that. I'm okay sacrificing a fourth for that. Richie says, Richie, Ray Davis greater than Breece Hall. Much love. No.
What?
Absolutely not. That's a Bills fan in there. Jaden Hicks or 𝐒𝐭𝐿 will work. Hennessy says, thanks to 𝐒𝐿, you guys won't look at the chat until week 1. Let's go, Jets. We need a win today. Mumtaz comes in and says, KC got Hicks, Ravens got TJ, Tampa. Seems that teams that know what they're doing always get the right players just in front of us. FJD. Well, we got Braelon Allen, so I have a hard time being upset. Braelon Allen gets short yards. Salah said Brees Hall 20 hasn't. Yeah, he made that comment about needing the tough yards, and now Braelon Allen can get it instead of beating up on Brees. Tenderman, trade up and take Rice or Jones. Yeah, you think we see a trade up, Richie?
I think it's possible. We loaded up. I mean, for the Jets to trade back up. I mean, when even is their next pick?
It's the end of the fifth round.
End of the
173 and then 176 and then 185. So we got to rip through like 4 picks in a matter of like 20 picks.
Yeah, it's honestly hard for me to evaluate these trades until I see who we draft or who we continue to trade with personally. Because I do love that trade to get the 2025 third round pick. I think that is so big for the ammunition to eventually potentially trade for somebody at this year's deadline or even next year and next offseason use that pick to move up in the draft or even just stay put with that third round because we do not really have a lot of draft assets in the future. So that trade is huge. But when it comes to the trade downs out of the 4th round to pick up extra 5th and 6th, I personally think it's too premature to talk on that until we see who exactly they draft. But we shall see. I'm actually going to skedaddle. I'm going to make a quick video on the Braelon Allen draft pick, and then we'll see what happens from here. Ryan, Matt, Greenbean, 𝐸𝐲, pleasure. Chat, thank you all for having me. And thank you for milking the thumbs for my boys, baby. We got, what, 600 likes with that? Thank you guys so much.
Hell yeah, Richie. Thank you so much. Make sure you check out Richie's video that he's dropping on Braelon Allen. Richie, you have been ejected from the Talkin' Jets draft stream.
Richie's the best.
I got to change your little tag. It says 𝐸𝐲 is Ali right now. That is not right.
Not quite.
Nope.
There it is.
Our reaction's already out there.
Yeah,
on
look
Twitter.
at I'm doing the damn thing. Look at that. Moving.
You are good. I love how it changes 𝐸𝐲's name every time I try to type it to Tito's.
That might be a bigger that might be more indicative of your extracurricular activities.
Well, so I do like Tito's, but it's like not my cell phone. It's like the text prompt. For some reason, it just like it shifts to certain words. Like I don't know.
But you're on a Mac, right?
Yeah, it'll just like autocorrect to certain things. It's like mother. Philip Adams comes in and says, explain the trade with Green Bay, boys. So the trade with Green Bay, we dropped down and got, was that the 2 5ths? Or was that our first one?
That was the first one.
The first one. So we dropped back. We got pick, was it 129 is what we picked up? Or 126?
Yeah, it's fixed. And they lost 11 points on the draft trade scale.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess they wanted the extra pick as opposed to the player at that spot, which is just kind of irritating because I do want to go quality over quantity with how many, like how good this roster is. You shouldn't be just taking a bunch of like random stabs, I feel like. 𝐸𝐵oogie's coming in. 𝐸𝐵oogie says, hey, fellas, recap, please. All right, so let's go around. Let's talk about our first 3 picks that we've made and our thoughts on how day 4 or day 3 has already gone in round 4. Greenbean, I'm going to throw it to you first. Walk us through your thought processes through our first 3 picks and the trades.
My favorite thing about this draft so far is every year, Jets fans, we make all these mocks and all these players that we want, and the Jets very rarely grab any of them, right? They overthink it and they grab Zaire Barnes or Jonathan Marshall or whatever it might be. And most of the time, the guys that we want are good. You know what I mean? They end up being really good for other teams. So in this draft, trading back a little bit, quite literally getting a free 4th and jumping up in the 5th from the 6th for the player that we were going to take at 10 anyway was wonderful in Fashanu. Love the pick, love the trade. Then getting Malachi Corley at the top of the 3rd round, right? We moved up, 7 picks, I think it was, in the 3rd round for Malachi Corley, another guy that a lot of us thought would be a great addition to the team. Now, the trades today are a little bit weird. I would have rather had 3 players right now, including Braelon Allen, but getting next year's 3rd, I think, is great. We still have 2 5ths. Look, and a lot of the players that we were talking about, they're still there. So maybe, just maybe, Joe Douglas knows. The Jets obviously know something that the people out here don't. And maybe that applies. But grabbing Braelon Allen at the end here of our picks, of our fourths, is a slam dunk, man. He's the perfect running back for what we're trying to do this year. And, when you look at Breece Hall and 𝐒𝐮𝐫𝐚, what they can bring, Braelon Allen's a slam dunk. I'm psyched right now.
I love it. I love it. Moose City comes in and says, when do you think we grab a quarterback? Matt, I'm going to throw it to you. When do you think we grab a quarterback? I got to run downstairs and grab my phone.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, he didn't. No phone on him. I think they do get a quarterback in the 5th round. I am very surprised that all 3 of Jordan Travis, Spencer Rattler, and Michael Pratt are on the board. I thought Spencer Rattler would be the first one to go. Although they're showing highlights of Spencer Rattler. So was he just picked?
No, they're talking about why he hasn't been picked.
Okay. I thought Rattler would have been the first of those 3 guys gone, but yeah, kind of strange that all 3 of them are still around.
It's interesting.
So I heard everything you guys said, but yeah, all the quarterbacks still sitting around right there. You got to think we're hoping to get one in the 5th. It's got to be the pick, right, Tigo?
The problem I have with that now is, like, I would have loved a quarterback in the 4th or even in the 5th. Like, it's the whole value proposition of it. We still have needs, and I don't know if those guys make it all the way to the bottom of the 5th. And but I guess, like, what teams would take them? Like, what teams would take a quarterback? New Orleans, Seattle.
Maybe the Raiders.
The Raiders,
Possibly?
that's a good one. So yeah, it's an interesting. The picks themselves, I'm a massive fan of. It's just the movement around is what's confusing me, because you could have gotten. Imagine this team with Jaden Hicks, Braelon Allen, and 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿. Because 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐿 just went to Arizona, and we visited and went to Arizona. That's why I'm picking him, just because we send a lot of people to the Arizona Pro Day. I think that team is better than the team we're going to see with whoever we get with the 2 5ths and the 6ths and the 7ths and all of that stuff. So it's just interesting to see what's going on.
Brian comes in and says, can we take a moment to appreciate the Irish fella who was thrilled to announce our pick? Irish accents for the win. Keep practicing, Green Bean. We got to work on our Irish accents. Potatoes.
Potatoes. That's all I got.
I don't got it.
Blitzkrieg says, by draft tech, our 2nd, 5th, and 6th will get us to the top of the 5th. I don't get these people telling JD to F off with the 3 he has taken on free agency. Yeah, look, this offseason, if you had told me these are the players we would have by this point in the draft, and, like, we still have a bunch more picks to make, like, I'm really happy with how this draft is going right now. Slightly, I guess concerned with not using some of the 4th round picks, but I like getting a 3rd round pick next year, I think, more than making probably one of the 4th round selections. I think I would have kept one of the other 4ths, though. T. Rivera says, Allen has the most 100 yards out of all running backs in the draft. Most 100-yard games out of anyone in the draft is what he's saying. Wow.
Yeah, listen, we're talking about him as like a pounder, right? Get those hard yards. But let me make this clear. That's not all he is. Take 5 minutes and just take a quick look at just the highlights alone. And I've done, lots of breaking down on him and everything. Dude, the guy breaks tackles like it's his job. And he can absolutely break through the defense as well. But he's a pounder. He's going to punish the defense late in the game. It's exactly what you want with ball control. Breece is our running back. Make no mistake. You don't really, number one, you don't need that RB1. But the thing is, you don't want to waste, Breece's mileage just, pounding him into the defensive line for a yard if you can avoid it. This guy can do that. Plus, he can break it to the outside. He can break through, get to the 2nd level. He's a very, very strong running back, man. T. Rivera's 100% correct, man. He's got a lot more to him than just that 1 yard. This is a great pick. You guys are going to love him.
He's 6'1", 235, but runs a 4.4 40. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Quick.
And something that hasn't been said yet, so I'll say it, is double-digit touchdowns for Wisconsin all 3 years that he was there.
Double-digit touchdowns.
12, 11, 12 touchdowns for all 3 years that he was there. His final year in 2023 was the only year of his collegiate career that he did not get 1,000 rushing yards, and he was short by, I believe it's 16 yards? A little under 20 yards.
Got to feel pretty good about that. I have a slide for Braelon Allen because we are just so good at guessing the Jets draft picks that I've actually made slides for a lot of these guys on here. Actually, was that pick 134?
Yes.
Oh, man, I'm going to show you something. I had him in my last mock draft at that exact pick.
The one I sent to the text is I had Braelon Allen at 134.
Yeah, dude, I didn't even have to, like, move. All right, let's see. I think I can go back to live now. Let's see if it'll do it. All right. And then we'll go to Allen. Watch some highlights on him as it goes through. Braelon Allen, newest member of the New York Jets. Friggin' pumped on this. Where were we on this? 100-yard receivers. Barney comes in saying, 520, Allen and Malachi all hate being tackled. Love.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Garrett, Brees, Allen, and it took me a second to register what was going on there. T. Rivera says, Green Bean, Allen is our new Ivory. What a pickup by JD.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, he's a bull in a china shop. Braelon Allen is a dog.
Yeah.
And
think about that, guys. Getting a Chris Ivory guy that's very hard to take down, will lower his shoulder, and if he gets cooking, he's 4.4 speed. Ain't nothing wrong with that, guys.
It's crazy. Crazy.
Good pass protector, too, by the way.
That matters.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, being able to stop and, like, prevent Rodgers from taking another crack on the one play you're in for, you know, in a given down. LFT Trading Card Company, thank you so much for gifting a Talkin' Jets membership. Incredible. Game with Nessie says 700,000 fans in attendance in Detroit. Looks like it.
Man.
I don't know if that's actually
really,
the right number.
or is it the same 300,000 that keeps showing up each day? You know what I mean?
Even if it is, that's still crazy.
That's still a lot of people.
I don't give a shit one way or the other. Anybody care? Really?
Not really.
He says, tremendous in pass protection. Allen will be out on third and long. So, yeah, you probably bump Izzy to, like, just returner for right now. Maybe him and Gibson.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Because I don't really want to see Izzy taking snaps from either Brees or Allen, I think.
I will say this. I think people are still sleeping on Izzy. I am still a fan of Izzy. But one of the things that I think is a little undervalued or hasn't been mentioned yet about the Braelon Allen pick is in your two running back sets, you don't have to bring in, like, you don't have to put Jeremy Ruckert at fullback now.
That's true.
Because he's actually really, like, just imagine him full head of steam taking out the linebacker for Brees.
Dude, imagine like one of those freaking crazy Wildcat formations where you got a zillion people all around you and you got Braelon Allen, Brees Hall, and Malachi Corley on the field at the same time. That's scary. Got a zillion running backs that can get the ball all over the field.
And it's such a change of pace because, like, you've got your bull in a china shop. You've got your guy who's just going to run past you in Izzy. You've got Brees that's just going to make a guy miss and do all of those things. It's just, I love our running back room now. All three guys.
Let's, Matt, can you make a poll question in the chat? I just ended our last one for the trade down. Let's do, what position do you want to see picked next? So we have pick 173, 176, 185, and 190. I say we put quarterback. You could say O-line in general, maybe like interior O-line, safety, D-tackle maybe. Those be the positions you think? Could we still get a wide receiver? Imagine Rice falls this far. Is he still out there?
Yes, he is.
Wow. Wow.
The only wide receiver taken since the Jets' pick of Braelon Allen has been 𝐀𝐮𝐫𝐿.
That's wild.
Okay, I have 4 options. You want to go quarterback, O-line, D-line, safety? Or do you want to take one out and go receiver?
Let's not go receiver because I just feel like it's less likely they're going to do that.
Okay, so I'm sending it out with quarterback, O-line, D-line, and safety.
Oh, that's a great question, Alan Dode.
So he's saying, you guys think he'll get to be the Jets' new number 0. So I would have liked to see Malachi Corley in 0, but I feel like Braelon Allen coming in already having the number 0. I feel like you would give it to him over, the other new rookie who wasn't that number. But I don't know what number he would get because I think I saw Richie trying to make an edit for him in a Jet uniform, and they were looking at like 18 is going to be Mike Williams, 2 is Tyrod Taylor. He's 11 already. That's JJ. So, like, what number is Corley going to pick? But I hope Braelon Allen gets 0. That would be cool.
I love wide receivers in 80s.
I'm going to send you a link to pull up a tweet for Braelon. He has another position besides running back.
Dude, I love that.
Oh, no way. I see what you're looking at right there. Okay, so let me see if I can do this without jacking it up.
If it makes it too complicated, don't worry. I just thought it was funny. We could pull it up.
I should be able to do it.
Yo, what? I just saw the video.
All right, so this is what we're looking at right here. This is Braelon Allen, our newest emergency quarterback. Wow, look at that pocket presence. Yo, not bad. Not
There's
bad.
a dot for a TD.
He's everything Zach wanted to be. He's already better than Zach Wilson.
With gloves on. That's not easy to throw the ball with gloves on.
No, definitely not. Crazy. Braelon Allen, you stud you. Steven Alvarez drops in with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Steven. If I see your comment in the chat, is this it? I think that's it. Feels like Thomas/Green and a left tackle backfield. Yeah, it feels like we've got a bunch of left tackles in the backfield because we're so beastly. Brees is never going to go down. Allen's never going to go down. Corley's never going to go down.
Dude,
linebackers are going to hate.
Nobody likes to be tackled on our entire team.
Talk about the hip drop tackle being like taken away too. This is like we got a backfield that can take advantage of that.
Yeah. Oh man, this is good.
Adam
guys.
Phillips drops in. He says exactly. JD better have a good reason. The Green Bay pick makes no sense. We missed out on Hicks and Walker. Lazard won't make the team. He lost a step. We don't know if Lazard lost a step. Like, it may just be that Zach stinks so much that, like, having Aaron Rodgers back there is going to make Lazard seem like a serviceable number 4 wide receiver, which we're already paying him. We're not going to gain any cap relief by cutting him post-June 1st. So I don't think he's going to be cut unless he really pisses people off, in training camp or something along those lines. What do you think, Matt?
Well, just real quick, we already know like what Alan Lazard looks like with Aaron Rodgers. Like, he has more on the positive side than he does. He had 1 year with a Zach Wilson who makes everybody look like shit, by the way. You know what I mean? Corey Davis drops, everybody's dropping the ball all over the place. Like, Zach has no touch, man. Now, I'm not a big Alan Lazard fan, but I think there's much more data to support that he'll be serviceable with Aaron Rodgers and at least have, play the role. He's a thunderous run blocker. We already know that. So, I mean, I'm not too down on him with Aaron Rodgers as much as some others are. We already know what he looks like.
Yeah, you got to feel pretty happy with at least like where the rest of this team is going. And even if you're upset with Lazard to some degree, Tigo's got his hands on his head. Van Pran just went to the Bills.
Has nothing to do with that. Braelon Allen is doing his interview with the Jets media, like the Jets all that stuff. He said that his freshman year in college, he squatted 610 pounds.
Dude, he's a man-child. He got to college, I think, at like 17 years old.
If you get a second, I'll just put it in the chat. I'm gonna pull up a tweet. There's a picture of Braelon Allen working out at Wisconsin.
Oh yeah, put it in the chat.
You
I'll
shouldn't
pop it up.
look. You shouldn't look it and run as fast as he does. Like he was made in a
silly.
lab. He was made in a lab.
Holy
Dude,
smokes!
I want to
Look at how massive he is.
Like, look at that.
Just
you shouldn't
yoked.
be that big.
He's yoked. Let's see if I can like.
But
show
dude,
the
how
full thing.
rare is it that it's like, you know, look at all the players that are still out there. How rare is it for us that they call the name and it's the guy that we want? You know
Dude,
what I mean?
it's happened like at least. Well, for you, it happened 3 times in a row, but it happened for all of us, like the rest of us, probably 2 times in a row. For a lot of
I
people.
mean, look, I did say Malik Washington right before it, who I would still love to get. But it's like, I mean, and there's plenty of players we like, but we've been talking about Braelon Allen as the running back we wanted all offseason, the guy. And we hear dude, I just can't, after all that moving and shaking and 3rd round picks and 5th round picks and all this shit, and then we hear Braelon Allen. I just can't believe it. It's just so rare, especially this deep, like at the back end of the 4th round, to hear the guy that you want. We've been yelling this shit for years. And we see the Chiefs get the guys. We see the Ravens get the guys. And we just don't do it. And this year we're doing it, man. Malachi Corley, Braelon Allen. It's blowing my mind, man. I love this.
It feels really, really good. Brian Bogan says Zach Wilson would have run backwards 40 yards. That is true. Trading Card Company says, Green Bean, when did you watch your first Jets game?
LFT Trading Card Company. You should get us some trading cards so we can give it away and promote your store there, buddy, your company. My first Jets game was I remember watching the 81 season. Like, I remember watching games that game. My Aunt Gina was all getting me pumped up. I remember Richard Todd and Wesley Walker and all those guys in the sack exchange. But my first game that I like remember sitting down and watching like the whole game, sadly enough, was the Mud Bowl, the AFC Championship. That's why I'm a complete loser, because I was like, that's my team. You know, fucking 5 interceptions, 2 pick sixes, and getting blanked in the championship game, and that was the day I decided I was a Jets fan. You know what I mean? So,
how old were you when that game was played? Like,
10.
10 years old?
Oh, I was 9.
So I don't remember my first Jet game that I went to. It was probably around 5 or 6. But I know it was the year we won 1 game in like 95. And it was an away game like against Arizona.
Yeah, that was there. You know what sucked about that team, though? We had Keyshawn, we had Jeff Graham, we had Adrian Morrell. We had a nice squad. And we almost won like
I think
a
it was the year
bunch of
before
games.
Keyshawn. I think it was the year before Keyshawn.
Well, 96 was the 1 year. Was the
so maybe that's what I'm thinking of then.
Yeah. So the year before we won 3 games. So it's very possible
It wouldn't have been possible, I guess.
But the 96 team was a good team. That's why Parcells took it. We added a few things, and he went right to 9-7. Hey, Q-Tip is asking if he can call in. Let me see.
Hell yeah.
Real quick, so you mentioned it earlier, Ryan, about Braelon Allen being the really, really young. He won't be 21 until
January 20th.
Yeah, so he's actually the youngest player in this year's draft. And the reason he's the youngest player, he was doing an interview with the Jets, and the Jets just posted it on Twitter, is because his junior year of high school was the COVID year, and everything went online. And he had committed to Wisconsin his junior year, like before his junior year started. And so he called the Wisconsin coaches and said, if I got there a year early, would you still take me? And they were like, hell yeah. So he did both his junior and senior year at the same time online to get to Wisconsin a year early so that he could get to the NFL a year early.
So talk about guys putting in the effort. Braelon Allen goes to college earlier. Malachi Corley stays at Western Kentucky instead of taking the payout to go to a different school. And then Olu Fashanu is like willing to switch different positions. The character on this whole class is friggin' awesome.
Remember that Olu could have declared last year. He was eligible last year, and he decided to go back. And the biggest thing is if Olu declared last year, he would have been the first offensive tackle off the board, probably. So he went back to like keep the project going at Penn because like they believed in that project and in that thing to run it back with Chop and Adisa Isaac and all those guys.
Green Bean, do you see the private chat that's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
You
I
can
got
get me the number.
Yeah,
so
it's the one we always use, but what I'll do is I will make it more of a call in. So let me give me a second and I'll get that figured out. Right.
Oh, I was like, why is Ryan's head there? Oh.
Yeah, I'm hiding it behind a little movie magic. The stuff when I don't actually do it ahead of time. All right, Bean, you could send him the link and he can call in. Ace of Spades says, chess player JD knows what he's doing. I trust him. Trust in JD.
Wait, so send them the regular link and it's just going to be a call?
Yep. And then I have it, I have his panel tucked behind us. So it'll be more of he'll be able, the four of us will be able to see him unless he doesn't turn his camera on. If he doesn't turn his camera on, then none of us will see him. But his cell is hidden behind our four things. So it's going to be just the audio that gets pushed out. Perry says Allen equals Mike Allstott, Buck legend. Yeah, that's kind of what he feels like, just a bulldozer. But he seems faster, definitely not as stocky as Allstott was. Jay Goldie says thoughts on 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐚 Oladapo or Christian Jones next. Yeah, I'd be happy with offensive line. Christian Jones, if he's still there, would be a solid pick. I do want to get a backup quarterback though, and I don't know when that's going to actually
Oladapo
happen.
would be a nice pickup. He would be your Ashton Davis replacement in terms of he's more of an athlete than he is a football player right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oladapo might just be the best athlete who went to the who went to the combine. Probably between him and Garendo are probably those two guys that are just insanely athletic. And then you kind of use him as a project.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Tigo, I need to know from you, are you staying on here or no?
I think I'm going to hop off.
All right. So let me change the scene real quick. All right. So I've got our guest in the background. I'm going to wait for a second because Tigo is going to say his goodbyes. Then I'll adjust the scene to change it for a 3-person call instead of a 4-person call.
Cool.
Tigo, any last words?
It's been a fun draft. I think the biggest takeaway is what Green Bean's been saying the whole time. It's we're finally getting the players that we all know are good, and the Jets are piggybacking that, which is pretty awesome. So that's that. Let's hope we have a fun rest of the evening. We keep getting some of our guys so that we can have more fun throughout the next, probably 13, 14 hours because this draft is going so slow.
Hell yeah. Love it. Tigo, you're out of here. Boom, Tigo's gone. Let me just adjust our call in. I'll let Green Bean announce our caller. If you'd be so kind, Green Bean.
Yeah, so on the line is the one and only Q-Tip, diehard Jets fan. He's psyched about Braelon Allen, I think.
Let's
yes,
go.
Sir.
Welcome to the show.
Yes, sir. What's up, everybody? Can y'all hear me?
We got you.
Loud and clear.
Oh, great. Oh, great. It's nice. Yo. First of all, big fan of what you guys do, man. Thank you for keeping us all sane through some of these maddening times here. I'm just happy that this is not going to be, our Super Bowl anymore. It seems like that we really are doing our thing. Shouts out to everybody. Shouts out to Tigo. Shouts out to, I'll be checking out the streams all the time. Shouts out to Richie and Egghead and the whole crew,
I love how
man.
Q-Tip just called Jeremy Egghead.
I mean, because that's what you call him.
Absolutely, it's a
I'm
term
just
of
following
endearment.
suit. Yeah, man. Shouts out to and just everything in New York, man. Shouts out to even though I grew up close to 𝐿𝐵𝐷, so I always was rocking the Islanders gear. But shouts out to the Rangers as well, even though the Islanders are beast and all that. The Knicks fans and all the Mets, just everything. But of course, we are here for these Jets, man. And I'm just yo, man. And shouts out to look at Henny.
Yeah.
I see him out there and everybody, all the boys out there, and of course, the one on our fearless leader, as I like to call him, Green Bean, man. But I'm excited about this so far. I was a little confused about these last few trades, but I'm not gonna keep berating JD any longer. I feel like he's our guy. Like, who has done like this kind of transformation? What would you say? Not McCagney. He kind of was like ass.
No.
But what do you guys think?
Maybe
Like
Tannehill.
if you had to say with all of our GMs, and I'm like Bean. Like Bean and I are from the same era. It's Richard Todd, it's Freeman McNeil, is one-eyed Wesley Walker. So I go back to some really far-reaching, painstaking years, but I'd like to know, who do you guys think in terms of GM who has done the most transformative work?
So for me, with I've been a fan since 95, 96. I mean, I don't know how it's not Joe Douglas. Like Joe Douglas, I've been saying for a little bit now, I think he's the best GM I've ever seen. You look at the team that he took over just 5 years ago to where we are now. I mean, this was a Super Bowl roster last year, and we've just added an all-pro left tackle. We added, obviously we're getting Aaron Rodgers back. You add in Morgan Moses and like all these extra guys. Like this is easily the most talented team that I've seen. So I would go Joe Douglas. Bean, what do you think?
I'm gonna be Ryan right now. So Matt, what do you think? Who would you say?
I love it. Yeah. So if not Joe Douglas, I'd like to give Bill Parcells some love, because I think he really helped set the foundation for the early success in the early 2000s with the Jets making the playoffs a bunch. There were some things that he did that also wasn't great, and it was a very short time that he was here. But in terms of like kind of changing the culture and establishing a winning way, I think you got to give Parcells some credit as well. But I think, Douglas has done a great job too. He's setting the Jets up for a really good spot in 2024 here.
All right. Well, Green Bean. So what do you think? Who would you say? Am I doing a good imitation?
Yeah, you see, I'm doing the producing back here, and now I feel like I'm catching some strays.
I know no strays. This is all love. Imitation is the biggest form of flattery.
Oh,
so
I'm flattered.
But Bean, what you think?
Yeah, well, I think you gotta give some love to Tannenbaum too, man. Trader Mike. He did get us to the AFC Championship game 2 years in a row. He got us Rexy boy, but he also put us in
he's a hater, man. He is a hater.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Oh my God, that
He's a
dude.
hater
Every
now.
time he's on ESPN with long neck, Steven Smith. Yo, he be hating. He be hating, man. I'm like, damn, this guy. But yeah, I guess you give Tanny a little bit of he was in a position, and I guess that he feels that he could dole out some sort of criticism, although sometimes it's harsh. Okay, so what do we think about Fashanu, y'all?
So
we love it, right?
I like it. I wanted the weapon. I wanted to go one of the top 3 wide receivers. When we couldn't trade up for Rome at either pick 6 or 8, or even I guess 9, they tried to do. I kind of was thinking, okay, it's got to be Brock Bowers. I don't think they're going to go O-line. They're all bought in. But I like the pick. I feel like it's a pick made because Douglas and Salah feel confident they're going to be here to take advantage of that pick more so than like just having him be maybe a 30% starter this year on an insurance policy. So I like the pick a lot. I was upset early on in the draft process when I thought we had missed out on the top 2 left tackles by winning versus Washington and New England. So for us to actually get left tackle too, I'm pretty happy. I like that pick.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that they're gonna probably try to move him to guard at some point or something? Are they trying to like expand his his portfolio? You think?
I don't think
that
so.
one to
There was some. I forget who it was. They put the projected offensive line of the Jets. They put Fashanu at guard. I don't see it, man. I think that he's here to kind of be the backup left tackle behind Tyron Smith, and he's the heir apparent. And when Tyron Smith, if and when he goes down, we got Fashanu coming in instead of a Carter Warren or a Max Mitchell, who I'm fine. Look, they're developing, they're great and everything, but I'm much happier that Fashanu would be coming in at a Penn State than the guys that we had. Dude, we can't ignore the fact that our offensive line has been decimated for years. Just no matter who starts, it's like we're on the 4th, 5th, 6th offensive line alignment. Dude, now we brought in a nice stud. I'm psyched about it, man. I think that's a great pick.
And from Penn State, too.
Who better to learn from with Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses there, like 2 consummate professionals for Fashanu to just get up as much information as he can. And like Greenbean said, he's going to play this year. Tyron Smith just misses too much time every year.
Yeah, no, and I also like the pedigree. You know, he's coming from Penn State, a great conference too. So he saw some dogs. You know what I'm saying? So that's not, and they always produce like really stout linemen. So I think that like you said, man. I mean, like up underneath Smith, like pause. I think that would be great. I'm glad that we we moved. We had that trade and we moved up and we got Corley, man.
What a pick.
Yeah. Oh my God. He's like
he's a dog.
He's a mini Debo.
Yes.
Telling you, bro. Like he got a motor and he just playing with bad intentions. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna lower his shoulder. He's gonna put it all, in your chest. Pause. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I love that. And man, this Braelon Allen.
This is one we've been talking about all offseason. So for us to actually land him just feels so good.
I know. I remember I first got hip to him from you guys. You know what I mean? And just watching, the tape and how he runs, man. And he's like, he deals with the power and the punishment on first impact. Once he gets you off, he raises up like a sprinter, and he just takes off. He just takes off. So I don't know about his initial speed, but it seems like once he bounces off you, and he like gets upright, he's gone.
He feels like he's going to be a running back that gets stronger as the game goes on too.
Exactly, man. Like, I mean, I'm from a time when I remember when Pittsburgh had Rocky Bleier and Franco Harris, and they used to put those two on you, and it was just like curtains. And then they go to the play action and then Stallworth and Swan and all that, but those two was opening it up, and it was like back then, it was really more about you had like a true fullback and a running back, and even the running backs were like bruisers, so to speak. So it's good to see that we are coming, like that the game is kind of coming back to a good fuselage of running backs. And basically Malachi's a running back, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
So
just a
I don't know,
gadget
man.
guy.
I think moving forward, bro, I hope that we could get like a backup quarterback, somebody that we could sit underneath and get some of that, that A-Rod dust, pause on that.
Dust.
Sprinkle some on us.
Yeah. You know, I want some of that, and I mean, I mean, the safety. I feel like they don't really. I don't know if JD really feels like safety is
It's like
a.
they don't prioritize it ever. The most we've spent on it is a 3rd round pick in Ashton Davis and a franchise tag for May.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that we got now some of these extra assets.
Mhm.
We could see if there could be some exploration there. But I'd love to see a quarterback. I still need a tall wide receiver though. I still need somebody who's got a great radius, who could go up and high point the ball. I feel like we got a lot of smaller guys with great athleticism, some dynamos. But when do we expect to see Mike Williams back? You know, is he coming back week 1 or is it still jury out?
I think it's jury out. I think he got hurt week 3 or 4 of the football season with the ACL, and that's roughly the time period that Brees got hurt the year prior. And Brees didn't play in any preseason, but he was good to go for the start of the regular season. So, you know, right around the start is what I would expect with Mike Williams. I guess it depends on his healing time.
Yeah, it's going to depend, but I think they're going to bring him on slowly over the summer and kind of see where he is. But first, week 1 isn't out of the question.
All right. Man,
We can still
so,
get
I mean,
Brandon Rice too, man. He didn't come off the board yet, right?
Rice is still
No,
there?
I think he's still there. I haven't seen him yet. Yeah.
Is San Francisco going before us? What are we? We picked 170. Are we like 170?
Yeah, we're like
something?
174.
173. Still got a ways to go.
Where we at? Are we like in the 150s?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be there by the time we.
I think.
So top
149,
players on the
yeah.
big board right now: Brendan Rice, Christian Jones, 𝐒𝐿𝐭, Spencer Rattler, Malik Washington, Johnny Wilson, Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Johnny
a
Wilson.
bunch of good players.
All dude, man. Johnny Wilson's what, 6'7"?
He's enormous.
Yeah, he's big. He's
but
big.
they say that he doesn't have good hands.
Yeah,
you know,
what
at
good
this
is
point in the
height if you
draft-
can't catch?
Yeah, you know, let's stick him on the field and just give him the jugs machine for a few weeks. Like at 6'7", you could be that red zone threat that we need. Like I don't know if I'm not like super high on him as the player, but like height wise, not terrible.
Yo, I don't know if y'all saw this or anybody chat if y'all saw this, but on Pat McAfee, I guess 8 was on there, and he was like talking about the tight end room. It was interesting. He was like, you know, everybody. I heard Brock Bowers came in, blah blah blah, and had a good meeting. But I really like our, tight end room. We got Conk, and he named everybody. He named 𝐿𝐵𝐿, who I love, who I know being loved.
Yeah, man.
That's our guy. But he also was like, start talking about the guy that they took last year, Zach.
Kuhn.
Yeah, he was like Big Zach. He said he and I had some, we had some great synergy on the practice squad last year. So, and I saw him kind of smile about that. So, I don't know. What do y'all think about this 𝐿𝐭 being a potential kind of? I mean, I think he likes everybody else, obviously, but he seemed to give some sort of like little sparkle when he was talking about 𝐿𝐭. What do you guys think? Chat, what y'all think? What's everybody think about that?
Greenbean, you want to answer first?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got that prototypical tight end build. So if they could make something out of him, that would be fantastic. But 7th round pick, I don't know. I mean, I have a hard time believing that he's going to turn it around, because his whole thing is that he's kind of lazy and he develop, he just depends on his God-given, build. So I don't know if they can get him working his ass off and really trying to become something. Maybe he's got all the potential in the world, but I don't know. I just hope. I'd rather see 𝐿𝐵𝐿 just keep getting the looks, man.
Yeah,
that guy's working his ass, so he's becoming something right before our eyes, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I love him.
Yeah, I agree with that. What y'all
I've been
think?
developing guys, like seeing Ashton Davis develop into his own and come back, and then 𝐿𝐵𝐿 coming back. He was a restricted free agent, wasn't he? He came back on a was it a tender or a lower end RFA deal?
Yeah, and I think plays a good special teams role too. But I've always liked 𝐿𝐵𝐸 for depth options. I know he's Green Bean's guy, so how do you not love him?
But you know what,
Well,
too, though? You know what I'll say, though? Sorry, Bean, but I'll say this. The one thing about JD, what I've noticed, right? He likes the athlete when he gets in those later rounds, especially. I mean, he's always like going for the athlete, you know, but as it gets later in the rounds, he'll put money on athlete. And I think that's because, you know, if you get an athlete, you know, they usually possess traits that you cannot teach. Right. But then all of the, you know, the language of the game, the certain subtleties of the game, you know, things that are applicable through teaching is what he's banking on his staff to be, because he'd rather have the athlete. And case in point is Ashton Davis. You know, Ashton Davis in Cal, he was wasn't he a two-sport athlete? I think he was like on the track team or something like that.
Track
but,
and basketball, I think it was all three.
So he likes those guys, and although it's taken like 4 seasons for him to really seem like he's getting it, but you know, when he first came in the first season, we was like, damn, what does this dude do? The angles he was taking, he was just running crazy, you know, and it's like when he got some proper tutelage and got around the room and saw what it was, you know, the athlete becomes the baller. Because I like football dudes. Like, if you a football guy, like, let's go.
Green Bean calls it a lunch pail guy.
That's right.
Huh?
Bloody knuckles, man. That's what I like. Bloody knuckles.
Bloody knuckles, right?
Yeah.
But I think, and it's interesting. I'd love to know what y'all think. Like, which one do you think is do you agree with JD's kind of like, you know what I'm saying, approach into going for the athlete rather than the bloody knuckle lunch pail dude in later rounds?
So I wanted to throw up Alan's super chat. We'll get back to everyone's super chats in just a minute, but Alan has a really good one here. This is Braelon Allen, 9.99 RAS score for Braelon Allen, 7.76 for Malachi Corley. Olu Fashanu was a 9.49. So Joe Douglas again attacking the athletes, as Q-Tip was saying. If you guys are just tuning in, we got Q-Tip on the phone right now. Talk a little Jets draft action. Green Bean, what are your thoughts on our athletics for our guys?
Well, look at, I mean, like, I think he's right. I mean, that's a consistent thing that we see from JD. I prefer a little bit different. I have no problem with athletes, but Ashton Davis is a real good example of somebody who's just, you know, they bet on his athleticism. And last year, he was doing some pretty damn cool things. Number one, that when he broke through, just collapsed the right side of the line for that safety, he just ran in and just crushed everybody. And we got that safety, man. That was very un-Ashton Davis-esque. And it just shows the guy's really coming around. They re-signed him this year, which I think was a good idea. But yeah, man, if you got those guys with those traits and you can develop them, that's a different story. Defense, we seem to be able to develop. I don't know how many guys we've developed on the offense. You look at the Max Mitchells of the world, you know, we haven't really kind of taken a late round offensive guy that I can think of and made him into something, which is why I'm a little bit cautious about 𝐿𝐮. The only good thing is that the one coach I like on offense is Middleton, our tight end coach.
Right.
So maybe we got a shot for 𝐿𝐮 because Middleton's a guy I think is no nonsense, knows what the hell he's talking about. And if anybody's going to get, you know, a player going on offense, I think it would be him. So we have a chance there. But I'm a big fan, especially going into the 5th round on. Get me some big fatties for the defensive line. Get me guys that are just willing to play whatever position you want him to play. He's a running back, but you need a safety. I'll fucking go in there. Those kinds of guys I prefer. But JD has a type, man. And this, like Alan's saying here with his super chat, I mean, the first 3 picks are fitting right into the JD mold. So I think we could probably expect more of that the rest of the draft.
Spencer Rattler just
went. Yeah. Rattler off the board.
Oh, there he goes.
That
Spencer
makes
Rattler to the Saints.
Yep, there he goes, everybody.
Ah man. Well, we got who's left? We got motherfucking Pratt.
Pratt and Travis are both still there.
Yo, I like that dude Pratt, man. I like him too. You know, and I really do. I like Jordan Travis too. I think he's got a lot of he could boogie once he get out that pocket, man. He's definitely got wheels on him. But
Yeah,
Pratt
and they get to learn
is
behind
Pratt.
Aaron for 2 years too, which is just huge.
That's great. But I think Pratt is more of the prototype because he's got dog in him.
Mm.
Like he really does, man. Like if he come out, he start running. He's another one. He even though as a quarterback is frowned upon, but he's going forward. You know what I'm saying? He's leaning. He's trying to lean into you, put that shoulder on you. He's got a great arm. I think some of his they say his reading thing. Is that what they say on him right now? His prospect thing. It's just like his how he reads is still a little left to be desired. But I guess when
He's got a little Zach Wilson in him. Can't read the defense.
Hey yo, you know what? They actually said, I saw somebody say that that Spencer Rattler's comp was Zach Wilson.
Oof. That's you never want to be comped to Zach Wilson. That's terrible. Oh, I mean, from an athletic profile, I guess it's not bad, but I don't know.
Because he really zings the ball, you know what I'm saying? He could get it in tight windows and all that pauses, you know what I mean? But it's like, I hope that we could get this Pratt dude.
Yeah, that would be cool. See, that's the thing with all of our trade backs. Like, look, I love that we got Braelon Allen, but wouldn't it be real nice right now if we had just call it a day in the 4th round? Brendan Rice, Braelon Allen, Jordan Travis, Pratt, Rattler. Wouldn't you be? I would be pretty happy right now. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah. I really like this draft. I like what he did in the offseason too.
It's been a good offseason for us. The last 3 years, he's hit it out of the park between like that draft class we got with the 4 studs, and then you got Aaron Rodgers last year, and then this offseason has been perfect so far. I don't know what I would have changed.
It's on Reddit, dude. Man. I can't even believe it's real. It's on Reddit here.
It's nuts.
That one's
such a good team.
Reddit. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't want to clog up the line too much because I'm sure you guys got a whole slew coming up. But Hassan Reddick, man. I mean, our defense. Oh my god, bro.
Yeah.
And now playing with a lead.
Oh my god, a lead. They're pinning their ears back and they coming to eat. I would be really intimidated. We gotta get a good nickname for our defense, man. We gotta figure out really good.
It's like is it this like Secretary of Defense or whatever? Like because we got the VP as our quarterback now. Like are we
as long as it never goes to Bean? As long as it never goes to something like Sauce and the Boys, because I don't think I would like that.
Cool, man.
Yeah. But our
Q-Tip,
defense,
anything else you got to? Anything else you want to say? Thank you so much for hopping on with us. This is awesome.
Yeah, no. I'm just big fan. Obviously, you know what I'm saying. I like been kicking it with the homie Bean for a bit. You know what I mean. Me and Bean, we went to camp last summer. And we hung out there and everything. We had fun. Hopefully, we get to do it again this year. Shouts out to Jets Nation, man. Everybody who's out there, spending the time with the boys. Let's get these likes up, though. How many we got watching right now?
We've got 1,200 watching. We've got just over 1,200 likes. You can hit that like button. Let's get us up over 1,500 now.
We Gucci. Shouts out to
Good
everybody
ratio
in
today.
New York. You know what I mean? Everybody who's supporting the team, supporting all of the content creators out there. I mean, I feel like we got the most robust group of content creators. The things that you guys do, I'm telling you, it reaches millions and millions and millions of people. You make Jets Nation better for it. So thank you. You know, I just wanted to come in during this during our what's normally considered our holiday, and
Yes.
our Super Bowl, which is probably the last one of it, because I
Fingers
think we got
crossed.
a real serious fucking run, man. We're going on a fucking run.
There you
We
go.
about to go on a run.
I'm ready to run through a
Telling
wall.
you, let's fucking go. I'm so sick of this shit. I want a fucking trophy. I want the fucking goods. Everybody in the chat, put a fucking green heart in there right now for the Talkin Jets live draft party. If you want a chip, if you want a Super Bowl, let's see some motherfucking green hearts. Let's go.
There you go.
Put the hearts up, chat. Let's go. We getting it this year, man. Fuck everybody.
Q-Tip,
Here they
you're
come.
incredible. Anytime you want to pop on, you just let us know. Thank you so much for hopping on with us. And as is
Thank you.
ceremonious,
Let's go, gang. Let's go, gang. Gang.
Q-Tip,
Later,
ejected from the cockpit. Oh, that was so cool.
Great
That
call.
was so
Look at all
neat.
those green hearts. That's awesome.
Oh,
this is a
that
year,
is
dude.
so
We
fun.
have a real team, guys. We have a real team, and we're adding some real nice pieces. I agree. I think we're going for it. Like you said, Ryan, this defense was built to play with the lead. Could you imagine if we're able to score some points and actually sick these guys, the Quinnen Williams, the Jermaine Johnsons, the Hassan Reddicks of the world, actually set them loose on opposing quarterbacks? It's going to be bloodbath.
Dude, the leading or playing with a lead. I mean, we didn't have a lead until week 4 or week 5 of the NFL season. Like, that's just how good this defense was, that they didn't need a lead to perform the way they did. Matt, what are your thoughts on like just where this defense could really be, with the offense that could match it?
That was just where I was going to go. Is they've performed at a top 5 level the last 2 years with the worst offense in the league. So I think they're going to be an elite level unit, even if the offense is just average. I'm hoping the offense is better than just average. I hope it's closer to top 10 there. But man, I think this unit could be really, really impressive. They're bringing most of the guys back that were here the last 2 years, and they're not going to be in a spot where they're going to be stuck on the field constantly. So I'm pumped up. My DoorDash just got here, so I'm going to run and be right back in 2 seconds.
I love it.
I
love
what
it.
he ordered. He got wings.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to throw up I got a DiGiorno's pizza downstairs. I might throw it in the oven at some point. Let's go through some super chats. Ooh, what are you getting?
A meal shake.
A meal shake.
Like
I don't think I know what that is.
Like
like a milkshake.
Like, yeah, but it's like high vitamin content and all that shit. So I'm like, I feel like I'm
Healthy?
a little bit. Well, yeah, I want pizza and wings now, and now I'm gonna get a shake.
You know what? It's okay. It is okay.
It is.
You're going healthy.
I did a good job at the Talkin Jets party in Long Island. So I could take a breather and have a shake.
Hell yeah. I'm just going through some of our scenes. I want to switch them back to 3 panels here, and then we'll be able to rotate through some stuff. Let's see if I can do this right. Without screwing it up. And then we will get back to all your questions.
We got Chipotle gave me a good bowl today. Sometimes it can be hit or
Chipotle,
miss.
that's what it is.
Got a nice bowl today. I'm excited for this.
What'd you get?
Let's
Did
go
you get
through-
sofritos?
Yeah.
No, I do chicken, white rice chicken, black bean. I like the corn salsa, lettuce, little chips and queso, or chips and guac. Excuse me, not queso.
I want some chips. I'm gonna go make my own guac in a few minutes. You guys make guac?
Yeah, I love
Becca
making it.
has made it before. I don't generally make it. I'm a big
Dude,
dip guy.
I don't
love a
make
good
it
guac.
often. Yeah, guac's the shit. I eat avocados like they're going out of style, man.
Yeah, no, they're super tasty. We'll have them with
They
our
don't
dinner a
taste
lot.
though. That's you gotta get them and eat them right away because they go quick.
Yeah, you definitely want to like catch them before they get that little turn going. Let's see. Why can't I get this comment on the screen?
JMax. JD just traded all the fifths for a 2034th.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, that's great. Oh man, that's good. What else we got? Farouk said, "Oh, we'll get to your super chat in a minute, but yeah. Well, yeah, I'll wait."
Yeah, let's rip through these. So Abbott says Allen has tools. Looks like Tarzan, but pass protects like Jane. LOL. He has to grow up from a football perspective. Give me a safety next, please. Safety wouldn't be bad. I'm surprised. So I guess Allen's not as good of a protector.
No, he is. Abbot's wrong. Sorry, buddy.
Allen comes in. Allen says JD has been going to all of the Monday night mocks incognito. That's where he made his big board. That's what it feels like, right? Like there's someone in the draft war room that's like keeping an eye on the Talking Jets panel, and then all of a sudden we're getting the players we all want. This is great.
Look, my wife just showed up with the shake real quick. It's green, so there's spinach in it. I just said to my wife, Matt just got Chipotle, DoorDash, and Ryan's got a DiGiorno pizza.
I got to go throw mine in. Maybe I'll go do that now. Mumtaz drops in with a $10 super chat. He says, when we drafted Michael Carter, I even called it, and now he is cut. His highlights made him look unstoppable too. JD is not beyond critique, has a pathetic losing record, and missed on really high picks. He missed on really high picks. You know, Becton over Wirfs was questionable. Zach, I don't really blame him so much for Zach. I feel like that the COVID year is just a really rough evaluation year, and new regime coming in. They wanted to make the pick of the quarterback. You know, that one sucks. That was a big whiff. But I feel like the Becton one hurt more because of what it meant to like losing Morgan Moses prematurely, losing George Fant prematurely. Just a lot of movement because of Mekhi Becton. With Zach Wilson, we tried to move off of him after 2 years, and then we just got screwed for year 3. That, you know, he just should have never seen the field. Matt, I'm going to let you discuss your thoughts on JD's critique or whatever, saying he's not beyond, some issues that he has.
Well, I totally agree with that thought that Joe Douglas is not beyond any critique. I wouldn't be critiquing him for the Braelon Allen pick for when the Jets need that bigger bulldozing running back. They have the home run hitter in Brees. They have the home run hitter in 𝐒𝐮𝐫𝐚. Did JFM really just get traded? Is that a joke? Is that a joke?
Way. Not for a 5th. Oh, yeah. It looks like people are saying yes. For what?
When was this? When did they do this?
For a 5th?
Oh, my mother of God. You got to be kidding me. All right. You want me to read it?
Yeah.
Another Jets-Broncos trade. Jets are sending John Franklin Myers, who has started 50 games the past 3 seasons, to the Broncos in exchange for a 2026 6th-round pick.
What? Why? I don't like that one, Matt.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. What is the point?
What is the point? It's got to be money. It's got to be money. I don't like it. He's got to cut it out with the trades today. This is like 17 trades. He's all high up. I think he's on crystal methamphetamine tonight. He's all jammed up, Matt.
But like, John Franklin Myers is a productive player for you. I'm not saying he's a star edge rusher or anything like that, but he's a versatile piece on this defensive line, one of their better run stoppers, which they struggled with last year. I don't know. I don't know about this one, folks. JFM is my guy, so I don't think this is.
And if you're going to do it, it should have been for a pick right now, not in 2 years.
Ew.
I don't like
That's that's disgusting. I just saw the chat go JFM, like just right up the board.
Yeah, I saw. I thought it was bullshit. Then I saw texts as well. The chat, with all due respect to our beloved chat, not the most trustworthy all the time. You guys say stuff. I learned a long time ago. Stop reacting when they say something happened.
What I
Did
missed?
you hear that one, Ryan?
I didn't
They
hear
traded
that.
JFM
The Jets trade JFM
for a 2026 6th round pick.
What are they doing? They wanted to get rid of his salary that much.
I guess, but
I don't like that at all. That's a salary dump. That's all that is.
That's all. That's what I said. It's got to be money.
Damn, man, that sucks. I like JFM too. I'm fine with moving him, but man, I'm shocked that's the trade. Where did he go?
Denver
Broncos.
At least give us Cortland Sutton back in the trade.
Right. You should have worked something like that.
RJ McPott says, it feels like we have 4 6th round picks right now. Who do y'all want next? I want a quarterback, I think. I mean, unless
I want an offensive lineman or a wide receiver or a safety. I'd quarterback too, but
we've got so many picks in a row.
I would rather go the other way. Yeah. Well, we only have 2. We have 2 fifths, and then we have 180. Well, wait. Let me look.
We have like 4 picks in 20 picks.
Yeah, we do. No, we have 3. So we have one. What is it? 173. What do we have again? 173. I think we have.
Yeah, it's gonna tick across the bottom. I just have it going really slow. I probably should. I could speed this up.
Yeah, that's pretty slow over there.
That way people can tune in and see it. See, the whole goal is like, you got to wait and see the ticker.
Yeah.
When's it coming?
173, 176, 185, 190. Oh, right. You're right. That's right. 4, not 3. Okay.
Pretty solid.
I want to see.
I would say the next
Brendan
player
Rice,
I
Christian
want.
Mahogany.
That would be cool. I do want Jordan Travis. I do want Brendan Rice. Those would be 2 picks I would like to see the Jets get. T. Rivera comes in and says, hey, Green Bean, the more I watch Allen highlights, the more I am convinced he's the steal of the draft. What a beast. JD hit a grand slam and only 20 years old. Dude, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Friggin' Braelon Allen's a dog. He's not going to have his first legal drink until we win the AFC Championship game.
Look, now we're not professionals, right? Like, we don't do this for a living. A lot of us have other jobs and shit like that. But the truth is, guys, is we know what we're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, we dig into this shit. We're super nerds with this stuff. We talk about it far too much. We look at it. We watch. We dissect far more than we should for the 0 salary that we get for it. So when it comes to guys like this, and if you look back at our track record over the years, of course, we don't nail everybody, but more times than not, the guys that we're in love with end up being studs. This is one of those guys. We all wanted this running back. So like T. Rivera said, dude, steal of the draft. I think Malachi Corley qualifies for that too, man. These guys are studs, and they're exactly what we need on this team. Like, they fill exact roles that we didn't have. Like, that pounding guy that can break it away too, man. He's not a one-trick pony, but he's going to be able to batter defenses in that 4th quarter, just pounding them. We didn't have that. So, or we could have used Breece that way, but why do you want to do that? He's a game breaker, Breece Hall. So I think it's just, when you look at guys like Braelon Allen, if you're not a fan of his, that's fine. We all have our opinions, but the guy's going to be good for us. I'd be blown away if he's not.
Yeah, Matt, any thoughts on Braelon Allen being the steal of the draft?
Braelon Allen being the steal of the draft? I don't think I would go that far. I think Malachi Corley probably has the highest potential to be the bigger steal. I just think he's going to be utilized more in the offense than what Braelon Allen's going to be.
Let's see. We've got. Sorry, I'm just bouncing around here. I'm trying to retime some of our stuff. So rather than a 3-minute rotation, we'll get a 1-minute rotation. Editing on the fly. All right. Let's see. We're going to go to this one. All right. Why is my... this is frustrating. Trying to pull the comments on screen because I'm screwing around with so many buttons and stuff. It's giving me a problem.
So Jets are going to go defensive line here in a little bit, I would think.
We're going to grab Justin Rogers, everybody, and we'll be delighted.
I'm still bummed about JF, man. He's a good player. I understand they're trying to clear. I get it, but in a win now year, I would have liked JFM on the team.
I love how it's like a little bit of like, all right, you're not going to restructure your contract. We're sending you to Denver. You get Zach as your quarterback again.
Right.
Jack Wagon.
Have fun with Zach and Bo Nix.
Call real quick. I'll be right back.
How many picks away are we, Bean? Let's see, 158 on the clock.
It's 18, 17.
Yeah, we still got a long way to go. I was hoping it was a little bit quicker than that, but not the case.
Yeah. I just would have liked to see more. I'm not broken up. Like JFM to me he's like a role player type. He's solid, right? He's good, but he's not, it's not like, obviously it's not like, getting rid of Quinnen Williams, right? But at the same time, I just feel like we could have gotten more. I would have loved to see us get a player, somebody else that we could use or something like that, or something in this draft. Even if it was a 6th in this draft, I would have been happier.
Right. It's a 2026 6th, which that who knows what life's going to be like in 2026 in the 6th round at that point.
Right.
I don't know. Again, I get it. I understand because they're trying to clear the cap, but 27-year-old in their prime who's been productive for you the last 4 seasons?
Not for nothing. Yeah, and not for nothing. If JFM, if we're looking at him as a defensive end, this frees up Will McDonald to get more time as well, which is something I would like to see.
Hennessy comes in and says, shout out Q-Tip. He's one of us. Cheers. Jason Edwards also says, just got off of work. Is that Q-Tip on the jack? Woo.
Yeah.
Yes, it was. Crossfire comes in. Defense should be named Secret Service. I can get with that. E-Boogie says 20-0. You damn right. Nose Kills coming in says Rodgers in 5 and goal with Brees and Allen in the backfield. Audible to Allen up the middle or pass to Brees. Let me daydream. Nose Kills. Absolutely.
It's a great daydream. I love it.
I'm going to jump ahead real quick to Moose City, dropping in a 20 spot. Thank you so much, Moose City. Says, I am loving the draft this year. I think it's great getting, I think it's been great love getting a 3rd next year. Not a fan of letting JFM go for a 2026 6th, but we did sign 2 defensive tackles in free agency and we'll probably draft one. Yeah, you got to think that's going to be coming down the pipeline here in just a little bit. Mohamed Kamara, the edge rusher, just went off the board to the Dolphins, by the way. But yeah, I think we'll see D tackle here. And this has been a fun draft. It's been nice seeing how Douglas has operated this. Forak says, Green Bean, dye your beard green and white if they select MW.
I'm not going to go green. I'm going to dye it white.
Just one like green on each side with a white racing stripe down the middle.
Well, yeah, I already said if the Jets win the Super Bowl, I'll go to work with a green beard.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I want to do something. I'll go to work with a green beard. We'll do
Yeah.
that. We all show up.
That's what we'll do.
T. Rivera says, nickname for the defense, Hell, Ice, and Fire. I like Secret Service more. I like Secret Service the best so far. Or Secretary, I guess Secretary of Defense would be like one person. Or Department of Defense. I guess that might make sense. Jason Edwards says, when the abstract creator jumps on and talks Jets football, we are winning the whole damn thing. Vibes and stuff, go Jets.
Yeah.
Q-Tip is one of us.
Yeah, dude. That's the coolest thing about it is that like he's here. Like he's with us in the stream. He's a diehard Jets fan hanging out on the streams with us, suffering just like we are for a long ass time, man. It's just super cool to be able to have him stop in and talk real Jets football, not like some surface bullshit. He knows what he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's in the pocket.
He's not like a clout chaser or anything like that. It's like, no, he knows the nitty gritty of the team.
Right.
It's nice seeing that. J-Boy comes in and says, still think we are all in year. Nah, we're planning to make sure we go under 8 wins. We have not taken one 2024 starter yet. Malachi Corley is going to be a starter. I would be pretty surprised if he was not. Olu Fashanu will absolutely start at some point this year.
And starter is a weird
Braelon
thing.
Allen's going to get reps. It is.
Yeah.
It's everything's so hybrid. Like even like calling Kelsey, or even I guess to this degree in this draft, Bowers, strictly a tight end and not calling them a receiver as well. Like there's so many moving pieces to what these players are for the different positions.
Right. It's not like the old days where your starters played the whole game. It was just like, you had your defense and that was who played, and then, short yardage, you might sub some guys in and out and stuff like that. But it's a totally different game. Like the guy who comes out and starts the first series, he might play less reps than another guy. Braelon Allen's going to have his impact. Malachi Corley's going to have his impact. And I believe Fashanu, if he doesn't play, guys, that is an amazing situation to be in. But more than likely, if we just pay attention to our recent history, and by recent, I mean the last 10 years, we've needed offensive linemen. I don't know where this comes from, that all of a sudden, because we signed Tyron Smith, that we don't need the guy hasn't finished a season in 9 years. So it's like and even if he did, like we brought on Dwayne Brown, he hasn't missed a snap in a decade. He was here for 4 days and he tore his rotator cuff. So I don't know where this idea comes from. It's as if we weren't watching the last bunch of years of Jets football. Our offensive line has been the depth has been a major issue. We went and took care of that. Plus it leans into the future as well. So I don't know. I don't see the issue, man. I think that these guys are going to come in and they're going to have their impact this year and moving forward. So I'm really excited about it. I don't understand the griping.
So I want to jump real quick to Josh's super chat. Josh says, why is this not going? There it goes. JFM was a $16 million cap hit, third highest on the team for a guy who committed so many boneheaded penalties. This opens us up to bring in Justin Simmons, Dalton Reisner, Tyler Boyd. Great draft by JD. Go Jets. Yeah, look, I'm not surprised that the Jets wanted to knock down that draft, that salary cap hit by JFM. I would have preferred it to be on a restructure for 2 years and keep him back here to try and win. Because like Matt said, he is a very, much needed player. But as Greenbean mentioned too, this is going to open up more reps for Will McDonald, which I think is probably not a bad thing. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I guess, Matt, I'll throw it to you. Do you think the Jets are using this salary cap space for another free agent, or do you think it's more like internal draft picks and like maybe restructures of our own guys?
they free up with this move. It's not like the 16 million just disappears. It's 7 million they save, and they're still on the hook for $9 million for a guy who's not going to play on their team this year. Maybe 2 of those 3 guys. I don't think you'll be able to fit all 3 under the cap with the $7 million. Yeah, I understand the $16 million is high, 3rd highest on the team. You had him for pennies for the 3 years before this, and now he's starting to make closer, or probably at this point in his career, over market value, but he was significantly under market value the first 3 years he was here with the Jets. So it stinks. They want to free up money. I'm happy Will McDonald's going to play more. I'm not happy that Michael Clemens is going to play more because I don't think he's as good as John Franklin Myers. So we'll see what their plan is.
I like Clemens.
Trading card company comes in and says, making cap for another trade. So Green Bean, do you think we see another transaction because of the JFM trade?
Well, I don't know because of that, but I'll tell you, man, we've seen nothing but trades in this draft. So I mean, to say that we're done, I don't know. I mean, the data supports otherwise. You know what I mean? It seems like Joe Douglas is in the mood. He's feeling frisky.
Mumtaz comes in and says, JFM was slipping as per Pro Football Focus every year and costing $15 million. Now we just might be able to extend Hassan Reddick, and this year maybe sign Simmons. So I do think they're going to bring back Reddick as long as, like, you know, everyone's coming back for 2025. I don't think they're going to extend him, though. I think it's going to be a franchise tag. Do you think this frees up more money in the future for someone you wanted to retain, Matt?
Potentially that move. How are we bashing the Braelon Allen pick, but Mumtaz is going to twerk for trading John Franklin Myers for a 6th round pick in 2026? Make it make sense.
Oh, it's so good. So good. Everyone knows. See, no one's happy about everything all the time. We're always going to bitch about something. Something's always going on.
Yeah, we just can't. We can't do it. There's nothing that everybody's happy about. It's a weird thing.
Doug becomes the newest member of our OnlyFans. Yeah, thank you, Doug. He follows that up with a super chat saying, crazy that Allen is only 20. That is the age you are supposed to be getting drunk in college, not playing in the NFL. Yeah, and he's going to be, he just turned 20. He turned 20 at the end of January. He is young. Hennessy says, remember when I said McDonald will have 10 sacks? It definitely feels like it's going to have to happen at this point with the defensive line rotation getting just a little bit thinner. Gator needs his gat. Says, I hate the JFM trade, but I think JD has earned the benefit of the doubt. Generally savvy guy. Let's see how he uses the cap space we have. Yeah, the cap space and did we get it was a 2026 6th round pick, so it's, you know, whatever. Just a salary cap dump. But yeah, look, Douglas has been on the receiving end of a lot of winning trades, so it's hard not to, you know, be excited anytime he makes a move. Although we did get the short end of the stick on the 111 trade down, as Matt mentioned before. Lost like 60 points.
11 points.
11 points. I think we got 60 back.
Yeah, it was only 11 points, so not egregious. Again, if it was my doing, I'm taking I would have taken the 3 4th rounders as opposed to the 3 5th rounders. That's now we got a third next
Christian
year.
Jones off the clock.
Damn it.
Fire.
Arizona.
I was hoping he made it.
That was a nice pick by Arizona. DJ says, who's the safety Oladapo who's still there, ranked 35? Is he still on the clock? Or is he still on the big board? I don't know if we're just getting to it late.
Oladapo?
Yeah.
Damn. We still got a bunch of Well, let's see.
It's interesting. The whole, whatever big board I'm on right now on ESPN, just not a very, I can't believe Brendan Rice is still there.
I know. It's crazy.
And Malik Washington, really. Really, those two
guys. Malik Washington. I stand corrected on my assessment. I thought he was gone in the 3rd. Here he is. We're in the 5th round, and he's still there. So interesting to me. It's got to be his height, you know.
Yeah, that's what it is. I think. I mean, he plays so much bigger than he is.
Oh yeah.
I would have thought 4th round all day. The fact that he's still here in the 5th is very surprising. We've got B West in the building saying, now all we need to do is trade for Mike White and we will win a Super Bowl. LOL. Imagine if he like Nick Foles is like, oh, I guess it wouldn't be Nick Foles and Aaron Rodgers, but whatever. Kaz says, Allen reminds me of Sean Green. Do you remember? Yeah, let's run down the sideline beating the Patriots in the playoffs. That's what I want. Shoot it right into my veins.
Put him to sleep.
Yep. Put him to sleep. Moose City says, if we win the Super Bowl, Green Bean must shave the beard. Absolutely not. You won't allow
Shave it?
No. You're not allowed
I haven't shaved it in years, man. It's crazy. I used to shave it every year just to freak my kids out when they were little. I just show up. They'd be like, oh, weird. I'd pick them up. Hi. They're like, fucking. They get all
pick them up from
out.
School. Stranger danger.
Yeah. But yeah, I haven't shaved it, man. I mean, since we started this shit, since I've been locked into this fucking logo I made, I'm a prisoner now.
Yeah, now you got to stick with it.
I gotta.
Mumtaz drops in with a 20 spot. Thank you so much, Mumtaz. Says, before offseason, we thought JFM would be a cap casualty. He was not providing value worth his salary. Denver did us a huge favor now and have taken money from to sign big free agents, also not bashing the running back pick, but not picking Hicks or Tampa, etc., while KC did. Yeah, so he's not bashing the Allen pick. It's the trade down from the other 2 picks that's irritating. And I think we're kind of on the same page with you. Like having the skill of those players, given how far they dropped and where they were projected to go, yeah. I'm in alignment with that. And as far as JFM, I haven't had him as a cap casualty. I definitely wanted to bring him back for a 2-year window. Now, I would have been okay with a trade, assuming you'd get like definitely more than a 2026 6th-round pick. This is like bonkers to me because he's only on a 1-year, $7 million deal wherever he wound up going. To Denver. That's well worth his salary at that point.
Yeah, so this is a win for Denver. Denver got a good one.
Green Bay's pick is 163. What are we? We're 173, so we got 10 picks to go.
What safeties are left here? Let me see.
Nicholas comes in and says, my girlfriend made a bet. If the Jets win the Super Bowl this upcoming season, we're getting engaged. Do you want that?
Yeah.
Is
that good?
If the Jets win it sounds like she doesn't want to get engaged. She's like, if the Jets win the Super Bowl this year, then we'll get engaged. Like, I don't buy it. Or maybe she's super confident and she wants you. Nicholas, I got to know. There's more to this story, I feel like. Moose City says, McDonald breakout year coming. Landon says, looking forward to being on the positive end of JFM roughing the passer call when we play Denver. At least we're guaranteed one this year. Yeah, when we were at the Chargers game for our group buy, and all of us were in the stands when Zach Wilson got the roughing the passer call, the first one in over 2 years. Our whole section in particular went fucking bananas. And people were like sort of looking like, what are these guys cheering for? We're like, first one in 2 years. What?
Dude, I filmed that. I have that.
It's such a good clip.
It was so good, dude.
Do you have it posted somewhere? We should totally pull it up because that was a fun
I do.
reaction.
Hold on. Let me see where it is. Hold on.
When you get it, just drop it in the chat.
For us.
Yeah, it really was. That was at the very beginning of the game, and we thought we had a shot. I think we were already down 7-0 because of the kick return. But yeah.
Let's see here.
Hennessy says, for anyone complaining, go look at the Dolphins fans. So what, are Dolphins fans losing their mind right now? I don't even know what their draft has looked like. Thomas says, Matt on the phone with Dion Dawkins with the big Mike hate. How would we keep Browns fans in check without him? 𝐒𝐿𝐫𝐚. This is a lot of stuff. I don't know if I understand.
This isn't good. I'm glad that he's in Dion Dawkins. He's taking up real estate in his head, but he's unfortunately not a very good football player.
Peter comes in and says, what y'all think we're getting at 173, tight end, wide receiver, linebacker, cornerback? I mean, I would go quarterback. I do want to like secure our guy. If Brendan Rice is there though, that would probably be my first pick because the other quarterbacks are like everyone's just falling.
I just dropped the clip in the chat.
All right, let's see.
Short. I made a short out of it.
Yeah, let's see. Go to. Oh, that was so good. Let me see if I do this the right way. All right, so I just got to do a little finagle bit. Whoop! What happened? Come back over here. Jesus! Stuff going on. What the heck? All right, let me put it on. I'm gonna go back to this in a second. I gotta set it up right because it's throwing my screen for a loop. I don't know, for some reason, like it's probably because I'm on YouTube. That's a silly thing to happen. The reaction to this like penalty was so fun.
It was hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing.
All right, I think I've got it now. All right, let me know when you guys can see the Can you guys see it on your screen?
Yeah.
All right.
Look at us.
Our first fucking master in 2 years.
Oh, it was so good.
Yeah.
So good.
We lost it. I thought it was going to be a great night.
Oh, dude, it felt like it was going to be. It's where it all went downhill.
Right there. That was it. That was the end. Jalen sent another safety board.
What was that?
Okay, Eugene, I was going to say you were showing the YouTube back end there on the screen for a second.
Interesting.
It's
yeah, I think it says I'm still in preview mode over here, but I don't think I am. I think I'm pushing out the right thing. So quarterback with 54% of the vote right now. You think that's the next pick?
What is it for the Jets?
54% of our vote, almost 1,400 votes, wants quarterback.
Yeah, I saw that. I think the Jets are going to go. I think there's a realistic possibility that we go defense.
I can see it.
I agree. I think it's going to be defense now.
Palacar says we need an Olu hoodie. What kind? I was trying to come up with an Olu like themed article for today, and I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do. I was gonna do some sort of play on OLU and like O line, but like O line University, O line. I don't know. I'm gonna have to noodle it around. If you guys have a good idea for an Olu shirt, let us know.
Yeah. What would it be?
I was thinking of like the Ninja Turtles meme where it's like the guy who has like his arm around the young turtles, and then it's like the turtles grow up and have their arms around that. Like,
oh, that's good. Like
of the torch from Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith to Olu, but I don't know how to make that into
put it.
Yeah, but that's where my brain went.
Okay. See if anyone's got some let us know some thoughts in the chat. I want to see that. Johnny says Tiny Hands Olo. Mahogany is still there.
Yeah, I would love Mahogany. I would love, obviously, dude, if the Jets just pull the trigger on Malik Washington, I might not be able to handle it.
It'd be so cool.
Getting Corley, Allen, and Malik Washington. I mean, there would never have been a draft that landed in my particular pocket like this ever.
I feel like Washington I feel like Washington's a slimmer chance to happen because of the size and similarities to Corley. Rice, I could see. But if they like Lazard enough, I could see them also not going receiver again.
I'd be real happy.
I'm surprised Rice has fallen this far.
Me too. What are the receivers we got here? Let me see what we got.
If Olu is a bust, we're going to hear ole, ole, ole.
Oh, yeah. Olu.
Yeah, that's probably what we should do when he gets announced.
Let's see. Tez Walker, McMillan's gone. Johnny Wilson's still there. We saw Jamari Thrash. Did Aeneas Smith get taken? I think he did, right?
I just saw a spoiler in the chat. I think it's a spoiler, or I missed it before.
Okay, I'm gonna pass this
you did.
along because I think you should pull it up. We got some Jets at the Islander playoff game today. Rucker rocking a mustache, and Joe Tippmann looks like something straight out of 1977.
Show it.
It's phenomenal.
Right,
chat.
Yeah, give me a second. I just gotta get it set up. Boom.
It's gonna be great.
Oh, it's picture. Cool. I love this because then I can actually show it on screen. Bam! Look at those guys.
I don't see it.
You can't see it. Oh, so I'm still stuck on.
Look at Tippmann in the middle. Oh yeah, dude.
That's a franchise center if I've ever seen one.
That's right. He looks like he's from fucking Blue Oyster Cult.
That is amazing. I saw Blue Oyster Cult. That was like, I did, yeah. I'm a big Godzilla guy, and they obviously sang
I love it.
Go, go, Godzilla.
I love Blue Oyster Cult, man. I've seen them a couple times.
We saw them at BB King's in the city when I was in high school at the time. Yeah.
That's a cool.
Like you just went to go see Blue Oyster Cult?
My dad's a real big concert guy, and we went with two of our other buddies' dads and a bunch of guys my age. I don't know if that's weird, I guess.
No, that's amazing. Dude.
That was when Guitar Hero was coming out, so they had oh my god, their other song, fucking.
Well, they have.
But there's one that's
Don't
on
Fear the
Guitar
Reaper.
Hero.
Is the one.
There it is.
Yep.
That's the more cowbell song. I got a hankering for more cowbell.
It needs more.
Yeah.
It's so good. So good. Pratik comes in. JD has done great overall this draft, but thoughts on the JFM trade? PS. Corley is him. Corley's a man among boys. I'm so excited. But look, the JFM trade, I don't love it. Salary cap dump move, saving $7 million. I guess you got to save everything you can, but I like the player more. I'm curious to see what if he does get extended on a new contract, what does that contract look like compared to what we would have been willing to pay him to stay? I don't love it. 2026 6th round pick doesn't do us any good. Maybe that was part of the transaction with Zach Wilson. Hey, you have to do this so we don't look too bad. And then during the draft, we're going to make this stupid move to you as a thank you for taking Zach Wilson. What do you think about that, Matt? Tinfoil hat.
I don't like it. I don't like tinfoil hats that make the Jets get worse by losing John Franklin Myers.
But we got better by getting Malachi Corley for Zach Wilson.
I guess. I don't know. We're allowed to be I still love the offseason as a whole, but this is just a little unfortunate. I'm gonna have to work through some things, but it's gonna be okay.
Greeny, what about you? You think anything different about the JFM trade?
Fuck him. That's how I feel now. Initially, I was a little bit obviously surprised. I don't love the compensation, but he can suck a lemon out there in Denver with Zach Wilson and Sean Payton and Bo Nix. Have a blast. Get out of here. Should have taken the pay cut.
Absolutely. No Super Bowl for you, asshole. Sorry. Don't like you anymore. You're not on our team. Obach says, shirt idea, Olu crushing a sign that says, just end the tackle. So it's like, just end the tackle search. The shirt we already have. That's not a bad one.
I like it. Yeah, well, I think
or what if he's like smashing a search bar that says tackle? Be silly. No, I like the sign, just end the tackle search. That's a good one. Jaguars pick is in. They're at 167, so we're getting close.
Relatively, what, 10 picks out? No, not even.
No, yeah, we're 6 pick. Yeah.
6. Yeah, 6 picks away.
Yes.
Okay.
Is Ryan's pizza burning yet? It definitely is. No, it's in the air fryer, so it automatically goes off. So right now I'm waiting on it to cool down a bit, so that way I'm not scorching my mouth.
I think you know how the Masters, they always say it's a tradition unlike any other, the Masters. Ryan's day 3 DiGiorno's pizza tradition unlike any other.
It's my go-to snack like every day for day 3 or every time for day 3. This has got to be at least the 3rd year.
I'm 90% positive you've done this every single year. Usually DoorDash and something. This year went with Chipotle. I was feeling it, but yeah, I'm very happy that you stick to your guns with the DiGiorno pizza.
See, there's nothing around me to really DoorDash. Like, I guess I could do it, but I don't want to pay the delivery fee for whatever it's going to ultimately be. And the DiGiorno's pizza is like at least playing its part. The stuffed crust, it's like, knock off Pizza Hut. It's not as good as Pizza Hut. I love me some Pizza Hut stuffed crust with like their
Pizza
cheese.
Hut is friggin' gross.
Oh, dude,
I can't
it used to
even
be
eat
so
it.
good. Of all like the fast pizza stuff, I would say Hut is my favorite. Like, I mean, I enjoy Domino's, but I don't enjoy how I feel after Domino's. Pizza Hut, I don't feel quite as shitty. But I haven't had Pizza Hut in like years now at this point. It's been a long time. They're all like Pizza Hut Expresses up here. When we used to go down to the PGA show, there was one like a mile from the convention center, and I could just go there, walk, eat a full stuffed crust pizza, and walk back for lunch.
Yeah, it's crazy. We don't have there's no Pizza Hut around here, thankfully. But we have Domino's and a Papa John's. That's it. And then we have Sal's, which is not good. But yeah, I can't even eat Pizza Hut, dude. It's so bad to me. Makes me feel terrible.
I've only had Papa John's once. It tasted pretty similar to like Domino's. Yeah, there's just not pizza like Papa John's near me, but it's the same sort of vibe.
Trash pizza is trash pizza.
Exactly. J Boy says shouldn't be worried about developing in a Super Bowl year. Well, that's why we think they're picking for the future as well. Like this feels very much like Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh feel like their job is safe. Josh comes in and says Vontae Mack no matter what.
But here's the thing with that stuff. Sorry to cut you off, Ryan, but these guys these guys aren't so far what we've brought on to the team. Every one of those guys fills a role here. Like these guys aren't purely developmental. Every one of them is going to play. And significantly, I would say Corley's going to be a big part of the offense, as is Braelon Allen. So I don't know, man. I don't see it the same way. Like, I mean, the only argument I could see is a tackle at, ended up being 11, but at 10. So that's the only one I could even see, but the wide receivers that were there, they weren't top 10 picks. You could make the case for Brock Bowers, I guess, but I wasn't really the biggest Brock Bowers. I would have been fine with it, but and it seems like the Jets weren't, but like who else? What else were you going to take there?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it all makes perfect sense. I don't believe it doesn't look to me this draft like this is all developmental guys. These guys are going to be part of the future, but they're all going to play a role. You needed another running back. Brees goes down a couple weeks, and you're looking at Izzy. You know what I mean? You need these.
Yeah, you
guys.
don't feel good.
Yeah, I mean, and look, Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams are great and all, but you need more than that. So Malachi Corley's going to be playing, boy. I'm excited.
Dino comes in, says, T-shirt idea. I need more Olu with Will Ferrell.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Cowbell.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good.
We're getting close. I'm going to turn off Twitter and the chat because they're pissing me off with the JFM takes anyway. So,
yeah, let's go. I'm going to go to Mr. Forte, and then I'm gonna run downstairs and get my pizza, and we're gonna
like four picks away now.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close. Then we'll hop back into it. So, Bino, you'll be the first one after this. Hughes and Samini say JFM is not about the cap. It's the actual $13 million off the books. That kind of bums me out. I mean, it's not about the cap. It's the actual $13 million off the books. So like
saying
the
like
dollars,
Woody didn't want,
like the cash spent.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna run downstairs and get my pizza, but I'm gonna not look at the chat for a bit now. Now that we're getting close to the pick.
Green Bean, I have the Broncos already gave him a new contract. 2-year,
really?
2-year, $15 million deal. The deal will pay a total of $10 million guaranteed, including $8 million fully guaranteed at signing, and a $4 million signing bonus.
Huh. So that doesn't do anything to our dead cap, though.
No, not really. You're on the hook for $9 million. You free up $7 million by this trade.
But even though they gave him a new contract,
I don't believe so. I didn't see anybody on the beat say anything that, how that impacts us.
Huh. Well, they wanted him. They liked him.
Yeah.
So why not? See, now you're going to tell me you don't hate JFM now, everybody? I hate him. Going right over there, taking less money. You see what I mean? He took less for them.
Well, they traded him. They were going to redo that deal anyway after the trade, but I hear you.
He wasn't going to take a discount for us, but he goes there and he signs for less. That's how I see it. Maybe I'm wrong. Numbers. You know what I mean, Matt?
Yeah, not a numbers podcast. We never claimed to be a numbers group. We're react to the football guys, do football exciting thing.
We're an emotionally based group of fellas.
Yeah, it's okay. It fits. We have a lane.
Yeah, I live in that's right. The philosophical is a comfort zone.
So I heard you guys talking about the JFM contract, 2 years, $15 million, $10 million guaranteed. We don't save any cap space in addition because of that new contract, because the money that we're getting hit with is signing bonus money that was already paid out.
So now, do you hate him? He wouldn't take a cut for us, but he goes there and he signs a 2-year, $15 million contract.
Well, no, if it was, maybe he was willing to sign that here, but Woody didn't want to pay the money.
Right.
That's what that last super chat sounded like.
And like a player is usually never open to a restructure never not open to a restructure because that gets them their money sooner. So like I saw some people on Twitter be like, oh, well, he just didn't want to restructure his deal here. Well, of course he would. He would get more of his money that's being kicked down the line now. So it's very rare to ever see a player not want to restructure their deal. I don't know. It's weird, but whatever. Maybe they give Hassan Reddick an extension. Maybe Will McDonald comes in and plays significantly more. I'm just not confident in they think Michael Clemens can serve his role as well as JFM.
Yeah, I don't buy that. Maybe he's going to drop weight and be faster again.
I'd rather him do that. He was better as an edge than when he put on weight and tried to go on the interior.
Agreed. All right. Let's take a look here. So Michael Clemens, what's his percentage of snaps?
I'm going to guess 12.
You think?
Just a stab in the dark, though.
Stabbing. Okay, so you're saying 12%?
Yeah.
I'm
going to run
played
downstairs. Grab a drink real quick, but I'm listening.
35% of the snaps defensively.
That's higher than I thought it would be.
Yeah,
So
and I don't want to see it get higher than that.
And he had 27 tackles, 2 tackles for a loss, and 1 quarterback hit, 1 forced fumble. Let's see, John Franklin Myers. What did he have? John Franklin Myers, conversely, played 55% of the snaps on defense, had 33 tackles, 6 tackles for a loss, 14 quarterback hits, though, and he did have 3.5 sacks. So in that 20%, not incredibly, much higher. The quarterback stuff, 3.5 sacks. And
Jets pick is in.
Quarterback hits. Jets pick is in, guys. No more trading.
Yeah, to me, it's going to be Brian Thomas Jr. to our Jags. Bucky, weren't you?
Let's see. Are they going to show it pop up?
I mean,
I would think they would just pop it up at some point.
Free agency, respect, go get your bread. But now all of a sudden, you lost a deep threat. So you go get Gabe Davis.
So we traded up.
Oh, we traded up. Yeah, we traded up.
And we still have pick 173.
And then kind of stretches the defense, allows
Okay, I don't want to check to see how it happened yet.
I gotta shut the chat off. I
also like Roman Wilson, Jim Harbaugh's former receiver, ending up in Pittsburgh.
All right, I guess I'm gonna
turn that off. They're still chatting.
Love that fit there.
Yeah, we might miss the.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah,
but
nobody's
when I see
anymore.
it pop in, I'll let you know.
Okay.
If they do have someone walk out, or if it goes to like a kind of a full screen bar. It looks like someone's going to announce it. They show the Jets like zooming in from far out.
Is it just going to, are we at the point where it just flips and it's like, hey, this is who they
That's
took?
what I'm trying to avoid. But the way they're showing the stage makes it, yeah, someone's coming out to give the pick.
Okay, cool. So they're going to come out and do it. Nice.
Perfect. Here we go.
All right. With the 171st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Jordan Travis, quarterback.
Wow! All right, yeah!
All right,
we are having a perfect draft.
It's crazy.
All right.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Sit him behind Rodgers and Tyrod and hope it pays off, man.
Dude, if they IR him in training camp at the end of training camp, I'm gonna be so like wildly excited because I've been talking about that for friggin' ever. Dude, Jordan Travis, what a pick!
Amazing.
Jermaine Johnson's got to be stoked on that.
This is
so I wonder if they thought Philly was going to take him as a backup.
They
traded up from them.
This is like if they asked someone on Jets Twitter to do their draft, because these are the players we talked about the last 3 months. Every single one of these guys. You know, it's not like, remember the days where they'd draft someone on day 5 and we go, Zaire Barnes, good example from last year. Be like, who the hell is this? And he's like, well, he was ranked like 327 and was mentioned 0 times on Jets Twitter. These are all pretty popular names.
It's huge. Just it's really neat to see like all the guys we've been talking about are literally all going. Like the most surprising pick, I think, and it wasn't even necessarily surprising for a lot of people, was Olu, I feel like.
Yeah.
I think it was only surprising because of how heavily the odds kind of shifted towards Bowers. And like we all thought maybe wide receiver 3 could be there. We might trade up. Like that to me feels like the one pick that, you know, was the most surprising. I mean, I guess it's surprising that we are actually calling them out. But damn, this is sweet. Eagles pick is in.
So the Jets are going to be right back up again.
Yeah,
Jets will be right back up. So I don't know what pick we
somehow we-
lost. So,
Well, wait
what's
a
great
minute.
is
Go on.
I can even. No. I was gonna say I can. I have a slide for Jordan Travis also, because
Listen to this, Ryan. We didn't use pick 173 to get to 171. Did you guys
I
say
know
that
because
already?
yeah, because the Jets are up. Jets are on the clock.
So again, I'm afraid to look at anything. So we'll give it a little bit
of time before we switch over. I mean, you got to think we kept Mr. Irrelevant, so it's some other combination of picks in there. Going across the bottom of the screen, so we have 173. That means we used one of pick 185 and 190. Maybe we traded both those to get up from 180, 185, or we used a future asset.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless we used all our picks to get back up into it, and now we just have these 2 picks.
Crazy.
Or maybe next year, capital.
Yeah. Hopefully it's next year. I still want to see more picks for us. I don't want to be done yet.
No. Well, we're gonna get 257 because Woody Johnson wants his marketing tool.
Yeah.
All right, our Jordan Travis reaction is getting clipped.
Wait a minute. So what was the Yoshi says we gave him 185 and 190 to get up.
So that would be the 2.6 then. That's what we didn't know what the compensation was, but I would get out of the chat because we have our pick like now. They might have made it. Pick is in. Eagles got Trevor Keegan, Michigan. Jets are now officially on the clock.
Let's go with Malik Washington. Holy shit, I'd lose my marbles.
Yeah, Green Bay might.
I doubt it. I know it's a long shot, but
then they're on again at 176. So they're gonna have 3 picks.
Oh wait, did we get another one?
No. So what we did, we just gave our 2.6. So that was a brand new 5th.
Oh, we gave our 2.6 for 5th. So we have 173. We still have 176. Yeah, because we got like 3 picks in a row right now.
Right.
So I'll have to update my ticker at some point.
Okay, well, who is it? The Eagles, or are the Jets back on the clock now?
Jets are on the clock for pick 173. It does not say pick is in yet.
It says pick is in over here for 173.
Pick is in. Yeah, it just came in on my screen too. I'll pull it over as soon as we see if someone's coming out to announce it.
I'm posting our reaction to the Jordan Travis pick that was already closed.
Hell yeah.
Look at that. We're going to have some fire content now.
I love it. I don't know where to go here. Like, I would like Brendan Rice, but I don't think they're going to make that pick. Gabe Hall's here. Little edge defensive tackle.
I could see that too.
That would be an interesting pick. They could go.
2 of the next 4 picks are the Jets.
Got 1,900 in here watching with us on YouTube. Make sure to leave a like if you just popped in.
Yeah, hit the like button. We're going to go over to the Jets pick as soon as we see something pop up on the screen.
I think that's a great pick, guys. We are crushing this. Like
We're
just
really
from the player that we're bringing in, the players that we're choosing, perspective, the moving and everything's nuts. But what we're doing, in my opinion, is very strong.
Joe Douglas having a all-time draft for us. In like what's crazy is like we thought all these picks would be realistic when they're going too. And we got Jordan Travis, like, we didn't have a 5th because I think most people would want to take the quarterback in the 5th. And since we made so many moves, we got him in the 5th. Most of us would take him in the 4th.
Yeah, he was my pick with, like, the last pick of the 4th, usually, in those kind of moves.
I'm pretty happy that this draft has gone this way, because now when I go to do my edits, I literally have like all these players already made.
Yeah, and we know things about these guys. It's not like, all right, shit, I got to research who the hell Jared Bernard Converse is now.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
This is good.
I'm
All right,
fascinated to see
guys,
who this
we
is
are
gonna be.
picking players now, everybody.
All right, so it still hasn't clicked over yet.
Okay.
They're
Do
showing.
you think they're gonna announce it again or no?
I don't know. I mean, if they showed, pick us in. Oh, it's a running back, Isaiah Davis, special teams guy.
Wait, what?
It just flashed on the screen.
Yeah, well, I was joking.
The Jets
I
did?
think it's special teams. Yeah, Isaiah Davis.
That was the other
They
running
just-
back I liked.
So there you go. We got Isaiah Davis.
Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, that's nuts. So no vet. Dude, I love it, man. Young running back, stable, another pounder.
Do you
They're
think
going
what
offense only draft?
I like it. I mean, I definitely was not thinking running back there.
No.
I love it, dude. That's great. You guys heard I mentioned them all day. I didn't think we were taking two though. Holy cow.
Okay. Let's go back to Isaiah
Can you tell us
Davis.
a little bit about him?
Yeah, well, he's another one. He's a bigger back, runs heavy. So I mean, dude, he's another one that can break it. Let me look at some stats for him. Hold on. Let me get him up.
6
All
foot
right.
218.
Yep.
All right.
So here we go. I know, buddy. I know. You like Isaiah Davis. You heard. I know you. That was your guy. So he had 1,578 rushing yards last year, 18 rushing touchdowns, 23 receptions for $199. Let's see here. His 40's a 4.57 40, 34.5-inch vertical. Yeah, so he lacks his thing. He's not a burner. You know what I mean?
No. Yeah. What was his 40? 4.57? That, yeah.
Yeah.
Not.
Exceptional ball security with only 3 fumbles across 4 years. Reliable hands, displays advanced vision and patience, adept at identifying, exploiting running lanes, possesses the build and frame of an NFL caliber running back, ready to handle his workhorse role, strong lower body, ability to gain yards after contact. That's one of the, when I was looking for the types of running backs that I wanted to see the Jets bring in, that's why he was on my list. Capable receiver, offering a viable option for checkdowns, demonstrates notable discipline, understanding of his as a zone runner, efficiently reading blocks, quick feet, effective one-cut slashing running style.
That might be nice on returns. I mean, I feel like this is a pick that battles like Gibson and like Izzy. Like I can't imagine us carrying 4 running backs this year. I think we only carried 3 last year.
Get Izzy
What
off
was
the
that, Matt?
squad. I'm done.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like he might be a bubble guy now. I don't know anything about, Isaiah Davis, but I'm curious to see how that plays out.
Oh, I underscored. Took the lead. Not dead yet.
There you go. So I'd imagine the Jets pick will probably just flash on the screen. We're not on the draft side of things right now. It's showing a commercial on my end, but
I just wanted to give a special shout out to Taylor, who is cutting the clips and turning it around for us on day 3. She's a little under the weather today, but still cutting the clips for us. Much appreciated.
Matt, you got yourself a good one. And shout out to Becca too. I'm going to shout out the wife on my end too, taking care of the 2 kids.
It helps. It's not easy. What we do, 3 days long live streams, but it helps when you have a good support system.
Green Bean, any special lady you want to thank over there?
My wife does nothing.
She's
I'm in trouble. Yeah, my wife, dude. I don't even know how. Like you said, while we're doing this, I'm basically out of commission for days. And you see it. I'm getting. Last night she brought me dinner in here. She's making me stuff, coffees, all kinds of stuff. It's amazing.
Incredible.
Dude, I like this pick. I'm going to tell you, maybe not the way I would have gone, right? But I really like this pick. Bringing on these types of players, man. We're intending to absolutely punish, hold the ball, beat the shit out of defenses. I like it.
We're definitely going to go ground and pound.
Taylor just texted justice for Merrill.
Right.
So funny.
Oh, that's great. That is awesome. I'm surprised YouTube TV is showing me as long as a commercial as they are. I'm actually impressed. It's because it's a bumblebee eating some nectar on a flower.
Interesting.
When they do that, it's usually a fast ad, not the slow ad that I'm getting right now. After this pick, we can go back to the chat, though.
Well, the Jets are up. Yeah, the Jets are up in a sec.
We got one more.
That's what I'm saying. Like 176, and then we got our last pick. So Cowboys still haven't made their pick. It says pick is in, but they have not showed it on screen yet. Who do we want here with this next pick?
Brendan Rice, Malik Washington.
Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, Gabe Hall.
Christian Mahogany. Give me the whole damn green bean group. Let's do it.
Come on. See, I want to eat my... Well, I guess I could eat another slice.
Yeah, have a slice. You got...
It's just like... They're showing the stage for Dallas, so I'm assuming they're going to
They might. Maybe they'll announce it then. I think the Isaiah Davis pick has been by far the most surprising to me, just because they already took a running back, and one of that same stylistically too, right? Like two bruising guys. So to me, that says like, hey, we're just hoping one of these two guys hits for us. We're gonna take the day 3 swing, and hopefully one of these two guys are the guy.
I would agree. You know, if they feel that's the position they need or the style they need, and you got so many cracks at it, why not? Dallas took a cornerback.
Okay, so Jets back on the clock then, no?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Or no. Is New Orleans on the clock? Did we trade again?
They trade it?
We traded. No, we didn't.
No. 175. We're on 174 with Dallas. So we got 175, then 176.
Okay.
You could see Bo Braid here at safety if we do go deep. Dude, this is an offensive draft. It shows something that we are aware that offense is our issue, everybody. Okay? If
That's
nothing
okay.
else, yeah. Let's go. Brendan Rice, Malik Washington, Christian Mahogany,
Gabe Hall.
That's who I want to see.
Ooh. So Maurice Jones-Drew on NFL Network called Jordan Travis, this may be the steal of the draft.
We're getting a few of those. Yeah. Corley and Allen, too.
I hope he develops into... How great would it be after all the first-round swings that the freaking fifth-round quarterback figures it out? And
it would be incredible.
I'm rooting for like hell for him.
Yeah, me too. But he's got a nice chunk of time to do it. He gets to hang out with Aaron Rodgers and Tyrod Taylor. Not terrible, guys. Give me Malik Washington. Oh, my God.
He might not. Green Bean might not recover from this if they go. And
I wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah,
that would be. I mean, it would be awesome.
Like, get
no
the
idea what
bottom
direction
end
they're gonna
scrubs off the team, Ryan. Like the Brownlees, the Gibsons, they're fine. They're nice. Dude, get them off. Upgrade.
He's like, fuck them. No loyalty. Get them out. If they stink, they're out.
What did they do? Nothing. Gibson fumbling all over the damn place. His best play came week 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he had
It
some
was a
nice
great
catches,
one.
like for scampers. Like he's
Yeah.
interesting enough that I'm excited to see what he does in camp. But I'm not so tied to him that I would be upset if he didn't make the roster.
No, that's the classic. Jet fans fall in love and are like, this guy can be the slot receiver for a decade, and it's like, well, like hold on, let's maybe pump the brakes and let's see how he goes into year 2 here.
Yeah. There's a reason we took Corley in the 3rd.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Gibson fan. I mean, rooting for him, the whole thing, but to me, way too inconsistent. He's an undrafted free agent, little tiny fella. Again, like Malik Washington is everything that you would hope Gibson could be. Malik Washington already is that.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
a good
some.
way to put that.
Yeah, that it is.
One of the big reasons why I do pizza is because it's quieter when I chew.
Yeah, that's an easy one too. That's a very, you could eat it with your hands. It's not like you need to bring the utensils.
Not
and a big
sloppy.
plate. Yeah.
It's a tactical decision.
Mm.
Saints pick is in. I haven't seen what it is yet.
The Jets are going to be right up again after that.
Yeah.
What other guards are here? Let me see. You got
Mahogany.
Christian Mahogany. Yeah, Mahogany. Oh, man. Let's see who else. Cohen out of Miami. Dylan McMahon. Julian Pearl. Yeah, we're getting into guys I don't really know that much about here.
Yeah, the 6th and 7th rounds were a little tougher. Kenny Logan Jr. was a safety I like. Josh Proctor, another safety late.
I think we should take Dylan Laube, the running back.
just add another one.
Wait, take Pratt too. Why not? Take 2 swings at quarterback. One of them.
Is Pratt still out there?
Yeah.
You know what I hope? I hope that taking these 2 running backs means that we don't have to watch Bawden anymore.
That's exactly. I was
Yup.
thinking maybe Allen turns into that.
Great point, Bean.
You know what I mean? Screw these guys.
Jets are on the clock. I just looked over to the side, saw they were on the clock. I don't know any pick yet.
I gotta get off the bird. It's gonna spoil it.
Yeah. I'm not looking at the chat. Boys and girls, we'll get over to your super chat questions as soon as the Jets pick comes in. Saints took a linebacker.
Okay.
Oh, Jalen Ford, yeah. Okay.
Malik. Give me Malik.
Washington.
God, that would be so cool. I'm gonna say Gabe Hall. I'm gonna go a different say a defensive player.
I think Christian Mahogany. That's where I could see Gabe Hall too. But why not just
Interior
keep the
would be
streak going with the damn offense? Let's do it. Let's do the whole draft.
Just the whole
offense.
draft. It's
Make
been a
a
problem.
statement. Yeah.
Roger said, make the whole draft offense or I'm retiring.
Yeah. Right. Oh, Jets pick is in.
Josh Proctor's still out there, guys, too, at safety.
Let's see if they'll show it.
Appreciate you guys.
There you go.
Hey, VFL.
There's Coach Sherrod Mayo, new head coach for the New England Patriots. I understand the concept of competition, but every single evaluator I've heard.
I'll go back up when I see it. It's just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, they're gonna sit there and they'll talk, and eventually it'll flag.
Yeah, damn. I clicked it as soon as it started, like,
Need to
moving.
change something. Yeah.
It went from, like, the pick is in to that little blue bar with the players.
Brendan Rice would be nice.
That would be nice. There's still that nice chunk of players.
Let's see Frank Crum. Offensive tackle, Wyoming.
Good name. Frank Crum.
I would laugh. I would laugh deeply from the soul.
I'm like keeping a sharp eye on this.
Oh, look at the Jets draft room. Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh and Christopher Johnson just standing there.
So you're going to see it before us then?
Well, I'm watching a different channel. I'm not going to say anything. They're just showing it. Yeah. They're literally just standing there. It's dark. They got the lights off. Everything's fucking weird.
Really? That's really funny.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not, but it looks like the lights are off. But they're just standing there with all their arms folded like this.
We're going to go to lunch. Got like a round and a half before we make our final pick.
So do they only have Mr. Irrelevant left?
That's it.
I believe so.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
I'll tell you, man, that badass stage with the Jets green logo looks great.
The new logo just looks so good.
The kid's up there. Do you see him, Ryan?
No, not yet. Are they going to announce it?
He's up there now reading it.
All right, don't look. Because that means I'll be able to pull it.
Is it Kyle Stickles?
No, but he's a Kyle Stickles-esque little fella.
They're talking about Jordan Travis. Oh. Quantez Stiggers. Cornerback.
Ooh, this draft sucks.
No, I mean, we knew you're going to get defensive eventually. Is he a corner who could also play safety? That is the Jets 3, day 3
He's
move.
from the Toronto Argonauts, dude.
Can you give us some...
They just drafted a player from the CFL.
They drafted a player from the CFL?
That's ridiculous to me.
I have no idea how to pronounce his name or how to spell his name. Can you spell his name for me, Matt? So I can put it on the ticker.
Quantez Stiggers.
Yeah, give me a second. Okay. Capital Q.
Yep.
WAN apostrophe TEZ. And last name is STIGGERS.
Boom. Got it. All right. So Jets got a cornerback. Can one of you guys pull up like a scouting profile on him, see if we could figure out
who
this guy is?
CFL Rookie of the Year? Is that what I'm seeing? Let's see here.
I'm going to rip through a few super chats real quick while you pull that up. Bino says, O'Leary, Ryan, Bean Green, Olu, Corley, Allen. Now we need a developmental quarterback. And we got him in Jordan Travis. Catching up on all these. Wild Billy Boy says, happy birthday to my beautiful wife and soon-to-be mother of my child. Birthing the next generation of Jets fan is no small task. Wild Billy Boy, congratulations.
Yeah,
to you
Billy.
and your wife.
Congrats.
Eddie comes in and says, we reached the talking food portion of the program this year early this year. Shout out to Q-Tip. One of us.
Actually, it took a little while. I think this is a little later than usual for our food talk.
The food conversation. Yeah, because I mean, last year, I don't remember when it started last year. I know 2 years ago, we got hit with the 2 4th-round picks early, and we just sat and like twiddled our thumbs for a while.
Yeah.
Noseskill's dropping a 10 spot. Thank you. It says, some say we haven't drafted a single starter. Some might say the roster is getting better, so it's harder to find guaranteed starters.
It's a great
Especially
point.
when most of our picks are past the 3rd round. Yeah, that's true. We're drafting so well right now, and we have so many good starters that we're drafting depth pieces like a good team does.
It's a great point.
It's a great point, No Skills. I'm going to run a ad real quick, and then we'll be right back and hit some more of your super chats.
Did you know that New York's best off-site meeting venue is in New Jersey? Welcome to Crystal Springs Resort, the Northeast's largest golf spa and culinary resort, set amongst the picturesque Kinetinny Mountains in Hamburg, New Jersey. Located just 1 hour from New York City, with over 100,000 square feet of unique and flexible indoor and outdoor meeting and banquet space, Crystal Springs is ideal for hosting off-site meetings, conferences, team building functions, and executive retreats, all with a picture-perfect backdrop. The resort features 2 distinct hotels with stunning mountain and valley views and a vast selection of guest rooms and suites with in-room fireplaces and private patios. Guests have access to a wide array of amenities, including 2 day spas, 3 clubhouses, 3 pool complexes, 10 restaurants, and North America's most spectacular wine cellar. For those seeking recreation, Crystal Springs boasts 6 championship golf courses, a state-of-the-art sports and fitness club, and a mountaintop lake and nature center surrounded by thousands of acres of pristine forest. No matter the time of year, guests can choose from a myriad of individual and group activities that can be coordinated by our activities directors. In addition to offering this conveniently located world-class facility, Crystal Springs' experienced and dedicated in-house team provides superb catering, concierge, AV, and conference services to help plan and manage all aspects of your event. Whether you're planning an annual meeting or just looking for a quick retreat to recharge your team, Crystal Springs Resort will make your next event a success. Call today to schedule a tour or to find out more about New York City's closest 4-season resort.
Wow. All right. Crystal Springs, thank you so much for sponsoring us. Am I going to pop up? Where's my little face? There we go. Ah, beautiful. T. Rivera comes in, says, OLU stands for Offensive Line University and a PhD for protection. I like it. LMT says,
like
what East Coast guy eats Pizza Hut? The East Coast guy when he's down visiting family in Florida. There's, I don't eat Pizza Hut normally. I eat DiGiorno's when I'm home, but I go out to like actual pizza places when I'm eating. Mumtaz drops in with a 10 spot, says, I think JD put out false info on purpose, telling everyone they loved Talise Fuaga. Every establishment media guru had Fuaga this way. People going for Fashanu don't jump us like they did for Broderick. I feel like, there could be some of that as well. I feel like all the offensive linemen, everyone was sort of like all over the map on who left tackle or offensive tackle 2 was going to be. And I mean, if the Titans had wanted to go with a left tackle instead of a right tackle, it's probably Fashanu that goes ahead of us. So it might have been more of necessity for what side of the line they wound up taking. I don't know, Matt. What do you think? You think we put out some smoke signals about Fuaga to make sure Fashanu was going to be there?
I think it sounds like Brock Bowers was really the smoke signal. I'm really surprised that they went for Fashanu instead of Fuaga, because stylistically, Fuaga is everything they usually like in the tight end. I can't speak today. In the offensive tackle, Mauler in the run game just plays with a nastiness, kind of raw, but has a lot that you could really like. Where Olu is kind of that technician as a pass protector, and honestly could use some work as a run blocker. So kind of the opposite of what they usually go for. So a surprising pick, but I'm excited for a guy who's a really good pass protector in a league that skews more towards passing now.
Yeah, it feels kind of nice. Green Bean, any thoughts on like the smoke screen that we may have put out with Fuaga and Fashanu?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. I think Matt just nailed it with the Brock Bowers. That we had the world thinking that Brock Bowers was a very realistic option, and when Rome Odunze wasn't there, I mean, even me, I didn't want Brock Bowers, but I was like, it's going to be Brock Bowers. I mean, it just seemed like it. So, yeah, they did a good job of keeping things under wraps this year. Who saw him taking 2 running backs? Who saw him taking Fashanu? Who saw him taking Malachi Corley? Who saw him taking Quantez Stiggers? We didn't hear. They kept that one under wraps pretty well too, everybody. But I don't know.
I mean, it's wild that Corley is also like, kind of a running back as well. At least a converted running back. So we, in a way, drafted 3 running backs.
Quantez Stiggers is one of the more interesting prospects. So he did not go to college. He played in the FCF, the Fan Controlled Football League in 2022, was like afterthought in the CFL last year, and then ends up winning most outstanding rookie. So he couldn't sign as a free agent, so he had to enter a draft as a draft prospect, but never actually played college football. Isn't that bizarre?
That's wild. How old is he?
22.
Okay, so he's still young. We've got a special guest backstage. Let me see if I can pull it over in the correct format. We've got Mr. Scott Mason joining the show. Scott, how you doing? Let me see if I can zoom out.
Hey, Ryan. I don't know how special I am, so hopefully I live up to your introduction, but I'll do my best.
Let me see if I can get your face zoomed out. Boom. There we go. We got you.
There we go.
And now I just got
your poor viewers. Now they have to see my full face.
So Scott runs Play Like a Jet. Thank you so much for coming on. What are your thoughts on the Jets draft so far?
Well, Ryan, first of all, thanks for inviting me. It's always good to talk to you. Matt, I don't believe we've ever had the pleasure. You gigantic man. It's good to finally make your acquaintance, sir. And Green Bean, likewise, it's good to see your beard up close. Nice to make your acquaintance too, sir.
Yeah, dude.
Feels
so
good.
As far as my thoughts on this, it's weird. They picked 2 running backs. I'm a little bit surprised. It was funny because after they took Braelon Allen, I'm like, well, I guess Izzy's pretty much cooked because Breece Hall gets 90% of the running back touches. So, okay, you need a running back too. The running back 3 is not going to have much to do. I'm like, well, they must not believe in 𝐒𝐮𝐫𝐞𝐿. So I get all these people going, hey, he's a different kind of running back. I'm like, all right, fine. And then they go and pick another running back like, a round later. So that was kind of hilarious. As far as the earlier stuff, I don't know what you guys think of this, but with the Olu Fashanu thing, really quickly, I think what clearly happened was the Jets understood. I've been saying for a while, people that listen to my show know this, that the Jets needed to get a guy that could step in right away and make an impact immediately because you got that short window with Aaron Rodgers. And that's why I was in favor of grabbing the pass catcher early as opposed to the offensive lineman. But what clearly happened here is that the Jets were not in on Brock Bowers. Plan A was they really wanted Malik Neighbors or Rome Odunze. Nobody would trade. And they had 6 guys on a list because they knew the first 3 guys are going to be quarterbacks. And so those 6 guys, we can make the obvious deduction, were Odunze, Harrison, Neighbors, Fashanu, Alt, and Latham. And so when they got to number 10, they couldn't make the move up for the 2 pass catchers they wanted. The only guy left was Fashanu, and they looked at it and said, well, we're not in on Bowers. The next receiver after Odunze, we don't think there's a big gap between that guy and who we think we can get later. With Fashanu, we do think there's a big gap between him and who we think we can get later. So we're going to head fake the Vikings into giving us a little something, move back to 11 where we know we can still get Fashanu, and then we'll get the player we want, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do at receiver on day 2. And so they did that, and I was a little disappointed. I understood what happened. I would have taken Bowers, but I get it. They didn't like him, so it made logical sense for them to do what they did. But then day 2, I was going nuts, man. I'm a huge Malachi Corley fan. I've been screaming for him for months now. I think he's a perfect fit for this offense. And I know that a lot of people will see him just as a gadget player, but I think he's capable of doing more than that. It's going to take some development, but the thing that's beautiful about him is that he's elite at something right now, but I think he has skills that can still be developed, and there's a ceiling there that hasn't quite been reached. I'm not saying he's going to be like Brandon Ayuk, but let's remember what Brandon Ayuk was out of Arizona State. He kind of was a similar player to what you see with Malachi Corley at Western Kentucky. Again, not saying he can reach the level that Ayuk has reached, but Ayuk clearly one of the best receivers in the league. And I think that if nothing else, Corley can make strides in those other areas. So I was a little disappointed in the first round. I understood what happened. I was pumped for Malachi Corley. Day 3 is a little strange with all the trade backs, but ultimately Braelon Allen, I think, is a good player. I really like Jordan Travis. I think that's the perfect move for the Jets to have a quarterback to stash who doesn't have to play this year and who is recovering from an injury anyway. Taking 2 running backs on day 2 is a little odd, but hopefully, as that famous Jets fan once said when the Jets picked O'Brien over Marino, hopefully the Jets know something we don't.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's wild. The 2 running backs is definitely something I don't think any of us had penciled in. And we were just saying how Malachi Corley was a converted running back to wide receiver. So, you're kind of getting a lot of, they're not similar players. I guess Allen and Davis maybe. But, Matt, were you able to pull up Davis's, or no, it wasn't Davis. Who was our most recent pick that we got the corner?
Quantez Stiggers.
Could you give us the,
No!
What's wrong, Green Bean? Who
what happened? Oh, Malik
Washington, the Dolphins.
The Dolphins.
Oh, that
sucks.
Guy.
That's okay. Michael Carter will swallow him up. We'll swallow him up. I'm not worried about it. That's okay.
Yeah, but he's someone I think we wanted to root for on the side, and now we have to hate him.
I love it.
No, I get it. By the way, Matt, I was really glad that when I was in the green room, you provided that explanation about Quantez Stiggers, because when they announced the pick, I'm like, what? They had to draft a guy from the CFL? They couldn't just sign him? But apparently the rule is, like you said, if you didn't play college football, you have to be drafted. I did not know that.
Neither did I. You learn something new every day. This was one of the more unique paths to the NFL draft that maybe we'll ever see.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
Very strange.
Let's rip through a few super chats here real quick. Real fast, then I'll get to you, Matt. I just want to acknowledge these guys. Mike E says, come on, 2 running backs. Blitz Crew says either Izzy or Davis will be on the practice squad. I would agree with that. E-Boogie says the Jets are running the ball 20-0, baby. Justin Thomas says Jets still have 176. So that was from earlier today. Trading Card Company donates Talkin Jets OnlyFans membership. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining the OnlyFans. Drop some JETS in the chat for our newest member. Pat18 says Jets would select Malik Washington, and tomorrow JD would announce Green Bean as assistant GM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why did Malik Washington slip so far? Asks Ace of Spades. It's got to be his height, I think, because the player himself is good.
Yeah, he's going to be a stud too. He's 5'8", so even though he's got the second highest vertical in the entire combine, and he plays fast and he plays large, he's still 5'8". So I guess that's a lot of teams, they just weren't willing to overlook that. I think Miami got a real one, everybody. Sucks.
So,
hey, Green Bean, question for you, by the way. I heard Ryan just make a joke about you being the assistant GM. Is it true that a year or 2 ago, Joe Douglas offered you a job in the front office, but he said he needed you to shave your beard and you had to turn him down?
And that is actually very accurate. I just wasn't willing to do it, man. It wasn't, the money wasn't right. The risk
length of contract
reward of it all. So I said, nah, keep your job. I'll stay out here and make fun of you.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. RJ McPot says, can we get Johnny Wilson too? Go FSU. Look, big-bodied guy, not a huge fan.
Well, I've got bad news, guys. He just got picked by the Eagles, so the answer is no.
All right, there goes that.
Gone. Alan comes in and says Stiggers has 12 siblings, multiplying like bunnies in the Stiggers household. 9.34 RAS score and a ball hawk, says Alan. Very cool.
Is his dad Phillip Rivers by any chance?
Seriously, right? Could you imagine, like, we see one of Phillip Rivers' kids making the NFL already because he's got, like, a full fucking football team? He's like, sorry, guys, we got to make cuts to get in the family van. Someone's not making the roster. Thanksgiving ain't coming your way.
Oh, my goodness.
So we
So
don't
I guess
pick
what-
until 257, right? That's our pick. Shit.
We got some time to kill.
Mr. Irrelevant.
Definitely. I've got my
Yeah,
final piece
Mr.
of
Irrelevant
pizza.
at 257.
Is there a
When's the next
position you
pick,
would
at
like to see us
190?
go? Well, our next pick is two, whatever. That's our last.
Yeah, we gave it away. We traded it up for Jordan Travis.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I completely forgot. So, yeah, there's no more picks until Mr. Irrelevant. I got to say, I'm kind of surprised. I thought they might do something at safety. I wonder if Quantez Stiggers could play safety.
That's kind of what Matt was trying to diagnose.
Yeah, I wanted to pull up what's his name? Connor Rogers tweeted out his scouting report for Stiggers, and he's one of the things he says is I could see them giving him looks at safety. But he had good ball skills, 5 interceptions in 2022 in the FCF, the fan-controlled football league, and then five in the CFL last year.
All right. Ball hawking guy. I'll take that. Ron drops in and says, guys, I'm hearing that the Jets gave up next year's first for an unknown two-way player that played for the university. No, I mean college.
Yeah.
Knoble.
I heard that
Knoble. Knoble out of college. Giving up the first round pick next year. Two-way player.
I heard the Jets drafted Michael Penix Jr. They didn't want to be left out.
Yo, what did you
do
think about
of
that? That was
weird
wild.
ass pick? What a weird pick that was, huh?
No, well, the best part of it was, I don't know if you guys heard Terry Fontenot today. I almost couldn't believe what I heard. They were asking him about it. Like, he gave all this money to Kirk Cousins and all this stuff. And he said, well, listen, if we're winning and we believe in Michael Penix, if we're winning and he has to sit for 4 or 5 years, that's a good problem to have. I'm like, wait a second. Him blowing through his rookie deal and being 30 years old before he sees the field would be a good problem to have? I've never seen a guy in my life that is in more need of media training than Terry Fontenot. Every time he opens his mouth, he makes it worse.
Yeah, dude. That was
That's a bizarre
atrocious.
statement.
Yeah, ridiculous.
I couldn't believe it. And you know what the funny part is? Obviously that whole thing messed the Jets up because everybody assumed that the Falcons would be willing to trade out. The Jets could have gone up to 8, gotten Rome Odunze, and instead they're like, nope, we're taking Michael Penix at number 8, and the Jets got stuck at 10, and we know what happened from there. But it's hilarious that wound up happening, and that one was bizarre. I will say, I got to pat myself on the back. I was right about J.J. McCarthy. I'm like, look, this is all smoke. This guy's not going in the top 5. There's no way teams are evaluating him near Drake May or any of those guys. He's going to go around 11 to 15. It's going to be another Mac Jones situation. You guys remember the 49ers. There's all this buzz. Oh, Mac Jones might go number 3. And I was pretty close. I said he would go 11 to 15. He went 10, but only because Minnesota traded up a pick. So he went right around where I figured. I just was not buying that. Because you guys watch McCarthy. What was it that you would have seen? Every time I hear people talk about how much they love McCarthy, it has nothing to do with him throwing the football. It's like, well, he's a great guy. He buys pizza for the orphanages, and he's a leader, and his teammates like him, and he's the designated driver on karaoke night. Like, you never hear anything about, wow, this guy can really throw the football. There was that one game, I think it was against Penn State. They handed the ball off 23 times in a row. You're going to draft a guy at number 5 when his team handed the ball off 23 times in a row? I don't know. It just felt weird to me.
Yeah, you know what I find interesting is we all thought that the Falcons would trade out of 8. And I guess if you play out, how it would have worked out, if the Jets trade up to 8, take Odunze, the division rival of the Vikings is sitting at 9, maybe they would have traded back for a team that wanted, J.J. McCarthy, because the Bears would want to cock block the Minnesota Vikings. So maybe that was kind of the ripple effect that wound up going down because of that Penix pick.
Yeah, but you
Yeah,
can't.
it's just
You
the whole thing
can't,
was nuts.
I'm sorry, Scott, but you can't play
No,
like
go
you
ahead.
can't run your team like to block and like depending on what other teams are doing. You just can't do that. So like in the event that like they were kind of thinking along those lines, like we're really gonna screw this other team over, it's a big mistake, man. I mean, I think I don't know. Sometimes
No.
it's amazing to me. Go on.
I mean, the Bears would have traded out for a team that wanted a quarterback that wouldn't have been the Vikings that wanted JJ.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So Penix could have gone, like the Raiders could have hopped up to 9 or something like that. And then the Falcons would have missed out on Penix at 10.
I just have a hard time thinking that would have happened, though. I think that was just something that the Falcons were so set on this guy. I don't know. The whole thing is insane. Somebody tweeted, would people be this annoyed about the Penix pick if the Falcons had taken 21-year-old J.J. McCarthy instead? I still think it would have been dumb because the Falcons can make a run right now in a weak NFC. They clearly, with Kirk Cousins healthy, are the front runner in that division. So I still think it would have made a lot more sense to get a guy that can help you right now. But at least with McCarthy, if you sat him for 2-3 years, you say, all right, it's like Jordan Love. He's 23, 24 years old. He gets in there, and he's the future and all that. Penix, with the injuries and the age, it just, man, nothing made. And to be honest with you, I don't think Penix is that good. I just think it's so funny how everybody's a prisoner of the moment. You guys see it on Twitter all the time, right? And obviously YouTube and all that. Michael Penix has that game against Texas, and everybody's talking about, man, this guy should be the number 1 pick. Yeah, okay, you watch one game. Go watch the rest of the games. There were a lot of times when Michael Penix Jr. was getting bailed out a lot by those receivers. Rome Odunze, Jalen McMillan, Jalen Polk. Those guys bailed him out a ton. He also had 2 really good tackles protecting him, Troy Fautanu and Roger Rosengarten. And it's not to say that Penix isn't good, but there were deficiencies in his game. Some of the touch, especially on his intermediate throws. He's a guy that's a good athlete, but doesn't really use his legs a lot. He's really just a prototypical pocket passer. So we throw all of that with the injuries and the age. I never thought he was a first-round talent to begin with. To me, he seems like a left-handed Geno Smith, which is fine, but I thought people were getting way out over their skis after that one game against Texas. If you watch the rest of it, I thought he had a nice year. He was a solid quarterback, certainly, but I don't think he was anywhere near the guys that got picked at the top, especially Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels, to me, was the runaway winner of the Heisman Trophy. I couldn't believe anybody else was even in the discussion at that point. So that whole thing was weird with Penix. Like I said, McCarthy was odd to me. Penix was odd. And then Bo Nix, I think it was just a matter of the Broncos were like, yeah, we might want to get him in like the second round or trade back or something. And then they saw this crazy stuff happen. We're like, oh, damn it, we better get him now.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was
he was just the last guy. Right. I feel that too. I feel like the Broncos felt like they had to kind of take him, which is interesting, man. Bo Nix, Zach Wilson. It's a real strong room. Stidham. Pretty good.
Well, I heard a rumor, and I need this confirmed now. Matt O'Leary, can you confirm this for me? Is it true that Denver has called you and you're going to be the 4th quarterback in that quarterback competition?
Yeah. If they need a guy who could drop the ball in a garbage pail from about 15 yards away, I'm their guy. I could do it. Accurate
well, based
as
on Zach's accuracy, you might be all right.
Exactly. But yeah, not the best.
Well, listen, as long as you don't run backwards 30 yards like Zach Wilson, I think you'll be all right.
No, pocket pass,
right.
not very mobile. Yeah, a little different.
Dylan comes in, says, if you watch tape on Stiggers, he's a hawk safety. It's nice to see. We wanted a safety.
Okay.
We're at the point in the draft where it's definitely tough to like find people. I can't believe Brendan Rice is still there. Scott, what's your view on Brendan Rice?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I thought he was getting hyped a little too much just because of his last name, but I thought he would have been picked by now. I figured he'd probably be a 4th or 5th round pick. I think he could be a useful player. It's crazy to me because throughout the process, it seemed like everybody was really in on him and Luke McCaffrey. McCaffrey was steadily climbing up, and then McCaffrey ends up going at the back of the 3rd round, and Rice is still on the board. There's a couple of guys that I saw were on the board really late that I was kind of surprised about. Bo Braid, I don't know if he's still there, but he was there the last time I looked, the safety from Maryland. That was a guy I thought the Jets might have thought about. Christian Mahogany the offensive lineman from Boston College. There were people that thought he could go in like the 3rd round, and last I looked, he was still around. So sometimes this happens. There are guys where you don't know whether there's a medical thing. Like you hear things later on afterwards, like, oh, so-and-so had a degenerative knee condition or something like that. So that's the thing that's always funny. Like, oh, people always look to dunk on you after the draft. Oh, you said this guy would go here or he would. But obviously, like, we don't know. We're not privy to a lot of the information that these teams are privy to. So I could sit here and tell you, this guy, I think he's really good. I can't see him getting past the 3rd round. I'm only acting on the info I have. I'm not a scout or somebody in a front office who has like a big file, like one of those like government issued CIA type files where it's like, so when you were 5 years old, I see you use two-ply toilet paper with your left hand, and now you use it with your right hand. Can you explain to me why that is?
Are you a fold or a crinkle kind of guy?
Right.
Toilet paper over, toilet paper under.
Yeah,
Gotta
that's
go
more.
over.
Yeah,
I'm an over guy.
You used to drink coffee. Now you're strictly tea. What's going on there?
Yeah.
Right. That's good.
It almost reminds me of, did you guys ever watch that show, The Game? It was on, I think it was the WB or one of those networks, and then it was on BET for a few seasons. It was basically about a football team and their wives and girlfriends.
Football team with their wives and girlfriends. I don't know what it would have been.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it was called The Game. It was called The Game. I liked it. It was pretty good. It was one of the main stars was one of the Maury sisters, if you guys ever watched Sister Sister back in the day. But anyway, the reason I bring it up is because there's an episode on the show where one of the players is getting older and he's starting to slow down. So he starts taking steroids to try and get an edge and get his groove back. And at one point, the coach, who I believe was played by Lee Majors, comes over and goes, hey, just giving you a heads up, piss test coming up next week. And he's like, oh, well, why do you think you need to give me a heads up? And the coach looks at him and he goes, son, this is a multi-billion-dollar organization. We know everything you do. We know what kind of toilet paper you buy. We know how often you wipe your ass. So let's just say I knew I had to give you a heads up about the piss test. So that's what I think of now when it's like all these guys in a room with like all this draft information, and they have this like huge binder of stuff that like a PI got sitting outside these guys' dorm rooms or something with binoculars.
Well, think about how much the investment is, right? Like I'm sure they dig into all these guys, like their family history and like friends from when they were a kid. Like I remember when they were talking about Aaron Hernandez getting drafted, one of the concerns was, his upbringing and like, the company of people that he kept, and would he be able to stay, on a straightened path? And now, obviously, with
what's
the way
interesting?
that went too, it's even more critical that they pay attention to stuff.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's interesting too. I just was reading. I went down an Aaron Hernandez rabbit hole recently, and I don't want to get too into it, but there's a little bit of a Jets tie-in here. I didn't know this, but when Hernandez first got to Florida, Urban Meyer basically went to Tim Tebow and said, I need you to look out for this kid. And Tebow at one point, I think, had to try and pull Hernandez when he was a freshman off some security guard at a club that Hernandez was trying to beat up or whatever. And Tebow did everything he could to try and help Hernandez when he was a freshman. But once Tebow was gone, it just got so much worse. So it's funny how, like, as Jets fans, obviously we remember Tim Tebow for the negative when he came in here. But he did his best to try and help Aaron Hernandez and be a positive presence down there. It just didn't work out.
Yeah, no one ever disliked Tebow, the guy. It was the guy that would throw the ball in the dirt that they were not so high on.
Well, it was all the fans that came with him, too. Remember that? Like, that influx of just crazy Tebow fans. It was very reminiscent of Brock Bowers. The Brock Bowers boys.
Oh, come on now. That's a little much. I think the Bowers boys is Green Bean. I'll say this. The Bowers boys was confined to some people on Twitter. The Tebow thing was like an international following of people. Like you had like millions of Tebow people. You had like 15 people on Twitter that were like hashtag Bowers boys. I wouldn't compare the two.
Yeah, it was reminiscent. It rang those bells again. Significantly worse, but Yeah, I find it bizarre that it even got to that fever pitch with Brock Bowers. I've never seen anything like it for a tight end.
Well, I'll say this. I like Bowers a lot. I would have loved to have seen the Jets draft him. The day I call myself a Bowers boy or anything like that for any particular player ever, I want the three of you to load me into a cannon and shoot me off into the sky.
Yeah, that's it. Well, it's a wrap.
We'll send them out this way. Just one of those, boom, launch you out of the cockpit. Boogie Down Bronx coming
Use me as a Patriot missile or something, Just shoot me out into orbit.
Just get gone. Boogie Down Bronx comes in and says, I believe the last 2 picks the Jets made were because they believe these 2 players would have never made it to the undrafted free agent ranks, so they took a chance. Yeah, that's fair.
Possible.
Yeah, maybe.
What did you think of the JFM trade, Scott?
The JFM trade? Listen, I think the writing was on the wall as soon as they got Hassan Reddick. Look, everybody wants to say the cap isn't real, but the cap is real. There's a reason why you're hearing about Deebo Samuel being shopped right now, and it's because the Niners understand that they can't pay him and Brandon Ayuk, so one of them has to go. And I think once they got Hassan Reddick, they realized they're up against the cap as it is. There's only so many snaps to go around. And also, let's remember Will McDonald. I know that when they got Hassan Reddick, they said this might be an indicator that they don't believe in Will McDonald, and maybe to some extent. But I think they needed some snaps for Will McDonald too. And ultimately, John Franklin Myers is making a lot of money. And I remember somebody saying to me a couple of days ago, do you think the Jets could use John Franklin Myers as leverage to get into the second round? And I said, I just don't think he's got a lot of value. He's a good player, but what is he, 30 years old? And he's making a good amount of money. I just didn't think he had a lot of value on the market. And I know there are people criticizing the move, but realistically, I just don't know what the going rate is for a guy his age that plays his position that makes the kind of money he makes. He's a good player, but he's not an elite player by any stretch. So, look, I like John Franklin Myers. I thought he was a great move when they plucked him off the waiver wire a couple of years ago, and he was a really nice piece for them. But ultimately, they went out, they got Hassan Reddick, who I think they're probably going to try to extend now, and they needed the money to spread around to other players, especially now with the draft picks coming in. So I think they got the best deal that they could. It's unfortunate, but it's the reality of the NFL and the salary cap era.
Yeah, 2026 6th round pick is like brutal for a player that you were hoping would help you this year and next year if you could have restructured him. It's just a salary cap dump. Do you think the Jets are going to save about $6 or $7 million on this deal? Do you see another transaction being made, or do you think this was more like, hey, we got to pay some of these draft picks, let's just sort of reassess our money situation?
I mean, it might be a little of both, right? Like, they do have to pay the draft picks.
Patriots took
but
Joe
there
Milton.
are.
Oh, that's surprising.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's sort of like the old, RG3 Kirk Cousins routine where, I don't know if you guys remember this, Heath Schuler and Gus Frerotte back in the day with Washington. That was one that I remember.
I was going to say Gus Frerotte. What was the Miami quarterback? It was Frerotte, because Frerotte was down there at one point. So it was probably,
Which one? Brock
Oh,
Heward?
then I was saying Gus Frerotte. Wasn't Gus Frerotte a Dolphin at one point?
I don't remember him being a Dolphin. Maybe he was on a bunch of teams though.
I could have my names jacked up.
In 2005, he was a Miami Dolphin. He played.
There you go. Okay.
50 games. Good memory.
Huh.
Okay. Wow. Good for you.
That's funny that's what I remember him as. I don't remember him. At what year was he drafted, Matt? Like when was 2005 in his
94 was his draft.
No, he was drafted in 94. Yeah, because Heath Schuler was like the third pick in that draft. And then they drafted Frerotte in the 7th round, and Frerotte turned out to be the better player. Heath Schuler was a huge bust. Funny enough, though, Heath Schuler, I believe, is now a member of the U.S. Congress out of North Carolina.
No way.
Interesting.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, how weird is that? Yeah, a lot of those guys go into politics.
We almost had what's-his-face? Herschel Walker. he was going
Well,
for it.
no, but I mean, listen, Burgess Owens, the former Jet, is in Congress right now in Utah. So, I mean, it happens a lot.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you have my word. I'm not going into Congress.
No,
I'm not going to Congress.
Sounds miserable.
But if Matt runs, I'll run his campaign. We'll just say Matt O'Leary, he's too tall not to vote for him.
Make the Jets great again.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Matt O'Leary, he's got the height you need.
The height you need. That's the only quality I got going. It works.
He can throw a ball into a trash can. Vote Matt O'Leary.
15 yards out.
Yep, that's it.
No, but, I do hope, going back to the John Franklin Myers thing, that the Jets get an extension done with Hassan Reddick. And look, ultimately, I was talking to my friend Chris Walker about this earlier today. I think what would take some of the sting out of Fashanu not necessarily being an instant impact pick, because we don't know how much he'll play in 2024, would be if Will McDonald takes that jump in year 2 and he winds up giving you the impact of a first-round pick. So if that happens, then you feel a little better about it. I think it's kind of funny, too, because ironically, everybody criticized McDonald picking with good reason. They said it's a win-now year and you picked a guy who you don't expect to be a starter year 1. Rodgers goes down, so it ended up not mattering as much, and now you just hope that he takes that Jermaine Johnson year 2 leap.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just hoping we get some developmental pieces, clicking on all cylinders this year. Like Will McDonald being, like we were talking about earlier with Clemens, he played, 35% of snaps? Was that what it was, Matt? 33? Something around there?
33. I could tell you.
How do you think the snap percentage gets worked out? Like with JFM gone, what percentage, or maybe what, it doesn't have to be a percent necessarily, but what players do you see filling in more because of this absence?
Well, it's funny. My friend Mike Mulhern, producer over at NBC Sports Philly, he was busting my chops earlier because I was saying to him that there's no way that Hassan Reddick is going to have both 67% of the snaps and get 10 sacks. And once Franklin Myers got traded, he was like, well, thanks for that second-round pick. So I don't know exactly what this means for Hassan Reddick, but for the other guys, I got to assume that they'll divvy it up and McDonald will have a significant increase in snaps. You wonder if Jermaine Johnson goes from, I think, 66% of the snaps to closer to 75% or something like that this year, and what that means for Hassan Reddick as well. But I think this probably means that they're just going to take whatever his snaps were on the outside, redistribute them, and then on the inside, if they were going to use him there at all, you'll see a lot of Lecky Fatu and you'll see a lot of J''Von Kinlaw clearly. And then Quinnen Williams will continue to do what he's doing. I was kind of surprised, honestly, that they didn't take a shot at a big fatty up front, especially after trading John Franklin Myers, but maybe they'll sign somebody as a UDFA.
Yeah, we were thinking D tackle. I want to bring in our other guests right now. Other guests, you ready? Little thumbs up action back there. There you go. He gives me a cute little face, too. Let's bring in Mr. Joe Blewett.
Oh, look who it is, my buddy Joe B.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How are you?
Joe, let's get I want to read off Mumtaz's super chat real quick, then we'll get into your thoughts on the draft and everything. Sure. Everything I've wanted addressed in the draft this offseason is addressed except safety. Also worried about quality backup guard. Mumtaz does not want to see Connor McGovern. Yeah, Joe, I guess let's start there. What do you think for interior offensive line help? Do you see McGovern coming back? Is there someone you would prefer, or do you like our depth?
Yeah, I don't think Schweitzer is enough at backup guard, unfortunately, right now. And I don't think you're going to move AVT from right tackle, or from right guard, if he gets injured to like left guard or center. You're not really moving him around or anything like that. So you have one interior backup offensive lineman right now, and it's Schweitzer. So I think you need something else. I get that McGovern's like maybe not the best starter, even though I think he's probably underrated by Jets fans. But if you can get him for $1.9 million like you did last year, like that's a studly backup offensive lineman. You can't, like, who else is out there who you're going to take over McGovern? Obviously he knows, he knows the system. He obviously knows the facility. He knows the players. $1.9 million for McGovern, $2 million, whatever it is, sign me up.
Now I want to hear your thoughts. We just heard Scott's thoughts on our draft. Take us through from the first pick, pick number 11 overall. We trade down with the Vikings. What were your thoughts at that pick? I know we had spoken a few days earlier. We were kind of on the offensive weapon side of things. With the way the board broke, how did you feel the Jets did with that first round pick?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the first 9 picks went exactly the way we did not want them to go. 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐫𝐚 off the board,
right.
Neighbors off the board, Marvin Harrison Jr. off the board, Joe Alt off the board, my tackle 1, Latham, who went higher, probably than most people expected. I know Scott was on that board with me, but not many were. He went. So then past that, my next 2 players that I had on my board were Fashanu or were Bowers. I was leaning a little more towards Bowers just because of the playmaking ability. But I wanted either one of those guys in a trade down. And obviously with Bowers, I wanted to avoid some of the madness on Twitter. So I'm not mad that he was not picked up.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
Just absolutely wild that you have people dumping on a 21-year-old kid and putting up low light highlights after he's drafted because, the Bowers boys were not satisfied, which really pissed me off, honestly. So I'm kind of happy that for them that we didn't draft them because screw those guys. With that being said, Fashanu was the next guy I wanted. They trade down. You obviously get a 4th and a 5th for a 6th for Olu. So that's great. Getting a trade down for a guy who, in my opinion, is the best pass protector in the entire draft. 21 years old, learning behind Tyron Smith. I think it's a great move. But the question I had was, okay, well, how do they pivot? What is going to happen at receiver? If they don't correctly address receiver, then I'll have a lower opinion of the first round pick that they had there, because I wanted to trade up for 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐬 or one of these guys, but you never know how exactly it went down and what teams rejected them, what teams didn't answer the phone. Seemed like the Falcons wanted to pick their QB there for God knows whatever reason that happened at 8.
Wild.
But yeah, absolutely wild. So I like the pick for sure of Olu, especially getting extra picks. Again, now he gets to learn behind one of the better left tackles of the last decade. So love the pick. And then obviously you just wait and see what happens in the second round. Day 2 starts. Plenty of receivers are on the board. Plenty are falling, and you're getting kind of nervous about exactly who's going to be there. And then obviously it was the first pick of the 3rd round, I believe, so we can avoid the Jets' 2nd round receiver curse. They trade up. You get Corley there. I know Scott loves him. I got a text from Scott, something to the effect of my boss, something about him screaming at work. So I know Scott was happy with him. I'm sure he told you that. So I like the fit. He's a yak guy. We didn't really have that in our offense. We have some guys who can get yak, but not truly a like actual plus yak guy. I think Garrett Wilson's good at that, but you're not going to just strictly use him like that, right? Like he's your.
Can I make a point about the yak, by the way? This is a crazy stat, Joe, just to punctuate your point and back up what you're saying. Did you know that Malachi Corley averaged 9.2 yards after the catch per catch? So after each catch, he averaged 9.2 yards. That's a first down just in yak yardage. That's insane.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it's like crazy that we got Brock Bowers at in the 3rd round. Same type of guy though, right? Like it's it's nice that we instead of taking a 10th overall pick for yak, we took a 90th overall. Or
Joe, of course, trolling the Bowers boys right now, but yeah.
Yep. So Brock Bowers in the 3rd round, that's absolutely fantastic. And then past that, like today, I wanted the 4th round picks to be, for us to pick there. But if I told you with the 4th round picks today, I didn't give you the context of the trade downs. If I told you, hey, they got Jordan Travis, and I know you guys liked Allen, 2 of those guys, and you guys be like, okay, sweet, so to trade down and get more picks for those guys, I think you got like a 5th and a 6th, whatever it ended up being,
and a 3rd next
I think it was
year.
fine. Yeah, and a 3rd next year, which is fantastic. Now, do they parlay that into maybe making a move? I'm sure we'll talk about the JFM move. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but yeah, Jordan Travis, you get the running back. I know Dom C talked a lot about corners and just the fact that the Jets don't have a lot of corners under contract next year. You get a corner from the CFL, which is going to be interesting to find some tape on, but I will. I like that pick, and then let's see what they do. At what was it 257, Mr. Irrelevant. Now with that, how do they pivot in free agency? Because they still have a needed interior offensive line. I'm not satisfied necessarily with Lazard as receiver 4. Now maybe that's a little bit like silver spoon in mouth type of complaining there. But listen, at the end of the day, like Mike Williams, you don't know when he comes back. You don't know if he has another nagging injury with the hamstring, whatever it may be. And for me personally, in a Super Bowl or bust type of year, Corley, Lazard, and Wilson is not necessarily enough. So I think adding a depth piece would be nice. I was hoping for Rice, or I was hoping for Washington there. They didn't grab him. They grabbed the corner, but you can easily hopefully pivot to a guy
hold
like
on,
Davis.
Joe, because did Brendan Rice get picked yet? Did anybody pick Brendan Rice yet?
He's fallen.
Yeah, no, he's not.
So if he makes it to undrafted free agency, maybe the Jets will get him anyway.
Yeah, for sure. Now it does that, obviously just assuming where he was kind of ranked, it probably doesn't happen. If it does, obviously awesome. But you can add, hopefully a Corey Davis, let's say, or even Boyd. You just cleared up some money with JFM, getting traded. So could you sign, I think Boyd's last contract offer that we heard, at least that was semi-public, was 2 years, $10 million. I'd be willing to give Boyd $6 million to come in here. Like, he's a good receiver 3, and you use Corley in his role. So I think if you pivot to free agency and you get McGovern, a Boyd, and like a backup safety, whoever that may be, slam dunk of a draft. Even though I didn't love the trade downs, but I still think we got a lot of the names that we were hoping for.
You mentioned JFM. What were your thoughts on that? We get a 2026 6th round pick, and we save about, I think it's $7 million in cap space. What are your thoughts?
Is that the actual price of the JFM saving?
I believe so. I think we said he had a $16 million cap hit, and it was a $7 million, or we were eating $9 million, I think.
It was eating 9, saving 7.
Saving 7. So listen, like it depends on, obviously the Jets are in a position where they have quite a bit of dead money on their cap in the next few years. So if it's a thing where, hey, we're just getting rid of him now to sign players in the future, I guess I get it, but it's not that much money for a really good player, in my opinion. I was hoping that he moved more to the interior of the defensive line to kind of usurp 𝐒𝐮𝐬 in there, because I'm not the highest on 𝐒𝐮𝐬. So I think the Jets made a lot of improvements on the roster this year. Unfortunately, they did downgrade with their defensive line. I don't think there's a way around that, at this point. So, how do they pivot? Do they use that money to sign Reddick now? Because in my mind, they were kind of thinking, hey, we got rid of Huff, we got the pick back. Do we get that comp pick? And then basically we're trading down from the 3rd to the 4th for the difference of Huff to Reddick. Okay, I'm with that. But now that it didn't happen, we didn't get the contract signed. Are they in a spot where, like, hey, to not get egg on our face, do we want to extend this guy maybe for a year? And was JFM a part of this? So I think it's either going to come. I think it's going to come where a situation where either JFM is. Reddick is extended for a year, or maybe they take that money and they get a Tyler Boyd.
I think they're going to extend Reddick. I think that's probably what factors into this. But also they have no money. They had like $2 million or something going into this. They desperately had to clear some space. And I think it's unfortunate. I was just saying that I think ideally you would have liked to have kept him, but somebody had to go when they got Hassan Reddick. And I think this will probably mean more snaps for Will McDonald too. He was a really good pickup a few years ago off the waiver wire, and he did a good job here, but his time has come. Unfortunately, he didn't have a lot of trade value simply because of his age and the amount of money he's making. But yeah, it's sad that this was all they could get for him and that he moves on, but I still think the defense is going to be really good. The position that I'm the most worried about is safety, like you said, Joe. I was kind of surprised they didn't take Jaden Hicks in the 4th round. I guess they didn't think that much of him because they traded down 3 times, could have had him 3 separate times. But I was sort of surprised they didn't grab him or somebody like Bo Braid. Either way, maybe they've got another plan. Joe, maybe that's what they're going to do. Justin Simmons is still sitting out there. Maybe they restructure Quinnen Williams or something, and between that and the money they just saved with John Franklin Myers, they pay the rookies, and they're able to work out a 1-year deal with Justin Simmons. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
Yeah, and even if it's not Simmons, like Simmons would be the slam dunk move, but like, and I always have to go back and watch these guys before I really put my stamp on any of these players. But like, an Eddie Jackson, a Quandre Diggs, a Javon Curse, like there are some guys out there who could be solid depth. And I like Ashton Davis as a player, but realistically, let's say if Chuck Clark goes down again, maybe a little bit silver spoon in mouth type of deal here. But if one of those guys goes down, I like Davis. I don't love Davis as a backup. As a primary backup, I think he's more of a special teamer, safety 4. So if you can get again a Diggs or like Scott says, if you can make it work for Justin Simmons and you add Justin Simmons to this defense, like my God, the secondary is probably the best in the NFL at that point. So it's already the best corner group in the NFL. And now you add Justin Simmons and Clark this year, that would be ridiculous. But yeah, I do think they need to pivot. Like absolutely, there's some like little wants you have, right? Like you could want a receiver. I don't think it's an absolute need. You could want maybe like a tight end 2, tight end 3. I don't think Rutgers necessarily earned tight end 2, but so maybe you can get one of those guys. But the actual needs on the team left still to me are interior offensive line and safety. I think those are 2 non-negotiables.
Do you think D tackle is like on that list at all, or like are you fine with Clemens playing a few more snaps, or maybe we have someone else that we've brought in you like?
Well, we have 4, right? So that's that you typically carry like four or 5. Again, I don't like the transition that they made this year in terms of defensive tackles. Like if you're telling me in a vacuum, you know, Kinlaw and Fotu versus Woods and Quentin Jefferson, I'm taking the latter, you know, 10 times out of 10. I think we were better there last year. And my hope was that JFM was going to transition more to the inside like he was, you know, his first year with the Jets. Unfortunately, you know, he gets traded. So I think it's a possibility. Maybe they add like some 360-pound monster at Mr. Irrelevant and he can compete for a roster spot because all you really got to do is take up space and anchor down. It's really not that difficult when you're 360 pounds. So I think it could be like I think that's more of a want than a need though too, because you already have 4 guys there. You have Clemens who flexes inside a little bit. So yeah, I would say I would stick with interior offensive line and safety at this point. And maybe again, I personally would bring back Davis or somebody at receiver. I'm not thrilled with Lazard as a 4, but you know, Rodgers made Lazard work as receiver 2, receiver 1 some years, you know, so could he make him work as receiver 4? Yeah. I don't necessarily agree with the argument that, oh, well, he's a great quarterback. He can make it work with receivers like Allen Lazard, make a bad guy average. Well, can he make an average guy great? Like let's go for it all. You know, like give me Corey Davis back. That's what I'm hoping for, even though it doesn't seem like he wants to come back.
Yeah, I feel like the want for Corey Davis isn't there on his side of things. Like it felt like he stepped away. And I don't know if it's like the Jets asking him to take a pay cut late in the summer or, you know, however it ultimately went down, but it feels like he's probably not coming back. I would love to bring him back. I thought him with Rodgers was going to be something special.
Wait. Guys, breaking news. The Jets just drafted another running back.
You're so full of shit. I could see it in your eyes.
Of course.
Dude.
When I was on the Jet Nation... When I was on the Jet, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to ask Joe, like, what he thought of getting 2 running backs.
Yeah,
of,
go ahead.
Like pseudo similar, you know, styles, I guess.
I don't hate it, man. Like we're talking about the 5th round here. You have running backs are the most likely to hit in 5th, 6th, 7th round. So if you want to take a shot in the dark, you know, at another running back, I don't mind it. You know, teams carry 4 running backs. It's not like Izzy's not going to necessarily make the team now. Now, does it instill the most confidence in Izzy in their eyes? Like maybe not. But at the end of the day, it's a 5th round running back. I think Izzy and Davis will probably battle it out for running back 3, and then maybe those guys can trickle into Allen's snaps at running back 2 if they impress. But like if they weren't impressed with Izzy last year, it had to have been a mental thing, a training camp thing, because what he was presented late in the season, nobody could really work with that. You know, a rookie, it's just not going to happen with what he was presented. So I don't think it's a thing where like, hey, just because they draft this guy now they hate Izzy. It's just a thing where, you know, maybe he was the highest on the board, and obviously the Jets like drafting running backs late and it has a high hit rate, so why not? You know, not my preferred pick, but it is what it is.
Green Bean Matt, anything that you've seen or questions you want to ask Joe and Scott? I know I've been talking a lot. I just don't want to like be the only one saying stuff.
I was about to say at this point, you guys have been streaming for 47 hours, I believe, right? So
I'm fucking shot.
Nice to have the break with Scott and Joe popping on. I feel like my brain reset a little bit. So I was enjoying you asking all the questions.
I was like, I'm drifting off into like, I had one of my seltzers, so I'm a little spacey right now, but like very much cruising altitude going into rounds. Are we on round 7 yet? I don't think so. I think we're still in round 6.
What are we, 257? Is that the last
256? 257? Yeah. 257.
257.
56 picks.
Brendan Rice remains on the board, gentlemen. Bo Braid,
That's
Michael
nuts.
Pratt. Michael Pratt is still there.
Yeah, that's kind of
I can't believe.
What is
That's how
going on
far
with
he
that?
fell.
Why is Michael Pratt still on board?
Is the other receiver too? Because I think the other receiver that a lot of guys liked was it Washington? Is his name like people were saying like a 4th round pick, and he's still on the board too, right? So you never.
No,
know.
he's gone.
He went to Miami.
No, he's gone. He's gone.
Oh, okay.
No, he's
Okay,
gone.
so
The Dolphins
Washington.
took him.
Yeah, he did go. Like, I'm okay with adding another guy, even if it's the last pick in the draft. Like, you know, I'm not trying to kind of crap on the Jets receivers right now, but Brownlee and Gibson didn't earn anything last year. Like, Gibson had that historical moment in week 1, but then past that, I think he muffed another 2 or 3 punts. It wasn't like he was overly impressive. I think we know him because we're Jets fans, but you ask anybody else in the NFL who's Xavier Gibson, nobody's going to really be able to tell you. So, you know, if they were to, you know, I don't think their spot 4, 5, 6 is anything necessarily to write home about. With that being said, Lazard has a connection with the receiver force, but 5 and 6, you know, I'm completely okay with adding another guy there. And again, hopefully one of them to use up Allen.
And And Joe, another important thing to remember about Lazard is that the Jets are pretty much stuck with him because of the finances.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you have
there's
Salah,
no-
who is Salah, who's saying, you know, he's going to be on the team for another 2 years or whatever it was last year, like heavy
year and a
indication
half.
that he's not going to be here.
Yeah, the guaranteed money runs out after this year. He would be $0 cap savings if he's cut post June 1st. So it just does it like, you know, purely by, unless he's like a negative in the locker room, you know, there's no reason to get rid of him. Crossfire hops in. He says Jets need to trade up for Will Reichard, trade every pick for the next 82 years. I have no idea who this is.
Is this another Chernobyl situation here going on?
If
with
it is,
whoever this
it's
I don't
over.
know.
It's over my head because I'm. It took me a while to figure out what the Chernobyl stuff was about. I was like, I'm confused.
Yeah, it trickled into my stream pretty quickly. I figured out very quick who Chernobyl was, and then I was on the show, and then we figured out, you know, immediately after. But nonetheless, it trickled in pretty quickly.
Let's see. Green Bean, do you have anything to say? Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you while you were eating.
What is Green Bean eating is the question here, because I did pop into your guys' stream. I wanted to see your guys' reaction to, I think it was the first round pick, and I wanted to see what happened. And immediately, like, I'm not even kidding, I just got lucky with the timestamp. I hit the timestamp, and Green Bean was getting sauce on a white jersey. Which Green Bean, listen, Green Bean. At the end of the day, you're an old grizzled vet. For you to wear a white jersey while eating wings, shame on you.
No,
100%.
Or am I that badass that I can do things like that? Now,
but you didn't pull it off, so it doubles down on the mistake. It makes you look really bad.
This is the same jersey. It really wasn't a stain. You know, like when something gets on something and it was just like a bubble of sauce.
Yeah, it's like on the fabric. Like there's enough like Scotch Guard or whatever.
Yeah, like I flicked it off. So I'm with you, man. And I'm doing it again right now. Like, I didn't go get a slice of pizza. I went and made myself fucking nachos.
With cheese.
Green Bean.
Like, I got a question. You're an idiot. You know, I'm like, what are you doing, dude? But here I am. I'm doing it again. So we'll see. So far, I'm pulling it off. But yeah.
Green Bean, I got a question.
Yeah.
And I think everybody watching wants to know the answer to this.
Yes.
I've been wondering this for a while, and I'm sure everybody else here has too. When you tailgate and you're eating nachos and all kinds of that stuff, how much of that food gets lost into that beard?
None.
It's never lost. It's always found.
None. I take impeccable care of my beard. So number one, I'm acutely aware of those kinds of things. Not to say it never happens, but I never, ever, ever eat and then don't take care of the beard immediately following. I'm not that guy. I see guys like that. I can't handle it. So I can't be that guy as well. That said, there's 2 cheeseburgers in there right now for later.
Stashed under the gizzard, right? Like,
hey, Will Reichard just got picked, by the way, for Crossfire.
Oh, by Minnesota.
Crazy.
Is that a kicker? It is a kicker.
Yeah.
Interesting. J-Boy says, honestly, do we feel closer to the Super Bowl win? So I guess heading into the draft and then where we are now, do we feel like we are closer to a Super Bowl? I would say, yeah. I mean, we've got the insurance on the offensive line. We got a receiver that definitely gives us wide receiver 3. Some really electric return potential as well.
And
you've got your backup running back too.
Yeah.
You got your quarterback of the future, you hope, or at least a developmental backup guy that you can have in Jordan Travis. And then anything else at the end here is just, I mean, it's, a dart throw. But I'm pretty happy. I think we are a little bit closer,
I think Jordan Travis
a little more secure.
Right.
I think there's a precedent for Jordan Travis being successful in the NFL because we have seen guys with 2 first names become successful quarterbacks in the NFL. I mean, Matt Ryan was a very good quarterback, right? Aaron Rodgers, it's kind of dicey. That's sort of 2 first names, right? So it could happen.
Sure.
It can happen.
Ricky Bobby, great race car driver.
Yes, absolutely. One of the best.
Yeah, I enjoy the pick of Travis. I was hoping to start the day. I was hoping for Rattler or Pratt. admittedly, I don't really know a lot about these guys. I haven't really looked into him so much, but looking at Jordan Travis, you kind of hear that he like doesn't have an NFL arm, but you start watching highlights of the guy. Like it seems like he has plenty of an arm, you know, good mobile, good decision maker. Seems like he struggles a little bit between the ears in some things like pre-snap reading, going through his reads, stuff like that. But listen, like you get a guy with athletic upside who's learning behind Aaron Rodgers for a year or two. Like I thoroughly enjoyed the pick, you know, actually developing a quarterback right. And hopefully it turns out to be obviously, you know, lesser pick, but hopefully it turns out to be a Jordan Love situation for the Jets. So I really like them drafting Jordan Travis for sure.
Yeah, I like that.
I got to ask you guys a question.
Yep.
What do you guys think happened? Spencer Rattler, they're saying that there was some tape that surfaced of him from when he was in high school, and that's why all these teams like dropped him off their board and he went all the way down to the 5th round. What do you think was on that tape? He must have acted like an insane a-hole if he dropped all the way to the 5th round, and it was something from when he was like 16 years old. There must have been something really bad.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Allen had those tweets from when he was in high school or middle school that like people sparked about for a little bit, and he fell to 7 overall. So like, what did Rattler do to go that far? I mean, I guess Rattler was not the impressive specimen that Allen was. I mean, Allen was talked about potentially number 1 overall, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what could be on it.
Actual tape of him playing that got out.
Nah.
Oh, no.
I think it was tape of him getting breaking boards, right? He was breaking kung fu boards or something. They saw that and they were like, "You got to take this to up our draft board." That was for you, Blewett. That was for you.
Yeah. No. So yeah, it's like I said, I like, but Rattler, like the thing with him is, at the end of the day, and I didn't watch what was the show he was on? It was like quarterback, whatever it was. Apparently he came off pretty poorly in that. So like, is it a thing where, you know, teams didn't like his makeup and like what he offers to a room? Because at the end of the day, like if he's going to come here and he thinks he's him, for lack of a better term, is he going to be willing to sit behind a guy like Aaron Rodgers? I'm sure he's willing to sit behind a guy like Aaron Rodgers, but everything you hear about Jordan Travis is like an elite type of teammate. So is that something that the Jets looked into in terms of Rattler versus Travis, and they were more comfortable with Travis over Rattler because of the, you know, of the person he is? It seems like the Jets do take for the most part, they do take guys with higher character. So maybe that did factor in.
Joe, one thing worth mentioning when it comes to this, do you remember when, I hate using this term, but I feel like I have no choice now. Do you remember when the Bowers boys made a big deal of the fact that Bowers was at the Jets facility the day that Aaron Rodgers was there for the voluntary workouts? Okay.
I saw.
Well, guess who else was there that day? Jordan Travis. So maybe the seeds were planted that day.
Ooh,
yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, I saw that too, because I think somebody else mentioned like, hey, also don't forget about Jordan Travis. Somebody brought up on Twitter or either on my stream. But yeah, like I said, I'm glad I don't have to deal with the Bowers boys for the rest of my life. Like, listen, if he's great, he's great. It is what it is. But the discourse on Twitter with that, I'm just glad to just mute, block, and just ignore that for the rest of my life. That was the most brutal pre-draft process, like talking point that I've ever been a part of. It was literally brutal.
But like, couldn't they have come up with a better name? Like, listen, and I'm a Bowers guy. I like Bowers a lot. I would have loved for the Jets to pick them. Couldn't they have come up with like Bower Rangers or something like that? Something better than Bowers
That's
Place.
a great name.
It was right in front of him. And credit to my friend Paulie Brzez for that one. But Bower Rangers, that's so much better than Bowers Boys sounds lame. That sounds like a bunch of like, I don't know, like dudes in junior high that wear promise rings or something.
I think the point of it though, Scott, was those guys were lame. So you kind of give them a lame name. Like, I don't think they deserve a cool name because of how they acted. So
I want to make this clear, by the way, for the guys that call themselves Bowers Boys. I'm not trying to insult. I'm just having fun with this. I'm not trying to insult anybody. I just don't understand the name Bowers Boys. There were so many better options. And I was with them in terms of liking Bowers. But that one was weird. And I never would have called myself a Bowers. That's just, here's the thing too, okay? We see this all the time. Joe, you and I are veterans of the Quinn and Williams war of 2019. Why do people get to the point where they are like, I'm a such and such, and it's like a guy that may not even ever play for the team? By the way, have you guys ever heard the story that Joe Blewett, Quinn and Williams proposing to his fiance on the streets of Canada story? Has he ever told you guys that?
Scott, you
don't
told
know.
me
I
this
don't
one,
think
but you
so.
should share it as long
No.
as Joe's happy to hear it.
I
couldn't care less.
All right. So I'm gonna tell the story. I love this one, and Joe and I always have fun reliving this. So this was 2019. Joe and I were probably the two most vocal, and I guess like Luke Grant was pretty vocal too, but we were probably the two most vocal pro Quinnen Williams guys that were, Jets people. And I remember everybody was yelling, constant fights on Twitter, which I've now gotten to the point. And that's why with the Bowers stuff, even though I was a big Bowers guy, at a certain point, I texted Joe, I'm like, I'm out. I'm just not going to bother debating people because it's a waste. He may not ever play for the Jets, and I'm not going to spend all day on Twitter arguing with people, many of whom haven't watched half of these guys. But anyways, the night of the draft, I'm watching the draft, and the first pick, they're on the board. The Cardinals are on the board with the first pick. And I get a phone call from Joe, and I pick up the phone, and I'm like, Joe? And he's like, thank God you picked up the phone. I'm like, bro, aren't you supposed to be at dinner proposing to your fiance or your girlfriend? He goes, yeah, I already did that. I go, well, did she say yes? He goes, of course she said yes. I'm like, all right. I'm like, so what's up? He goes, dude, I'm in Canada right now. I got to walk back to the hotel because I can't get any service on my phone. I can't get an Uber, and I can't get a stream. So you got to tell me what's going on in the draft. So I'm like, all right. I'm like, the Cardinals just picked Kyler Murray as I answered the phone. He's like, oh man, I can't believe they actually did it because they had picked Rosen the year before. So I was like, all right, well now the 49ers are on the clock. So they announced that Bosa went number 2. And he's like, oh man, I'm like, look, I heard they might trade the pick down, that the Bills were calling and they were looking to move on and get extra picks or whatever. And we were both like, man, if Quinnen Williams winds up a Buffalo Bill and we have to watch him kick Sam Darnold's ass twice a year for the next 10 years, we're both going to be sick to our stomach. So I was like, oh man, holy cow, the pick is in. They didn't even take the full time. So he's like, put the phone up to the speaker so I could hear the commissioner. I'm like, all right. So I put the phone up to the speaker, and obviously, Goodell comes out, and he's like, with the third pick in the 2019 NFL draft, the New York Jets select Quinnen Williams, defensive lineman, University of Alabama. And I start screaming. I think there were noise complaints called by my neighbors. I'm pretty sure the cops showed up, and I had to actually run into the bathroom and pretend I wasn't home. No, I'm sorry, no habla inglés. Joe was yelling. He was on the streets of Canada. I'm pretty sure there was some Mountie there that tried to arrest him, and he had to be like, no, I'm a police officer in the United States. I'm just a really crazy Jets fan. You don't need to arrest me. Also, you're on a horse and you're a Mountie, and this looks kind of ridiculous. How could I take you seriously? But that was what happened on draft night in 2019. So I still fondly remember that. Joe and I sharing the moment of the guy that we really wanted the Jets to draft going there. And it was funny because, Joe, we also took so much abuse for the first couple of years, the first year especially, because what's
Everyone
crazy?
Wanted to trade him. They were like trade rumors like the following year.
Dude, there were people that were throwing a party every time Quinnen Williams didn't have a good game. They were like, "Oh, see," and it's like, guys, he's on the Jets now. You're going to root against him because you didn't want the Jets to pick him at the time.
Yeah,
and it was just like insane to me. But then obviously he broke through. It's funny too because like some of the pre-draft stuff, like. What did we hear, Joe? The Jets don't need a defensive lineman. You don't draft a defensive lineman at number 3. Defensive linemen aren't that valuable. You have to pick an edge rusher, blah, 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 blah. And then you remember in 2022, how many people were coming at me when I was like, look, the Jets have the worst group of cornerbacks in the league. And I kept hearing, what do you mean? Bryce Hall, Brent Nichols, those guys are starters. They're really good. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, they're both like backups at best. Like, you guys are crazy. And then how many people, Joe, did we hear? Oh, well, the Jets don't value cornerback in their scheme. And you're like, I mean, there's no scheme that doesn't value cornerback. I don't know what you're talking about. So then people were yelling, and then they're like, they'll never pick a cornerback at 4. They're never going to invest. And then they paid DJ Reed and they drafted Sauce. By the way, who remembers, and I'm not trying to pick on him. I don't have anything against him. I don't really know him that well. But who remembers Connor Hughes being like, in all caps, the Jets are definitely not picking a cornerback at number 4. And then they picked him, and he's like, oops.
I feel like
I think that was my main argument with those people. It's like, oh, they don't value corner in their system. Like, please tell me which system does not value corners. Like, that just makes absolutely no sense. Like, I can get safeties or linebackers, something like that. Like, corner is a premium position. So you have an elite corner on the board here. You don't have corners. Like, how are we saying that the Jets cannot pick this guy? It was that was wild with the Sauce here as well.
Listen, Joe, the Jets don't value quarterbacks, so they didn't need to go out and get Aaron Rodgers. The quarterback doesn't matter in their scheme. So they could just, you throw in Christian Hackenberg and they would be just fine. Yeah, it was funny too, because with Joe, he and I text all the time. And what'll happen is like either he'll watch somebody and he'll be like, check this guy out, or I'll see somebody and I'll be like, Joe, when you get around to this guy, I want to get your opinion of him. And I was early on Sauce. I think I tweeted out in like December that I thought he was the best corner in the country. And then Joe was like, yo, I'm watching Thibodeau. He's not bad, but I expected to be more impressed. And then Joe was like, yeah, I think Sauce is the best player. Like, he's like, other than Aiden Hutchinson, who the Jets can't get, he's like, I think Sauce. Oh, that's another one. Do you remember, Joe? There was some guy that kept tweeting at you and I like every single day. I don't even remember who it was. But he kept tweeting at us every single day talking about how Aiden Hutchinson wasn't good and all he was a bull rusher. And you were like, yeah, here's like 7 clips of him winning in 7 different ways. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah. Aiden Hutchinson was one because he had short arms. I think it becomes, and I know you guys see this on your show too, like paralysis by analysis type deal, where like you just convince yourselves that guys are better than they were because you don't want to keep drafting Hutchinson at 1 or 2 or whatever it might have been. But I was super high on Hutchinson in that draft, and then Sauce was the was the 2.
Scott, I'm going to eject you from the cockpit, so we'll have a little more dialogue with Joe. Can you tell everyone where they can find you and what you got going on?
Well, first of all, guys, it was a pleasure. Green Bean, it was great to finally get to talk to you. Matt O'Leary, finally great to get a chance to talk to you too. Hopefully we can do this again sometime. Joe, always a pleasure. Ryan, always a pleasure. Joe, it's funny, you and I are good friends. I feel like we don't get to talk that much anymore because now you're busy with the baby and everything. But people can find Play Like a Jet. It's 7 days a week, brand new shows. We'll be doing one on day 3.5. Days 1 and 2 are up. I had Glenn Naughton, Joe's old co-host over at Jet Nation Radio, Faria from Athlon Sports and Pro Football Network, and we were talking about everything. Nick was on site at Florham Park, so we did a show. We did the 2 shows, and we'll be doing shows talking about who the Jets are drafting. We'll do the film stuff, but also Joe knows I like to dig in on the backgrounds of these players and talk to people that covered them and know them. I've already lined up some people to talk to and heard some interesting things. The note that I got back about Malachi Corley was he's a great kid, super nice and humble. You guys are going to love him in New York. And with Olu Fashanu, the note I got back from the person I know that covers Penn State was Olu Fashanu, great player, even better person. I can see why the Jets took a liking to him in the pre-draft process. So I'm looking forward to diving in on that stuff. And we'll go over the Jets draft class. We'll start looking at last year's film because now we have some time in between at this point and training camp, and we'll do a lot of fun stuff. But it's 7 days a week, all the podcast apps. We've got the Play Like a Jet YouTube channel. We've got some film breakdowns. They're not as long as Joe's. I think Joe's film breakdowns are about 22 hours and 46 minutes usually, but ours are a little shorter, usually around 10, 15 minutes or something like that. So I like to say Joe gives you the novel, we give you the Cliff Notes. So I say watch both, right? Go and check out our Cliff Notes and then expand and watch the whole thing. Watch Joe's entire film review. That's youtube.com/playlikeajet. I'm on Twitter at playlikeajet1. And like I said, again, it was a pleasure and a privilege to be on with all of you guys. Enjoy the rest of the day, and let's hope the Jets knock it out of the park with Mr. Irrelevant.
Hell yeah, Scott. Thank you so much for coming on. You've been ejected from the cockpit. I think I go over to the
Christian Mahogany.
Woo!
Just went to the Lions.
Now, can we get to the serious questions here? Why the hell is Matt wearing an old Jets jersey? That's my real question. I've been wondering the entire time, Matt.
Great question, Joe. I think I'm the only person in America who ordered a legacy jersey that is taking like 3 weeks to ship. It still hasn't gotten here yet. Garrett Wilson, number 5.
I still haven't gotten mine.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Really? I got mine like 4 days later. I think I ordered it like the day after, and all 4 of them got to my house. So not to rub it in, but I got a black Garrett Wilson and Rodgers and a Sauce behind me. So I feel a little bit bad, but not so bad.
No, apparently mine finally shipped, but when I placed the order, it was like expected ship date May 22nd. And I said, this is absurd. I don't know who I have to talk to at the Jet shop to get this thing moving, but allegedly is going to be here at some point next week. But everyone posting the pictures in their jersey is slightly annoying.
We've got Mumtaz coming in. Mumtaz says, I might be the only Jets fan who still has high hopes for Lazard. Watched dozens of Green Bay games. He made plays in all of them. All of a sudden, he's a scrub. Joe, what are your thoughts on Lazard? I know you were saying you wouldn't mind upgrading.
Yeah, I think he's a receiver 4 or 5 that Aaron Rodgers and who he is made him like a receiver 2 or 3. I don't really, I think he's an okay player at 4, but listen, at the end of the day, like you paid him $11 million last year, and he rode the bench for 3 or 4 games. So it clearly shows that the Jets are not the highest on him, and it's a really bad look for him. There was some. What did he say during this? Oh, by the way, should we just rock? Are we just rocking helmets? Are we just rocking helmets now, Ryan?
Dude, so, this is like fucking.
Oh yeah,
yours looks legit too. Oh, it is legit, dude. See, look, Greenby, you gotta get yours on. Matt's got his on his head.
It's not as legit.
Is it there? There you go. Rocking helmets. Yeah, so I think he's like a 4 or 5 at the end of the day. Like he's an okay player, but what did he say last year? There was something that he brought up where it was like he criticized the team or the offense or the defense. It was something mid-year where he said something, and people were like, "Bro, you've been benched for 3 games already. Like, please just shut your mouth. Like, what are you talking about?" So Lazard rubbed the wrong way a little bit last year. He was healthy scratch like 3 or 4 times. He was brutal last year. So yeah, could he be a receiver 4 or 5? Yeah, sure. I guess. But if Mike Williams is out for a couple of games, do I want Lazard taking 60-70% of the reps? You got the helmet back. Okay, I guess we're just gonna do it. Something always happens here.
Absolutely.
Last draft stream it was Cox. Now we're doing helmets. Okay, we're up here for it.
Last one was Kuntz. Cox was 2 years ago.
I don't know if I was here for Kuntz last year. I'm not so sure, but. Hey,
really?
Brian, if we ever, I guess Green Bean too. It looks like that one might crack if you just knock on it. Looks a little bit old, but zombie apocalypse, Ryan. We're starting off ahead right now.
Yeah, we're in good shape. These are like legit. And I saw a video of Joe Blewett bodying a dude. So like I know if you sent me the video clip, dude. You're like, yo, check this out.
yeah, that was a good one. That was my first viral police YouTube video that I got on. So, which and actually surprisingly with today's media, it was like 99% positive, the comments there, which is quite wild. So
I've watched you guys handled everything beautifully. I don't know how you have.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah,
that would have been like I would have lost my shit on that guy.
Yeah, hey man. I'm just gonna say if you're absolutely obliterated and the cops offer you a ride home, I would just take it, or maybe walk down the street and get an Uber if you really hate us that much. But that guy did not make the right decision. That is for sure.
No.
Hey, well, I didn't see that one. So what ended up happening?
You gotta.
Really,
they took him down to the station and Joe bodied him into a wall.
Yeah, no, so really long story short, Greenman, I know you have plenty of history with like alcohol abuse and all this shit that I've heard some great stories about with you. So the guy is just absolutely obliterated, and like he's kind of like peppering the owner with like just like a big annoying asshole. We offer him a ride home, a couple times after asking him for a ride home, he ends up slapping a cop in the face, and then you know what happens after that. So
that's right. That's when it gets ugly.
Oh yeah, it got a little bit ugly, but like realistically, again, I think it's actually good, like for like the image of police and stuff. Like it was a good video in terms of for us offering the guy ride home, joking about it, being pretty light. There are some stupid comments on there, but people are just stupid. It is what it is.
Yeah, right. There's always going to be some.
No matter what you do. Crossfire says, "Let's go." Hennessy says, "JD must watch the show. He's picking all our guys." Yeah, I mean, it felt like the first like 4 or 5 or. Was it 5 picks in a row that were like, holy smokes, like these are all like
all the way to Jordan Travis. It was like, holy shit, this is a mock draft that we did.
Yeah,
that's what it felt like.
Now, did you guys? I know Dom C did some work. I was on Dom C's channel. What was it, like a week ago, Ryan? I know you promoted it, which thank you. That was legitimately one of the better offensive line conversations I've had the entire offseason, if not the best one. It was awesome.
It was a great
now with
video.
that, did you guys look into the corner that we got from the CFL, which is again really really diving deep? I obviously have to get into his film, but
it was literally just Matt reading a scouting report on him, and that's as far as we got. Some people in the chat are saying that he's a good ball hawking potential safety.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, from what I've seen, it's just a thing where he's like super raw, but he has all the physical upside in the world and a really good dude. So again, a situation where I think Eccles might be on the last year of his deal. Obviously Carter's on the last year, Reed's on his last year. So if he could sit on the bench for a year as a 5'6" and develop into a guy who could usurp a guy like Reed, then I'm with it. I don't want to lose Reed, but unfortunately, in a situation where you have Sauce, you have JJ, you have all these guys, Wilson, you're going to have to lose some good players, and Reed might be he might be one of those players.
Yeah, I think Reed's good is gone, unfortunately. I would love to see us, we just have to, you don't want to see him traded. You want to see him like play lights out and get a massive contract somewhere else. I wanted to see the Jets go TJ Tampa with one of those 4th round picks. I thought it was a worthwhile swing at that point, a guy that was deemed like a 2nd round caliber corner. We get him a year earlier than we need him, let him learn behind Reed and Sauce and all these guys before we need it. So a little bummed we didn't go with one of those shots. I didn't like trading all of our 4th round picks and like only having the one. But if you rattle off, like you said earlier, if you rattle off the players that we got, from the 4th round on, I'd be like, wow, we got the players I wanted. So hard to complain.
I think before the day started, if I told you guys like, hey, these 4th round picks, we got Jordan Travis and Allen, like at least those 2 picks, you guys would be like, okay, like cool. I really like those picks in the 4th round. Now corner's a little bit more questionable. The fact that they didn't grab a receiver when it seemed like quite a few that we liked were staring us in the face. Maybe they do have a plan for Davis. Maybe they do have a plan for Boyd. Again, where is that $7 million of JFM going? Is it just to have because the Jets are in a really shitty cap situation? Does it go to McGovern and some other vets? Does it go to frickin' the big move, Justin Simmons? Like what happens with that money? But overall, I don't think you could be really mad with this draft at all. And even like tackle too. Like who's to say that they can't bring in a Donovan Smith at this point? Like I think they could still even add to that group. So obviously the adding to the team doesn't stop on Saturday, April 27th. Like we still have 3 months to add some players. So it's gonna be interesting to see what they do.
Nose Kills drops in, says, fun fact, that's a real helmet. Matt is just huge. Oh, it's so good. Matt, you're enormous. All 7 feet of you.
I wear a size 15 hat, so obviously that doesn't fit in a helmet.
Maybe that's why the jersey's taking so long, because they don't make Matt's size and had to get custom made.
They're like, we got to stitch 2 of these together. And
not enough fabric at Fanatics, apparently. Wherever they get their Nike, wherever they get them from.
My hat was supposed to ship too. My hat and jersey, I still haven't gotten yet. Actually, and I got another helmet, so I'm getting a 2nd helmet in by mistake. So I'm going to see if I can return that other one, I guess. This one was like an eBay purchase because I thought the other one was sold out, and then I wound up buying the other one. I was like, oh, I'll return the eBay one. Doesn't work like that, unfortunately. That's all right. We are on pick. What pick are we on? The Rams.
213.
Yeah.
Wow.
214
okay.
is on the clock.
Got about
Is
40
Rice still
picks
there?
before on. Rice is still sitting on the board. Johnny Wilson's still on the board.
Is Frank Gore Jr. still out there? It's like it's funny
Probably.
that and like people would like they tweet me whatever, or it's comment in the stream. It's like I want Rice, I want Frank Gore Jr. I'm like you know that we're not getting we're not getting the dads in the problem, right? Like these guys are their sons, and the sons has nothing to do with the dad. Like I get the pedigree and stuff, but Brandon Rice, like I could say I haven't done an evaluation on him, but a lot of the videos I saw from the Senior Bowl were not overly impressive. It looks like he just tries to win with physicality, and that was about it. So he was a pick that just based on super shallow research, I'll be transparent with that. I wouldn't have been thrilled in the 3rd or the 4th round with him, but right now, like I'll take it.
Yeah, high upside swing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who does make it to the undrafted free agent pool, because every year I'm surprised by some names that don't get drafted. So I'm really interested this year. Now we're seeing some guys like Mahogany and some others getting taken now, so I was kind of getting to this point. I was hoping, I'm like, man, maybe some of these guys are going to slip through, but I still think there'll be some interesting names that we can grab from the undrafted free agent group. But waiting to 257 is hard right about now. I mean, what is it? It was like 90 or 80 picks between our picks, right? Wasn't it something like
It's
that?
insane. It was 176 was our last pick, I think.
Yeah. So all the way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
176.
So
Yeah, 80
81?
picks, 79 picks was the, or yeah,
79
81
picks.
picks. Math is hard. Again, not
So
a
now,
math podcast.
Did you guys prefer anybody else? I don't know your opinions of the players because I caught a little bit of it, but did you guys prefer anybody else at 10? Did you guys prefer anybody else in terms of like Corley and whoever? And yeah, thanks, Ryan. It's okay. You know, I'll see myself out.
Sorry, I
No,
had
that's
it
okay.
auto switching. I screwed it up. My bad.
It's okay. It's
So
okay. You know, lose a number.
did we prefer? Did we prefer? Did we prefer anyone? I would say at 10, I really wanted wide receiver. Again, the board broke in like the way I, couldn't have predicted it to fall, I guess, or worst case scenario. I was okay with O-line in a trade down. I would have, I guess, traded down further to try and recoup a higher pick than we could have got. But moving down one pick, basically trading Zach Wilson for 203, moving down with the Vikings, swinging the 203 pick to 250, whatever, and then also making one more trade to get Malachi Corley. Pretty cool. Pretty nice to see that. Basically, Zach Wilson for Malachi Corley I'll sign up for. But yeah, I probably would have gone Bowers at 10, but definitely not upset with Fashanu. I think it feels like a pick that is more of a selection that a safe GM and a safe head coach would select. And I think they feel as long as Rodgers is upright, they're going to be back for 2025. And I think that's probably a pretty good way to go about your business, especially because they're in the last year of their contract anyways. And the fact that they're building to the future still kind of leads you to believe they're still vested into this team, longer than just this year. Yeah. But I like all the other selections. Like the trade outs in the 4th round were really my only not thrilled thing. Matt, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty happy with where things are right now. Like some slight personal preferences for the line in the 1st round. I liked Fuanga or Fatanu. And I was hoping they were trading up for Roman Wilson in round 2, but I understand why they like Malachi Corley so much. The one thing that I don't know, not enough to say I hate this draft class or anything like that. I do think it's just a little strange they took 2 very similar running backs, that they're both kind of the bruising type of guys. I like Allen a lot. I think he's going to be a really nice compliment to Breece Hall, but really the only surprise to me was the multiple trade backs, and then drafting 2 running backs today was a bit of a head scratcher.
Green Bean, what about you?
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. I think at 10, I think that trade back was beautiful. I mean, it's free picks. There was no real risk there. Trading back, I can understand. Even if you were going to get a little bit more, maybe sliding back a few more spots, there's no risk of losing your target. They tried to trade up for Odunze, is the rumor. Okay, that would have been great. They couldn't do it, so they pivoted and went with the other need, in my opinion. I mean, I think people talking about, some sort of sacrilegious move to grab O-line. I mean, have you not been watching the Jets for the past 4, 5, 6 years, where we are, 4 or 5 tackles deep week 10? And I think it's really smart to have that insurance in the building, already developing. Again, we talked about earlier, Fashanu, modeling his game after Tyron Smith, getting that period of time to kind of work with that guy, I think is super smart. Going and getting Corley, I think it's fantastic, man. I love his game. There were other receivers I would have, I could have been happy with, but I love that it was Malachi Corley. Again, we're not looking for wide receiver 1 necessarily. Not that bringing on a Rome Odunze or a Neighbors or somebody like that wouldn't be great, but that's not what we need. We have him. And if Mike Williams is, on the field, which we don't know, but then we're talking about wide receiver 3 with, the tight ends that we have, and obviously Breece Hall back there. So I think it's a really good move rounding out the offense. I mean, I like it. I like the style of player that we're bringing in too with Corley and Braelon Allen. Braelon Allen was the number 1 running back I wanted in this draft class. I love what he's going to bring. I also liked Isaiah Davis. Now, would I have taken that? Probably not. I might not have taken 2 running backs. Matter of fact, I'm pretty damn sure I wouldn't have. But I like him. And if they thought that he was going to be able to bring in, he's got good hands as well. So who knows? He can kind of push Bawden off the team. Those guys, like, I'm tired of having Bawden running around. I don't really need whoever these other running backs are. They're just kind of camp fodder at this point. And if Izzy can't pass protect, or you can't get on the field for one reason or another, I'm fine with having Braelon Allen, Breece Hall, and Isaiah Davis as the stable. So I'm really happy with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I would have liked, I said it before, I would have probably just stayed with my 3/4 rather than getting nuts and sliding back and having 3/5 and all that sort of stuff. But look, they still got Braelon Allen. They still got Jordan Travis. By the way, 2 guys I was going to take in the 4th anyway. So like you brought up before, Joe, if at the beginning of the day, they said, look, we're going to come away with Jordan Travis and Braelon Allen, I would have been happy with that. So, and we still have Mr. Irrelevant. It could be somebody we really like. I mean, who knows? Justin Rogers might slip to us and we take him for defensive tackle. I would love that. So, but overall, I'm happy. I think we got a little cute. The JFM thing is weird. I like getting the 3rd, but I think overall it's a good draft. The interesting thing with people saying we're not getting a starter is I forget who it was that put the comment in there earlier, but I think it's really smart. The truth is that we don't need a lot of starters. Like, this team is kind of built in many respects. We don't need a cornerback, a defensive ends. We don't need linebackers. You don't need wide receiver 1 or RB1 or quarterback 1. We don't need those things. We're looking to bolster the team, plug in those other holes like a wide receiver 3, short yardage back, that kind of thing, making sure that the offensive line, if somebody goes down, we're not looking at an undrafted free agent or a practice squad from the Texans 2 weeks ago coming in and starting. We have now some depth, and I think I think we're doing the right thing. And I think that this draft does give us more ammo to win this year, assuming Aaron Rodgers plays. I'm excited.
Blitz Crew dropping in. What's up, Blitz Crew? Let me see if I can. For some reason, I'm not getting this showing up on the screen. I don't know why that's not, but I'll say it out loud. Thoughts on Bo Limmer, Bo Brady, or Braid, Damani Richardson, Cornelius Johnson, if available to us. I don't know anything about any of those players, so I apologize. Anyone else want to chime in?
They're gone. Wait, Bo Limmer too, I think. Let me see here.
Bo Braid is still there.
Bo Braid, I thought he just went.
Limmer's still there. Oh, maybe he just went. Maybe I have to refresh.
Maybe I'm think. Yeah, there goes Bo Limmer.
Oh yeah, he
he's
did.
Not, he would have been nice. I thought
My
Bo
cousin
Braid went
Devin Leary off the board, quarterback Kentucky.
Quarterback from Kentucky just went off. Oh,
yeah, Devin Leary, my cousin.
Devin Leary, yeah, Matt's cousin. Right.
When you put D Leary, it almost looks like O Leary.
Yeah, kind of.
Very close. Very close. Let's see if I can get this comment on the screen. For some reason, I can't, don't know if I'm doing this wrong.
Sorry, I muted myself as my dog barks at whoever just came into my house. But I do like while you find that comment, I do like Green Bean's point of the guys they are adding. Like you add a Davis, you add an Allen, you add a Morgan Moses, you add a John Simpson. Like they added a lot of nasty to their offense this year. So it's going to be nice to hopefully pound the ball down people's throats this year and not kind of be timid and just hope we get a field goal this drive. I like that they're going to be kind of nasty in the ground game. And you have the electricity with guys like Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall. So the offense is exciting, man. If they're healthy, this offense can be damn good. Again, I do think they need to supplement the roster with some depth at interior offensive line and receiver. But if they do that properly, like this draft, minus a pick or two, again, getting a little bit cute in the 4th round, maybe have some issues with that. I'm with Green Bean. I was more at the point, especially in the mid rounds, I was more quality over quantity, because at the end of the day, is this 7th round pick really going to make our team, or a 6th round pick? Is he really going to make our team. So I would have been fine trading all of our picks up into the 4th round and grab some depth guys. So, I agree there, but again, it's just waiting at in terms of free agency and seeing what they do, because I think that the safety and the interior offensive linemen are non-negotiables.
Yeah, I feel like you got to upgrade those positions.
Yeah.
That's been a point of contention, I think, for some of these trade downs and maybe, duplicate picks of running back, could have been allocated differently. Let me see. I'm going to see if I can get Blitzcrew's comment on screen. See if that works.
How did the I haven't caught your guys after this, but how did the main event go? Was that good? Everything works swimmingly there, or?
Oh, dude, it was a
minus
blast.
the wing situation with Green Bean.
Wing situation with Green Bean was like the low light of the, No, it was it was just funny. As soon as it happened, we're like, oh no, there it is, it's happening.
It was bound to happen.
The crowd cam was by far my favorite part, with Nick Shine and Jeremy belly bopping, and then Neil from Garden City lighting up the cigar inside after the Olu pick. Just 10 out of 10 content.
It was awesome. I mean, the energy was great. We had about 70 people with us, but then the main event had like another 150 people that were just there for like dinner and like the other parts of like the facility. And like anytime we got a Jet chant going, you could hear the whole restaurant start chiming in, and like definitely a Jet country out there. Felt good.
Oh yeah,
we were with our people.
It was a good time, man.
NY Bully drops in, says Roman Wilson is more of a prototypical wide receiver with good speed, but Corley is better fit for the underneath game the Jets want for Rodgers. I wanted 𝐒𝐿𝐰𝐻𝐻 at 10, but I am not upset with how we drafted. Yeah, I feel like if you had like written out this entire draft for me ahead of time, I'd be like, yeah, I'd be totally happy with that. Like, oh, we didn't get a weapon in round 1, but we've got Corley and we've got Braelon Allen and we got Jordan Travis. Like, yeah, I could care less. Like, I'd be tickled pink. So very, very happy with how the Jets draft is going right now. Green Bean, let's throw it to you. I guess thoughts on the Bullies comment?
Let me get to the real thing over here. Hold on. My computer's freezing up for us. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all frozen. I don't know what's going on. So yeah, I don't know what he said.
Go next? I'll go next on the comments so Green Bean can get there. I'll help you out, Green Bean.
Thank you.
For Wilson, the thing with Roman Wilson is you hear he's typically like he's a prototypical slot guy. He's going to play a lot more in the slot. I'm not saying that Garrett Wilson is a slot guy only, but you do want him playing, I would say, majority of the reps in the slot. Free releases, get the ball in his hands quickly. So the Wilson to Wilson thing, one, that's annoying, and two, it seems like he wasn't necessarily the best fit for the offense. So I do agree with the NY Bully here. And like you said, it's a perfect point, because I think Aaron Rodgers in his MVP season, like 52% of his yards were from Yak. So now you add a true Yak threat to the offense. He's a guy, he can play slot. Like I think people just automatically assume he's going to play the slot for the Jets. It's not necessarily true. Like if you're going to play him on overs, drags, like yeah, sure, get him in the slot there for free releases. But who's to say like you can run smoke screens around from the outside, shield screens around from the outside, tunnel screens around from the outside. So like plenty there's plenty of reps for him to play like Z, where Garrett Wilson could still play the slot role. And I think it's a great fit for the offense. They didn't have that guy. Like I don't know. I don't put words in your guys' mouth, but like, was anybody impressed with Xavier Gibson and what he did with the ball in his hands last year? I wasn't necessarily impressed. Like I think you could take a big upgrade there. So now you have, Aaron Rodgers is a guy who either likes to go vertical, back shoulder balls. You get Mike Williams, who is probably a top 5 in the NFL in terms of contested catches, if not top 10. Maybe I'm being a little bit, giving him a little bit too much credit there, but I have to stack it up. It's still probably top 5 or near there. So you got that part of your offense, and then Aaron Rodgers loves Yak. You got an elite Yak guy. So like you couldn't really build a better receiver core for Aaron Rodgers than we have right now. Again, I want the depth to be supplemented a little bit because Lazard just sucks and practices soccer instead of football. But nonetheless, I think that's a great point by NY Bully there. And I also wanted 𝐒𝐿𝐰𝐻𝐻 at 10. I would have been completely comfortable with that, and that's what I did want. And the stream immediately after the draft was okay, but like, how do they transition? And they transitioned really, really well. So it's a really good draft. Maybe it's not an A+ because of some of the things they do in the 4th round, but overall, those first 3 or 4 picks for the Jets were absolute slam dunks.
The My Bully comes in and says, Rice is slow for the NFL level of speed of top receiver and cannot create separation. The only attributes for him I see are size and strong hands. Yeah, I mean, I was willing to bank on the upside of legacy, like Joe said not to do earlier today in this show. I love the idea of going with like the lineage type guys because of like how they're brought up. That's just, you know, if you're going to take a mid-round to late-round swing on a guy, that's not, you know, a problem for me. Now, I would have taken Brendan Rice a lot earlier. Like, I would have been fine if they made the pick at, you know, in the 3rd round if they felt comfortable with it. But clearly, the rest of the NFL does not feel comfortable with Brendan Rice compared to where fans felt he should have gone.
He ran a 4.5 flat, which not saying that's a burner, but that's not like, I don't know. There's guys who ran slower than that have gotten drafted today. So I don't know if that's enough for me to be like, oh, well, he's slow, so I'm not taking him.
Yeah, you want speed ideally, of course, but Keenan Allen ran like a 4.55, 4.6, whatever that was, and he's obviously, you know, a really good player as well.
Nose there too.
Nose kills with the super chat. Thank you, Nose kills. Here, I'll do my own little show. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but I can hear it if you had.
I love when. I wish we could get Allison in here to send us some gibberish via super chat. So Joe could hit. Can you hit the button of what the hell is it even in that?
What the hell is even that?
that's
my favorite drop. That's my favorite drop you got.
It's an elite video.
Nose kills says which picks film.
Yeah, good.
Are you most interested to get into, Joe?
The CFL guy. No, it's really it's all of them. Like I haven't dove into any of them, so I start with a blank slate on these guys. I don't, you know, I hear some opinions like trickle in from obviously the media and whoever else, but I go in pretty much with a completely clean slate. So this isn't a cop out. Like it's legitimately all of them. Like I'm very, very excited to get to every person's film. Obviously, I would say it's Corley and the running back. You know, the first running back, Allen's film the most so. But it's everybody. The UDFAs, whoever it may be. I'm excited to watch them and see what they're about. And like you said, with the legacy stuff, again, it's not they don't necessarily correlate, but it's like it just shows you again the shallowness of some evaluations. I don't want to try to get into all this stuff, but like, you know, it's like, hey, Jerry Rice is good, you know, now his son is good, or hey, Becton's kind of big, Latham's kind of big, Becton bad, Latham bad. It's like Latham went too. I'm sure that's shocked a lot of people, but not people who actually legitimately watched him. You know, I'm not saying that everybody like had to share that opinion, because you can have him 4, you can have him 5 because you don't like necessarily like the traits he has, but for people to be like, oh, he's a 2nd round pick, the guy sucks. I never understood it. And again, I think it is because of one play against Michigan, where the rest of that game he was actually really good. So yeah, I don't, you know, maybe we get Rice, maybe we get Frank Gore Jr. for some people out there, but the Latham pick was definitely a good one for the brand. I was rooting for him to go to the Chargers so I could really dunk. I'm not going to dunk as hard with him at 2, but I'll take it.
Dude, as soon as you so Joe texted me the night before when the odds started shifting really heavily for Latham going to the Chargers. He goes, I swear I'm going to Vince Carter dunk all over everyone if he's the pick at 5. I was like, I reach out to like our Talkin Jets group chat. I was like, yo, I really hope Latham is the pick at 5 because Joe's going to go absolutely bonkers.
Well, he went at 7.
Yeah, he's still the 2nd guy, so I think that still counts. It's not a Vince Carter level dunk, but like maybe like a Carmelo Anthony level dunk, like still a good dunker, but not necessarily you know Vince Carter the best of all time. So yeah, that was good for the brand. That was a little bit shocking. I would say the most shocking pick of round 1 though was the Falcons. Like what are you doing there? Because they have Kirk Cousins no matter what for 2 more years, right? If I'm not mistaken, and you draft a guy in the top 10, like. Do they not have any other needs on their team? Are they absolutely stacked where they can draft a quarterback to sit for 2-3 years? Like that was the most wild pick of the entire draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, that one was out of left field. Like at least Bo Nix, you knew the Broncos didn't have a 2nd round pick, so them reaching kind of made sense. Atlanta, like you've got $100 million quarterback on your roster, like you can get the top defensive player in the draft at 8, or trade out to another team that's looking to give you more assets. And the fact they sat there and took Penix is just absolutely mind-boggling to me. Like, hands down, the most surprising pick of the night.
Ryan, I don't know if you saw in the side chat, the Jets posted their calls to Quantez Stiggers. The caption says, make sure you have the tissues in reach for this one. So I'm guessing it was a little bit of an emotional call with him.
Touching one.
He played in the fan-controlled league 2 years ago and is now being drafted. Like, that's pretty freaking wild.
Let's see if I can get this pulled up, and we'll take a look at it.
That's one of like the best parts of the draft, right? Like that we kind of overlook and you don't really appreciate it until it actually comes. But like seeing the kids fulfill their dreams is legitimately awesome. Like, you know, whether it be whoever we draft, you know, it's awesome to see these kids realize their dreams. So I'm excited to watch that video. I don't know if you could pull it up or I'll watch it after, but
yeah, no, I'll be able to get it. I'm just trying to pull up the correct window that it is, and then I got to resize it. Every time we share something, it's like always a slightly different aspect ratio. So it's like trying to edit the size of the window. If I was smart, I would have pre-made cutout sized things already, but I'm not. So there's that. All right. Let's see if we can
Dude,
get
my
this.
computer is telling me you need to stop. My computer is locked. Can't do anything. It took me fucking 5 minutes just to click the link to get back in here. I was like, come on, just click. Yeah.
All right. Are you guys seeing this call on the screen right now?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. We're going to play it.
There you go with the Jets. Where did I tell you the place to be was?
The Jets.
New York.
Yes, sir.
You excited?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're excited to have you, man. Here's,
Man, thank you, man. Y'all won't make a mistake, man. Appreciate it.
All right, man. Here's our D coordinator.
All right. Yes, sir.
Montez, what's happening, man?
Man, just chilling, man. Excited, man. Really enjoyed this process, man. I'm gonna get a Super Bowl.
You fired up?
Yes, sir, man. Man, about the crowd, man. I'm shaking.
You should, man. Probably.
Man,
You deserve this moment,
the pit
man.
right here.
So well deserved. Like your story
Yes,
is so
sir.
unique, so special. You're gonna be an amazing part of this defense, this organization, man. I'm fired up. You got me breaking up right now. I'm about to cry.
Man, I'm about to cry.
All right, brother. I'm gonna get you to TO. All right, man.
God, I really like 𝐿'𝐵𝐿.
What's up, dog?
Tony Oden,
What
baby.
up, T.O., man?
Hey,
man.
man.
I promise, man. I appreciate it, man.
Let's
Look at that hat.
go. Hey,
Let's
it's been a
roll,
long
man.
day.
Let's ride.
Hey, remember,
Yes, sir.
you are here for a reason. This is exactly
Yes,
where you're
sir.
supposed to be.
Yes,
exactly
sir.
where you're supposed to be. Let's go get it. Yo, Stiggs.
What up, Coach?
Bobby M That here. You remember asshole. me?
Yes, sir, I do.
Yeah. They always save the best for last, so, you know, they got me on the phone with you now. Hey, man.
Yeah, they always say the best for last.
Yeah. Hey, like Brick said, man, you really impressed a lot of people here. As a matter of fact, I'm getting emotional now. Listening to
sir.
you and having you in my office for those 15 minutes was incredible. And we're looking for you to do some good things for us here and join the team, you know. Defense is unbelievable.
sir.
Ferocious. We expect you to come in and do a great job, brother.
Yes, sir, man. That's the plan. I appreciate y'all for giving me this opportunity to further my career, man. Yeah, I promise y'all won't regret it.
Nah, we ain't going to regret it, brother. We're really happy about this. You come see me when you get here, all right?
Yes, sir.
Good luck, brother. Take care. Bye.
That's awesome. They seem real happy.
Yeah, that's cool. That's
the asshole who didn't let me hang out with Aaron Rodgers and get a picture.
Is it really the VP of security?
Yeah, he yelled at me. He said, "Come on!" I said, "Dude, I just got here. I don't know what your day was like." You know what I mean? Fuck.
Oh God, that's great.
He doesn't forget. He'll hold a grudge.
Yeah, I'll hold it.
People don't forget.
Yeah,
Zach comes in with a super chat, says, can anyone explain the logic of the 2 trade backs in round 4? We did not package anything to move back up. I understand the trade of 1/4 to get the 3rd next year. Yeah, I like the trade to get the 3rd next year. I would have taken one of our other 4ths to utilize. Like, I don't know if that one of the 5th round picks that we used, or I guess it was a 6th round pick maybe on a or no, it was a 5th round pick on a running back. I would have, if that was one of the 4ths at that point in time, I would have preferred TJ Tampa or any number of players. I don't particularly love the 2 running backs back to back. And I would have made the picks in the 4th round personally. Joe, your thoughts on the trade downs and overall like that 4th round with a little bit of confusion maybe at the start of the draft?
Yeah, well, it was 3/4, and we turned 3/4 into next year's third and like 3/5 or 2/5 and a sixth or whatever the number was. So if you have a grouping of players that you like, if you have a bunch of guys and like 40 players bunched up, and you can trade down and get more shots, I get it. And the fact that they added a third is great for next year. So for this draft, yeah, it seems a little bit confusing, but hey, next year when we're sitting here, on Friday, whatever time, and they get that third round pick, then you're going to be happy. You're going to be happy about it. So yeah, it's not something I prefer necessarily, but again, like Green Bean said, like I've emphasized quite a few times now, if I told you at least 2 of the 3 players we got, after we traded those picks, you guys would be happy with those players. Again, maybe a receiver would have really been like the slam dunk draft pick in the 5th round there with like Rice or whoever, Washington, whoever else it could have been. So yeah, it doesn't make the most sense in the world, but again, they added future capital as well, which I think is being a little bit overlooked.
Matt, your thoughts looking back on the trade in the 4th round, or multiple trades in the 4th round?
Yeah, so my favorite was the trade that yielded them a 3rd round pick next year. I think that one was interesting because you jump up around. Granted, it's in next year's class and not this one, but maybe you could use that as ammunition to move up for something in next year's class, really put you over the top. But, as kind of Joe just said there, a lot of the names that we were looking for in Allen and Jordan Travis were guys that we would have been good with if they just kind of stuck in pick in round 4 and they were able to get guys by moving back. Kind of the last 2 picks a little bit off the board from what we were expecting. So curious to see how they close this one out. But overall, I'm okay with what they've done so far in this draft class.
Green Bean, any more reflection on the 4th round trades?
Well, I'm trying to remember. There was a lot. We got, I forget. We traded a lot in this draft, but there was a point where, we had 111. We traded back to where? 120
Sorry,
something,
Joe.
129, 26.
I keep
Right?
that. So
What, you
I
got
got
it
the
all?
timer on. No, I'm just an idiot. I switched from one scene to another, and when I came back to this scene, it reset our my timer that I had going.
Yeah,
So
I think that we got a little cuter than we needed to. But ultimately, like we said, at the end of the day, we gained a 3rd. You still got Jordan Travis and Braelon Allen. And then everything after that, again, I like Isaiah Davis. If we didn't get Braelon Allen, he was one of the guys like 𝐒𝐮𝐸, Isaiah Davis. Those were the 2 guys that I would have wanted to pivot to. So we got them both. It's weird that we took 2 running backs a little bit, of course. But ultimately, till when we picked, he had to trade up a little bit for Jordan Travis. But no big deal. I guess at the end of the day, it's all good. And now we have an extra 3rd for next year. So yeah, I guess it's fine. I guess it's all good. I don't know. I'm confused.
it looks like Brendan Rice just went, I think, to the Raiders.
At 223.
223 is just about to come off the board on my screen over here. I just saw him pop off the big board over to my right here.
Shame.
So the Raiders are stacking some interesting players between JPJ and Bowers and now Rice. Interesting draft.
Yeah, I agree. They're having a good draft, in my opinion.
Moose City says, Rice falling, Mr. Irrelevant. Whoops. Spoke too soon.
One of them.
Bastards. I saw a
Before,
comment I wanted to-
So Ron, I do. I hear my kid screaming in the background now, so I'm going to go assist my wife. Not to bail out 30 picks early. I'm sorry. I wish I could join or keep it going. But the one thing I do want to say, I want to say it after the video. But can we? And maybe I'm shooting my shot early here. But can we appreciate that Woody Johnson did not ask one person if they're ready to play with Aaron Rodgers yet on these phone calls? I don't know if they happened with the other ones, but I don't care. I don't care who we drafted, whatever today. But the fact that I didn't have to hear Woody Johnson say that is a dub in my mind.
Oh
Agreed.
man, it's such a win. Are you ready to play with Aaron Rodgers? You want to see my necklace?
Do you know who you're blocking?
You know who the
for? It's like,
quarterback
no,
is, right?
tell me. Please tell me. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This is all
So,
new to me.
yeah,
Every
I
question
felt
that gets asked by like
by the players pre-draft. Marvin Harris Jr., Malik Neighbors. So what would you think about getting a pass from Aaron Rodgers? It's like always the question when it comes to the Jets.
What if they were just like, I would hate it. Like, the guy's an old scrub. He's an asshole. I disagree with his political beliefs. I don't want to go there. Please. Like, what are they going to say? Like, I just don't understand what else they're going to say. I do appreciate the invite. Obviously, Ryan, hopefully come back on soon and break down some of these prospects, talk about them. I'll have a lot stronger opinions after I actually watch them. But I definitely appreciate the invite, and I'll catch all of you hopefully soon.
Hell thank yeah, you, Joe. Thank you so much.
Yeah, later, Joe.
Ejected from the cockpit. Joe blew it.
You know, it was good to have Joe and Scott on. I just wish Scott would have opened up and came out of his shell a little bit more.
Yeah, it's hard to. He's a tough can to open.
Yeah, he doesn't really talk much. Oh, geez, that's all right. It's all good. Yeah, no, it did feel nice to sit back a little bit. I'll be honest. I felt like my brain was turning into soup for a bit there.
It does help.
Yeah, we needed it. I know there were a couple of comments like, I want to hear, Matt, and I'm like, we're fine. Just chilling.
It's okay. Let's listen to what these guys have to say. Asher comes in and says, now that our draft is almost done, name a couple free agents you guys would sign to the roster. Boyd, I guess.
Yeah, that's my guy.
I like that.
If there's a D tackle out there somewhere, D tackles, safety, probably. I have no idea what direction we're going to go with Mr. Irrelevant.
Well, veteran running back officially crossed off my list. Now after that, even after Braelon Allen, it was gone, but especially after doubling up on running back, then that one's crossed off the list.
Hugh Direction says Packers traded back twice in the second round last year and picked up an extra 5th and a 6th rounder. Those picks were used on Wicks and Brooks. Trading back can work out great. Sure. You could also have a ton of picks like 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐚 and it doesn't work out. So sometimes you got to take the best player, package your picks to go up. But fingers crossed, Joe Douglas has a much better track record than one John 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐚.
Yeah, plus the kid that they all started crying. They say get the tissues ready. I thought he was going to cry. It was Ulbricht and the security guard. Crying.
I'm thinking the guy that just had his life changed by being selected would be the one welling up. The bully comes in and says, I can see us drafting safety at 257. I like Trey Taylor from Air Force. He's a high character JD type guy, but there's room for improvement. Yeah, I mean, when you get taken in the 7th round, there's going to be plenty of room for improvement, but high upside, whether it be the athletic ability or like the frame that could be adding extra weight or maybe it's a personality trait that was slightly off. I'm cool taking those types of stabs late in the draft. I don't know if there's like a highly athletic guy. I mean, we all said Gabe Hall like with the last pick of our drafts a lot of times. And Dom C was always like, that guy should be going much earlier. So the fact that he's still here and we liked him, like, entices me to want to pick him.
Yeah. I'm trying to get to the place where I can see the guys that are left. My computer's not cooperating. I want to see who's left that I like.
So this was cool. I think we missed this in the 6th round with while our guests were on, but the Houston Texans drafted Jawar Jordan, a running back out of Louisville. He's from Farmingdale, where we were on Thursday.
I don't know why.
Long Island. Yeah, so shout out Farmingdale, Long Island. Congrats, Jawar Jordan.
I wonder if he's been on the Fireball roller coaster.
Yeah, he probably has.
Gonna have to ask.
For any Long Islanders in the chat, Green Bean informed me that there is a very unique roller coaster at Adventureland, which is very, very funny to me. Because that was like the place where if you didn't want to drive all the way to Great Adventure in Jersey, he's like, I guess we'll just settle. We'll go to Adventureland for the day, kind of a thing. So like that having a unique coaster broke my brain.
Yeah. And there's only 2 in the whole world of that roller coaster. The other one's in Germany.
Crazy.
Nuts.
Zach drops in with the super chat, says, with Corley, former running back, we drafted 2.5 running backs in this draft. Yeah.
Yeah. great.
It's absolutely what it feels like. I'm going to throw one other nod out there for Mr. Irrelevant, and it's mainly because one of my best friends went to Cortland, but Cole Burgess, Division III wide receiver from SUNY Cortland, New York guy. Let's see if he gets taken.
I'm going to throw one out there. Malik Washington played right here at UV. Oh, that's right.
Oh, he went way earlier, and he's D1. I figured this guy's probably going to go undrafted, but still cool. It's cool to see all the time. Crossfire says we need to trade Mr. Irrelevant pick for Zach. What? No.
Yeah, get him back. Yeah, now trade Mr. Irrelevant for Zach Wilson. That'd be the best.
Like, we did this just so we could say we did. Zach Wilson. That's something I'm glad we don't have to really discuss at length much more.
Mm.
And I'll be honest, as fun as it would have been to maybe have Bowers in the first round, the conversation between now and the start of the season with the whole Bowers thing, like I was so done with it leading up to the draft. Like there's no player I hope sucks balls harder than Brock Bowers at this point. I hope he's terrible.
Yeah, I just don't be insufferable. That's my advice to anyone on the internet. You could like whatever prospect you want, but if you can't talk through other scenarios, even being a possibility for your team, something is very, very wrong.
Agreed.
Yep. Yeah, I'm there on that. It's like Green Bean says with the 10 o'clock mock. These are all scenarios. You got to talk through it. Things happen.
Yes.
Adapt your opinion based on changing circumstances.
Right. Nobody wants that shit. Nobody wants to do that. They want to just pick the same 7 players every single time they do a mock. That's what they like. It's weird.
Yeah, it's like if you don't take the same exact player over and over and over and over and over again, it's like, whoa, calm down. Like we could figure out if we go this way, then what's the then that? Because I'm sure if you take Brock Bowers at 10 or 11, it's a different pick in the third round. If you take the weapon in the first round, it's probably a different pick than the third round. If you take the offensive lineman, it's obviously a different pick in the third round.
Changes things.
Fraking from Flatbush is just wrong. He says, screw Cortland. New Palt's better.
Wow, that's a lot of slander in there. I got love for Cortland.
I'm a Cortland guy. I went to Binghamton. I was at like 45 minutes south of Cortland, but I would always go up for Cortica, the Cortland versus 𝐒𝐿𝐾𝐿 game. I went down to the Giant Stadium Cortica event. That was a lot of fun.
You guys are saying words. I don't even know what they are.
I believe Will Parkinson is a Cortland product.
I think he is. I feel like I did hear that. So I wonder if he's excited for that particular. I'm sure he's dialed in.
Jake Asman's an Ithaca guy, so we got representation on both sides of the aisle.
Oh, no way. I didn't know Jake was an Ithaca guy. I could have run into him at some point at one of the Cortica events. Blitzcrew comes in, says, aside from Boyd and a few safeties, not seeing a lot of free agents I like out there. We'll see who gets cut after the draft. Are the raffles done? No, we still got. Yeah, I guess we could. Let's go over to that. See what raffles we got left.
We didn't even do anything.
Yeah, we got Tailgate Joe.
We got Tailgate Joe, and we got the 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐿 and 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐫𝐞𝐿
How about you raffle off
raffle off a nap?
One of us three. One of us three get to go to bed.
That sounds fantastic. I am not looking forward to making a video after like this stream. This is usually like my least favorite video that we do of the whole thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, so want to do the shirt and the pillow right now. We'll hammer those out, and then at the end, after Mr. Irrelevant, we do the final tailgate.
That's good with me.
All right, so let's do. Am I doing a random number generator? I guess that's probably the question. I can do that. Bam.
The number is 143 for today.
143. All right. Generate 109. And this is for the 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐿 shirt.
J-Boy.
J-Boy gets himself an 𝐒𝐿𝐵𝐿 shirt. I like it. It's
Brian super chat is really funny.
Hold on, let me get to it. I just wanna update.
I can't see him anymore. I can't have YouTube open or else my fucking computer shuts off. You'll get it.
All right, let's see. So real quick, we got KY Jets fan saying, watching you guys during the draft is now my annual tradition. Love you guys. KY, we love you.
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. Thank you for hanging out with us. Raffle, an invitation to Matt's nuptials. Wow. I was trying to say nipples, but I was like, no, he's getting married. That's 2 tickets to the O'Leary wedding of the century.
Yeah, I mean that'd be probably one of the higher things we've given away tonight. That's probably on par with the Tommy tickets.
Yeah, I was gonna say the weddings are not cheap. Crossfire comes and says Matt needs to live stream his wedding on this channel.
Yeah, I need you guys to help me pay for it with super chats. Keep them coming.
There you go.
Churn it out. Churn it out. All right, let's do another. We've got the pillow now. We got a Talkin' Jets Apes pillow. Are we doing 140? Is it still 143 green bean? Or are we doing?
Yeah, 143. If it's J Boy, I'll go up to the next.
Ooh.
No, if it's 109 again, I'll just go up to the next one. No sweat. Rig this shit right.
61.
61. Moose City.
Moose City gets himself a pillow. Let's do that. Moose City. Anyone that wins stuff, reach out because we want to make sure we can get you your stuff. Got to get your contact info. Got to be able to send it to you. But we're excited for this. So all of the raffle winners from the course of the weekend have all been selected. Talking Jets coasters goes to Papa O'Leary. Rogers Wilson 2024 shirt goes to Jason Edwards. Talking Jets Ape shirt to J Boy. Talkin' Jets Apes pillow to Moose City. Brees Mode shirt to Crossfire. Feed Brees went to Dan Wedge. Talkin' Jets logo cap, James Pinto. Talkin' Jets logo beanie to Mama O'Leary. Tailor-made spider putter goes to Blitz Crew. The Quinnen Williams framed photo or framed poster went to Rich Ritter at the main event. Snowball got the cornhole set up from Bago. Jason Antonia got a Jet Shop $150 gift card. So make sure you guys reach out to us so we can make sure we get you all your winnings.
Yes.
We want to make sure we do that to you guys. We've got, let's see over here. Blitzcrew who says, what the fuck pillows are supposed to be rigged for me? Blitzcrew wins all the pillows. Let's see. We've got we got the Tailgate Joe pair of season passes for day is going to be our final one. It's a season pass to his tailgate. So if you're a season ticket holder and you want to just go to his tailgate the entirety of the season, that's absolutely where you want to be. And Sal Santa Fe won one of the pairs. Jacob Gomez won the pair from yesterday. So someone's going to win these after the Mr. Irrelevant pick. And then for the 100 level tickets and the Tailgate Joe tailgate giveaway, Tommy Tickets won one of those, or won the pair of them. He was one of our sponsors of the event. So kind of cool that it winds up paying it forward, gets it kicked back to him. And then with the Tommy Tickets giveaway, we have, let's see, 2 100 level tickets to either Rams or Seahawks. You get to make your choice of that. That's going to be Ryan Wallace. And then Robert Hazard got the 100 level tickets for either Patriots or Dolphins. They gave away some good stuff this year. Got some awesome things in the chat. Nice to see. And if you want to cop yourself some new swag, we got the Yak King t-shirt and hoodie available on talkinjets.com. All you got to head over. You can click the link in the live chat pinned over there. We've got a few sales today on the new merch. Bonnie, Alan, Gavin, Andrew, Jerome, all buying gear through the shop. Thank you guys so much
for supporting the show. Jeremy, oh, nice of you to stop by after not saying bye. The team is bad. How dumb are you? You're dumb.
He is no longer New York's problem. He is on a flight back home now, thankfully.
Nice.
Goes back to California is his problem.
Now he says he's a realist. He's just an egghead.
No. He's going at someone in the chat.
Just going back and forth.
Yeah, nobody loves a chat fight like Jeremy.
Dude, Jeremy is the chat is an entirely different beast. Like, there's so many times that we're just having a discussion about one topic and the chat is just like on a completely different tangent from what we're talking about. Always fun to watch.
How are there still 25 picks until
It's unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. I like this though a lot more than like 2 picks in the 4th round and then just sit the rest of the way out.
Yeah. That helps a little bit that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, but that
If
light
they trade out of 257. Just like, oh, we're done. Sorry.
No, they want it. Woody wants to go up there. He probably flew in on the private jet. He's ready. He's going to go out with the sauce chain.
I bet he does.
He's going to be so happy. Like, oh, I get to make our Mr. Irrelevant pick. That's my Woody Johnson voice.
Do you know who you're blocking for?
Want to see my chain? Blitzkrieg says, so what's your favorite fries again? Oh, yeah, we can get back into our food discussions. Yeah, if we want to go tangent stuff. What's up, Matt?
Okay, so this was really great. So while I was driving to the main event on Thursday, I was just about there, and I go, you know what? I need to pick up change for the raffles, so I need to find a change. But it's like, you know what? This was still early in the day. The open bar and the food's not going to start for like 5 hours. I could really go for like some fries, some fast food fries. And there was a Burger King directly next to the main event, and I forgo whatever the past tense of forgo is, the Burger King.
Forgoodled.
Yeah, to find myself a McDonald's so I could have a real freaking fry. So I stopped. I found the change first, picked up the trash, and then I went and found the McDonald's so I didn't have to subject myself to those disgusting French fries.
So ask me where I had lunch prior to getting down to the main event.
Where'd you have lunch?
I went to McDonald's. I was going to a bagel place and I was like, oh, you know what? It's like 12 o'clock. I want to get myself a Big Mac. And I like pull out and I'm like, oh shit, I just passed the McDonald's. So I took like an extra 5 or 7 minutes out of my way to loop back around the highway to make sure I could get back to the McDonald's to get my fries and my Big Mac. So fun story.
I put Sean in a timeout because he said McDonald's fries are trash. So that you don't deserve the right to comment in this chat for that kind of garbage. You cannot spew that kind of hateful rhetoric on this chat. Ridiculous.
Alex W says, did you see Aaron throwing Garrett the ball against the Giants? Of course you have. That you? Woody to everyone on offense. Yeah. Do you see how he spun that ball to Garrett Wilson? Want to see my chain? Michael. So can you get a side order of Stiggers? I don't know. Can you get a side order?
That was good.
I like all fries.
Big Zoo says Wingstop has the best fries. I did have Wingstop yesterday, and Ken can. You got to get them well done. If they are well done, those fries are excellent.
I've never had it.
Oh, highly recommend. They season
them
up.
Called? Wings. You say Wingstop?
Oh yeah.
Where's that? I definitely don't have anyone near me.
It's a chain. The closest one to me is West Hempstead.
Okay, so maybe it's a little bit more of a Long Island thing or something. Ranzilla says Wendy's like $20 for hamburger these days. Yeah, whenever I get the I don't know if it's a Dave's double or whatever, large, and it ends up being like $14 for like that burger, fries, and a large drink. And it's like, man, stuff used to be cheap. Not fun. Brian says, have either of you had Culver's burgers? Are chef's kiss? I have not.
They're all right. Yeah, they're pretty. Culver's is pretty good. It's overrated. It's like Five Guys. Five Guys to me, I don't get it. I don't get it. People go nuts over Five Guys, and their fries are not McDonald's fries. I mean, they're not like, it's not like it's bad. It's fine. But last time we went to Five Guys, listen to this. For my wife, myself, my son, and my daughter, it was $80 for fucking fast food.
You gotta take out a loan. You gotta take out a loan to get into Five Guys.
Terrible.
Yeah, it's expensive. We had that in college, and it was always like overpriced too, or not overpriced, but just like high priced. Mike says there was a Chick-fil-A right there, Matt.
You want this and that? I'm like, dude, you throw everything that's free on that fucking burger right now. $80. Onions, tomatoes, cheese sticks, Doritos.
Here's the thing with the Chick-fil-A. I agree.
Don't you?
I love Chick-fil-A. I saw it and I thought but the drive-through takes an eternity. The line there, no matter what, is crazy. So you got to order for pickup, which I did not do. This was a spur of the moment decision. If this was planned out, I would have ordered it and picked it up there. But I realized I had to make a pit stop. So instead of delaying myself another 25 minutes waiting on the Chick-fil-A drive-through line, I just went to the bank and then got Mickey D's fries and got right over to see Green Bean.
I almost did not get breakfast with my buddy because I wanted Chick-fil-A so bad. I was like, man, I really want that. I am regretting having McDonald's right now because there's a Chick-fil-A right here. But I needed food 2 hours before I got to the main event, not as I pulled into the main event when we were about to have food.
That's so funny.
But yeah,
I've never felt that way toward Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A to me is fine.
Oh, dude,
Like,
Chick-fil-A is
Chick-fil-A.
banging.
I don't get that
big
either.
Chick-fil-A guy. Oh, Jake's in chat. He says, let Green Bean make the final pick. JETS.
That's what I'm saying.
Who would your pick
Green
be?
Bean, who would your... Yeah, I want to hear it.
Well, it depends on who's there. I can't see anything anymore. I was on top of everything all for the 3 days. But I'd probably go with Carson Steele, a running back. I think we could use another running back on this squad. So, no, I would probably take Justin Rogers, man.
What about Knoble from college? Is he still out there? Where did he go?
I missed it. I missed the opportunity.
It was teed up.
It was teed up. My bad. I'm tired and weather beaten.
Tired. I just want to roll over. Phil comes in, says Shake Shack burgers and fries are the best. I think I've only had Shake Shack once, and I don't remember like my feelings on it.
Yeah,
it wasn't
it's another
like,
one.
impactful enough.
Steak and Shake is better than Shake Shack all day, every day.
Oh, what's Steak and Shake?
You don't know about Steak and Shake?
They don't
Is
have
it like
that.
a filet mignon and dance club? Like, is that what you're?
It's good. Shake Shack's all right, but do you guys have cookout? We don't have cookout up there. Down here, cookout is the thing.
Yeah, I've never been, but I know that's a very popular thing in the South.
It's the real deal. It's good.
Sir Moist comes in. Such a dirty sounding name. Yeah, you are. So nasty.
That's so good, you dirty boy.
Now I want to hit. Do I have a? I don't really have a good. I need like a sensual kind of drop here. I don't have.
Sir Moist.
Sir Moist.
Moisty. Moisty.
Moist. Besides the trade for next year's third, do you think we should draft defensive tackle with one of the 4th round picks? Do you think we should have drafted defensive tackle with one of the 4th round picks? I mean, Gabe Hall is still there. I'm cool if they want to make that pick at the end of the draft. I feel like that would be kind of solid. He's a little bit. Is he both edge and D tackle?
Who's that?
Gabe Hall.
I think he's more interior player. I thought anyway, but
yeah, but they got him as an end. He's going to be like a Leonard Williams-esque kind of guy. Like I think he's going to play
6'6", 291.
Yeah.
Hall shoots his hand and extends his long arms. Once the ball is snapped, he plays high at times, but he's strong enough, holds the ground. He could play defensive tackle in a 4-man front. but he's best at defensive end in 3-man fronts.
Okay. Yeah. So like,
Yeah.
Leonard. That's a
exact call.
That was a
Yeah, see
great comp. Great comp.
Hey, did James Williams, the safety from Miami, get taken yet? Let me try to get back on this damn internet thing. Hold on. I'm not even on YouTube right now. I'm just
James
with
Williams
you
is
guys.
still there. There's Bo
He'd
Braid,
be-
James
He'd
Williams.
be nice.
Josh Proctor's still there.
Hey, Josh Proctor's like 36 years old, but the kid can play.
Yeah. At this point in the draft, why not? Charles says, hello, gentlemen. How are you guys holding up? Anyways, I'm a fan of this draft. Well, so far anyway. Charles, is whatever we take in the 7th round with Mr. Irrelevant going to just completely put the kibosh on the entire draft for you?
They went linebacker at 257. It's over for me. This is a D.
F. Sorry. I don't care what you did beforehand. We're done. Doug says, would you rather be an undrafted free agent or a late 7th? I feel like I'd rather be a late 7th because then you can say you were drafted. Undrafted free agent, like, hey, no, not like every team didn't want you for every single pick. And I mean, you get to choose where you go, which is cool.
That's the thing. And you can get
it depends on the
bonuses
caliber.
and stuff.
I was going to say it depends on the caliber of player. Are undrafted free agent contracts worth more than draft pick contracts? Like towards the end of the draft? I didn't know that.
I don't know, but still, I'm with Ryan. I would want to be able to, like, 20 years down the line, be like, hey, I got drafted in the NFL. Because be like, I was an undrafted guy and I was on a practice squad for 5 seconds. Doesn't sound as cool as I was pick 246 in the NFL draft. Like, that's, I don't know, just holds a little more weight.
I agree.
Well, it depends if you have a career, right? Like if you're gonna, like if you do end up like not making a career out of it, no doubt. I was drafted into the NFL. It's but definitely better. But if you play,
well, like Lael Collins, like he did not want to get drafted. He was going to go back to college if he was selected at any of the picks because he was involved in I think it was his ex-girlfriend like drowned in a pool and like he wasn't like implicated in it, but it was one of those situations where like the investigation was still fresh, so no team wanted to touch him, but he was a top 10 level pick. And then they're like, all right, well, if you draft me, I'm just going to go back to college. So they waited till he was an undrafted free agent, and then he got to pick where he wanted to go. So Dallas got a top 10 fucking, guard for peanuts. It's crazy. Ryan S. just got back from a wedding. Can I get your quick thoughts on day 3 so far? Thanks and sorry. Yeah, hey, Ryan S. Thanks for the super chat. We'll go around. We'll give our thoughts. We had 3 4th-round picks to start the day. We wound up only making 1 4th-round pick, did a whole bunch of trading throughout today. We got a bunch of players that we really like. We got Braelon Allen in the 4th round. You get Jordan Travis in the 5th round. You get who else was on that list that we had earlier on? Losing my damn mind here. We made the trade back. We picked up a 3rd in next year's draft. I'm like, I can't even get all the picks straight at this point.
I lost track somewhere in the middle there. I had it for a little while. When I was trying to explain it before, I lost track of everything we did. We traded a lot.
Yeah, the first 4 picks I was really high on. Like Braelon Allen, Jordan Travis, and then Isaiah Davis and Stiggers are 2 players that interesting. Like I probably wouldn't have gone Davis just because I like the running back pick already. I didn't feel compelled to make a 2nd pick. But it's hard to complain with this draft right now. Matt, your thoughts?
I was going to just say, I thought I wrote down the trades, but like a fool, I only wrote down the draft
point values.
Yeah. So I don't know I don't remember what that was from 5 hours ago, unfortunately.
You wrote down draft trades.
I wrote it. I have 1,300 and whatever 1,250 plus 43.
See, well, now you can pull up the draft tech value chart and start counting backwards what the picks and points were. And when you get to the ones that are worth the same amount of points, you're just going to have to, filter through and scroll down.
Yeah, see, Ryan likes that kind of shit. He's like, ooh, all we got to do is go backwards with the algebraic fucking formulaic fucking.
I just have minus.
Look at all those numbers.
I just have negative 11 written there.
Negative 11.
Yeah, that's from That was from the Green Bay trade where they got raked over the coals for like 5 seconds.
For 11 points.
Yeah,
We
they
were
made a
all
lot-
furious. We were furious.
I was just
Alan-
surprised that they did it 3 freaking times, man.
Yeah. Just back and
And
forth
then
and
we
back and forth.
traded
It's like
up.
we really can't make a pick here. And then we
And
trade
then we
up, and
do-
we had 4 picks within like 20 picks, and then we make another trade, and we got 3 picks, and then one's back here, and then another one comes back up. It's like a
Then we
wild
took
amount.
2 6, and then we took the whole 6th round and traded that to move up a spot. Like, what's going on?
I think Joe Douglas has been watching all these PFF mock drafts with everyone having a zillion trades because everyone's like, there's no way that's realistic. And now this draft feels unrealistic. We've had so many freaking trades around.
It's very much a Jeremy live stream. That's what happened today.
Alan says marathon almost over, under 20 picks to go. Thank goodness. Tony comes in and says Matt O'Leary hates Dirty Jesus. Who's Dirty Jesus?
Yeah, who's Dirty Jesus?
Who I don't
I
know.
feel like that rings a bell.
Got me.
Do I have to Google it? I know a man named Jesus. I don't know a dirty Jesus.
That sounds like a
My Dirty Jesus?
like
Am
a
I
thing you gotta
Dirty
go
Jesus?
on. Yeah. You're Dirty Santa.
Oh, Dirty Santa. Okay, it's better. I don't want to be Dirty Jesus.
Oh, Sean's back with the McDonald's slander. He's
Dude,
gonna
I
have
literally was about to.
Sean's back.
You can do it again, Matt.
10 minutes, Sean. Moron. Tell your story once, pal.
Fucking ban that man.
Oh, that was so good. That was so good.
Yeah. Oh my God. All right, where are we? We're at pick 243 or 242.
Frankie says, wonder if the Jets sign Nunez Roches on cheap deal to fill in John Franklin Myers' roster spot. I don't know who that is.
Nunez Roches. You don't know him?
Nope. Roommates
He-
with Knoble?
He went to college.
Oh, man, dude, I'm like delirious right now.
Okay, wait, no, hold on. Raheem Nunez Roches is I don't even know how to pronounce where he's from. Is a Belizean born? Belize.
Yeah, Belizean.
Belizean.
Like from Belize.
Yeah. Yes. Actually, yes. He's a Giant, though. He's a defensive tackle on the Giants.
Who we talking about?
Raheem Nathan Nunez Roches.
What is he?
He's a defensive tackle for the Giants. Apparently, he was a 6th rounder in the 2015 draft class.
Interesting. What if we take a kicker at the end?
Oh, fuck that. No, don't even put that into the. Don't put that in.
I'm trying to think what would be like a good Mr. Irrelevant pick. I feel like there's almost got to be some degree of like story to it, which I guess is stupid. That's not true at all.
Oh, God. All right, 15.
Green Bean is drunk Santa.
Drunk. I
He's
haven't
not
been
drunk,
drunk
Santa.
in.
He doesn't
and
drink.
The last time I was drunk is like 2005. Isn't that fucking crazy? And I was drunk every day for 20 years.
Wow.
Almost every day. I was on crack every day for 19 years. Every day. Isn't that funny?
That's nuts.
That's
That sounds so intense.
Real talk for a second. That is honestly so impressive. The change that you were able to make in your life. That's
I
something.
can't
to be-
imagine talking to you. Absolutely. I can't imagine talking to you like 20 years ago and knowing Green Bean, or 25 years ago or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Totally different person.
Totally different person. I wouldn't get along, but interestingly enough, the same person. You know what I mean? Like I was very much like this way, just times 10. Like I was uncontrollable. Like, you know what I mean? Like my energy, my boisterous. But when I was on crack, nobody liked me. Like nobody wanted to be around me. I was the opposite. I was dead silent. I was like, I didn't want any noise around me at all because I wanted to hear if the ant in the next room was fucking walking too heavy. Like that's where I was like laser focused on keys and doorknobs and locks. I was just like a whole thing. But yeah, when I was drunk, I was just out of control. You know what I mean? Out of control.
Well,
But
we
yeah,
like you the
get-
way you are. You're perfect.
Yeah. I'm a nice little mix. I still got it in there. I can get loud and stuff, but like when
It's a
I get
fun loud,
mad.
though.
Yeah, when I get mad, think about that guy for 12 hours. You're like, all right, can we
Oof.
fucking get this guy out of here? You know what I mean? This guy's got to go. I got kicked out of a bar. There was a bar in my town. I got kicked out of there during NFL season every single week for like 5, 6, 7 years. Every single week.
They
I
must
got
have
kicked.
loved you.
Yeah, the
How
bartender.
did they let you in?
Yeah, how do
That team, that bar sponsored my football team. So we were the Hiawatha Rats. So they sponsored us. So they would let us all in there after the game. Plus, I'd spend like $200 in an hour.
So let's get him. We'll serve him quick, boot him out.
Yeah, and get
There
it.
we go.
It would be funny, man. Like, cause I would start doing my thing, yelling at something, and I would just look over, and the bartender would hit the bar, and I go goodbye. I would just leave. Goodbye.
No Seagull says, "Why do you hate Dirty Jesus, Matt?" I still don't know who that is.
I don't know who Dirty Jesus is or what Dirty Jesus is.
Yeah, what is it, guys? Talk to us.
It sounds like an Urban Dictionary thing.
Yeah,
Like-
let me see what it is.
I had to the comment I got or the definition I got. Oh, okay, never mind.
Ooh,
Okay. I don't want to. Don't read it aloud. Read it aloud. Don't read it aloud.
Hey, listen to this.
Can you send it in the private chat? Because I do want to click on it.
Okay, yeah, that is not for stream consumption.
Robert, thank you for the $2 super chat.
Well, this is another one. Listen, I don't know if this is the one. Look at. I'll put it in the chat. It's not. This is weird. Let me see. Here we go. Look at this.
Let's see. Well, I'm pulling up the first one first. Oh, yeah, that's not good. That's a bad one.
Yeah, if that's what they're saying, then who is that? Who's doing that? Do
Oh,
we know
wait,
this
now I'm looking
person?
at Green Bean's version of it. Yeah, either one, not very good. Both equally not great. Don't know where that came from. Ryan comes in and says, Storm Duck should be Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah, get a crazy name. Do something. Make it interesting.
Tony Sludge says that apparently I blocked him for saying that they should sign Wentz instead of Rodgers. So I replied to him and I said, "I'll fucking do it again."
I don't remember.
Oh man.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Roger
the
F says, "Hey
comments
guys,
is
seriously, who is our long snapper?" I think it's still Hennessy, right?
Hennessy's the highest paid long snapper in the NFL.
He might
That's
have
the
a
one
long-term contract.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
it's
just
probably
got
like, hey,
extended.
every year, just like keep. We're just gonna keep re-upping you until you want to leave.
So I know that the Jets already took their quarterback, but is it not strange that at pick 244, Michael Pratt is still on the board?
Yeah.
It is a little wild.
In any mock, it was like a miracle if I did a mock draft
Mm-hmm.
and he made it to the 4th round.
Yeah.
So
A
weird.
lot of these guys fell so much further than I would have thought. Absolutely nuts.
You know what song I have in my head?
What song?
You know that? Remember, it used to be on Great Adventure commercials with the old man.
Yeah, it's that.
But only that
friggin-
beginning part.
Ding ding.
Yeah, only the beginning. That's been in my head for like an hour. I don't know why. Did we hear that?
It's because we're slap happy. That's what it is.
Like, we like to party.
We like to party.
Flight Right said he wants to hear Howard Stern interview me. You know, I was supposed to be on Stern at one point years ago, but we were interviewed for Opie and Anthony when they were big. I was on that show. That was a fucking good time, man. We had a good time on there.
See, Blitzker, that's how I know it, but I think it's from someone prior to the Crazy Frog rendition.
Pratt. There he
Just
goes.
off the board.
Michael Pratt.
Packers?
45 to Green Bay.
Wow.
Banger bus is coming. Justin
Ryan
Rodgers
Tannehill
led
comp.
for him to the Cowboys. Damn it. Thank you, Ryan Zupardi, for letting me know. I would have sat here believing. Damn, who's left? I got to see. Players left in the draft. All right, here we go. The Benga bus is coming, and everybody's jumping. New York and San Francisco. All right, we got some dudes. Carson
Pratt
Steele.
gone. Safety out of
Can't
Maryland.
Oh, yeah? Let me see.
Bo Braid still there.
Yeah, Bo Braid.
How many picks we got left? I don't even know what.
Can I do it by position here? Yeah, let me see here. I want to see safeties.
How many picks in the 7th round are there? Do we
There's
know, like, the top
44.
picks? 44.
44.
Got 18 picks? Holy hell. Oh. For those of you in the chat that have decided to hang out with us through day 3 here, you guys are the real heroes.
Hell yeah.
Putting up with all of us. Ace says, Green Bean, what made you move from sunny Florida?
Oh, the fact that we hated it.
That'll do it.
It was, yeah. No, you know what it is? South Florida. It's a really congested place. Like, it's crazy hot. The schools are bad. Like, it's just, lots and lots of traffic. Like, I worked 9 miles from my house. It took me an hour each way.
Oof.
Damn.
Yeah.
Where did you live in Florida?
I lived in Hollywood, Florida. I mean, I lived in Miami, then we lived in Hollywood for a bunch of years, and I lived in Fort Lauderdale for a little bit. But generally, most of the time was Hollywood. So that's like between Fort Lauderdale and Miami.
I feel like the winter months are the worst part of Florida because you get all the snowbirds and everything down there. I mean, the summer months are tough too. The summer's hot
the weather
as
is gorgeous. Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
Florida's so hot in August, it feels like you're in a convection oven. Like the
Yeah.
ground is hot, the sun is oppressive, and the air is just like you walk. Like, you know what the thing is, like here in Virginia, when it's hot, you can go under a shady tree and it's cool. Like it cools down. In Florida, you can go under a shady tree all you want. It doesn't matter. You know, it's like
you get out of the shower in the morning, you're still wet in the afternoon.
You're sweating. Yeah.
Yeah.
Walk out of the house, your glasses fog immediately. It's just like it's like I don't believe humans are supposed to really live there. You know, without all the air conditioning and shit. There was nobody there.
Brian says, you guys need a halftime show for day 3. Speaking of halftime show, you know what? Let's drop ad 3 right now.
New Jersey golfers, did you know the Northeast's biggest golf resort is in New Jersey? Manicured perfection awaits at Crystal Springs Resort with 6 spectacular courses, including New Jersey's #1 rated 𝐿𝐴𝐿𝐴𝐿. Plus, stay a little longer and enjoy 2 resort hotels, 2 luxury spas, 9 unique dining venues, and the famous wine cellar of Restaurant Latour. Easy to get to with the best rate guaranteed and never any booking fees when you book direct at crystalgolfresort.com.
It's weird. I'm always like hidden behind the scenes until we come back. Bam! Now I pop back in the screen. Crossfire comes in. Crossfire saying, what is he saying? You guys are the heroes for doing this for everyone. I'm getting paid to be here, so just remember to Venmo me after. No checks. Crossfire, thank you for hanging out with us in the chat. We thoroughly enjoy this. We actually look forward to this like each and every year. The butterflies that we get from the excitement. Now we just got to have this same feeling going into the season. We had it going into last season, and then it was ripped from us very quickly.
Oh, I see the Jets. Okay, the Jets have made it on the ticker finally. They're the
All
last
right.
pick, but like they're in range now on my TV. That's new.
Looks like 11 picks away. Is that right? They're on 247.
19.
Yeah.
20 picks. Oh, 10.
20 picks.
257.
The website's like slower than the
Yeah.
Let's see. Tony Slide comes in, or Siddle comes in. No, I said they'd mess up and end up with Wentz. Oh, see, so he wasn't saying sign Wentz.
I don't know. I very rarely peek behind the curtain. I almost never block. I have hundreds of people muted. Hundreds. By the boatload.
Really?
Muted. But I do not block. So I don't know. Maybe I was in a bad mood that day.
I think I have like 3 people blocked that are legit. Like real people, not like some fake shit.
Yeah.
But I have never muted anybody. I don't even know how to do that. I'd like to.
I don't know how to do either one. I haven't done it to anyone.
There's no greater gift on God's green earth than the mute button.
Gets people fired up. Jay-Z Jet fan, thank you guys for the past 3 days. Much love. Jay-Z, thank you for hanging out with us.
Yeah, man. You guys are the shit. For real. This was amazing. I can't believe it's over. It's not
Yeah,
yet,
it did,
but it,
it did go. I want to say it went faster. I mean, obviously with all the trade stuff, like the 4th round flew by because we didn't have a pick for so long.
Yeah, the gap between the last pick and now has sucked.
Yeah.
But
That
the
felt
rest,
long.
the rest has been good.
Brian says, whatever happened to Jets Forever? I don't know. Maybe he changed his name. If he didn't, I haven't seen him.
He's terrorizing Broncos YouTube accounts.
Where's that guy that was like egging us on week 3 of the football season?
Oh yeah, whatever.
Our buddy.
Yeah, what happened to that guy? What was
I
he?
mean, I don't remember his name.
Craig.
But man, Craig, there it is.
I don't know. He went off the face of the earth too.
Craig. Oh yeah, Craig.
Everyone's like, "Oh man, I think you're a little too hard on that Craig guy."
Yeah, then you had he had the Kansas City Chief game the following week, and then we're like, whoa, well maybe Craig has on to something.
And Craig never came back.
He never came back. He didn't even take a victory lap after that.
No, he didn't even victory lap it. But the Matt O'Leary, when Matt O'Leary in the intro, I think that's from Craig, isn't it?
It is. Gator clipped that from the Craig rant.
Roger comes in and says, major announcement. My daughter Chloe just won gymnastics tournament today, won state championship on balance beam in New York State.
Go.
Yeah. All right.
Let's go.
Chloe. Give Chloe a jet chant.
Yeah, Roger, tell Chloe we said congratulations, please.
Yes.
How
Let's
old
cruise
is she?
that.
Is she like 3 or is it real?
Do they do state champs in like that young?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I'm truly naive to the, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
To the gymnastics side of things?
Yeah, I mean, I've jumped in my fair share of, foam pits.
Ball pits.
Yeah. She's 12, Roger says.
Oh, okay.
Nice. That's legit. Please tell her we said congratulations.
Yes.
Yeah. That's awesome. Blitzcrew says, can't wait for the best undrafted free agent video after this. Yeah, it's not going to.
I don't have it in me. I'll do a reaction to whoever they sign tomorrow, but today will be day 3 picks and JFN.
I don't think I'm going to do a whole lot of editing. I think it's going to be more of like, I'm just going to hit go on the camera, ramble a little bit, see where it comes out, and then just post it. Like, I don't think I have it in me to get any graphics built up for it. I'm fucking shot. Ugh. Alan says, Craig blames the defense, Matt.
Yeah.
JJ Hamza, am I muted yet?
No.
Could be.
Well,
we could see it.
How Tony is saying that I blocked. How could I have blocked him if I'm seeing his comments on YouTube? So something is clearly off. Where did
are you under the Talkin' Jets one, or are you under your own?
I'm under my own.
Interesting.
So I don't know what we're talking about. If it's on the old X or on Instagram. Again, very, very few ever. You have to do something pretty horrific, pretty heinous to get the block from Matt O'Leary. A mute. I'll give out a mute like hotcakes.
He agreed a lot with you, Tony, and you blocked him.
I don't know, because again, I'm seeing his comments in the chat. I feel like if I blocked him on YouTube, I wouldn't have been able to. No.
The only thing I could think of is if maybe you blocked him on your own YouTube and you are on our current. Maybe you see his comments on other channels' YouTubes. Maybe that's what happens. I'll have to go and look. Sounds like Tony wants to talk to you. Or he's just going to pepper you with a bunch of comments that made you initially block him to begin with.
No, I don't know what do you mean?
Ravens pick is in.
Who's the Ravens? Let's see.
Yeah, right. That's what it feels like.
Man. We're in the 250s now, everybody.
Oh, we're getting close.
Knobcraft says Robert Kraft is his younger brother. Knobcraft.
NYJ today. What's good, dude? 7 more picks. I haven't talked to you in a bit.
Today.
Good man.
No, I don't think that's him, though. That's a different. I've asked. That's not Jets today.
It's not the same. Oh. That's right. That's right.
It's NYJ today. This guy's awesome, but he's not the same guy you're thinking of.
Yo, Bill's butthurt right now. Ryan loves his baby daddy, Scott. He was super fired up at Scott.
I know. Bill's been talking about Scott for the last 2 hours. I shit you not. I've seen it.
I could probably have Scott send you a picture if you want to remember him by it. Because that's
Bill's fired up.
He was not happy. Blitzcrew drops in. Blitzcrew gives 5 Talkin' Jets memberships. No thumbs. Ooh,
Who's got
I hit the wrong graphic. We got Roger F. Duncan, Florida Jet fan, Coochie, and Anthony Cook. Blitzcrew says a little something for the people at the end. Thank you, Blitzcrew.
There you go.
We still have
any of our new members. You got to check out our new JETS, not new, but check out the new JETS emojis that you guys got for getting the membership courtesy of Blitzcrew.
So we got Roger F., Duncan McLean, Florida Jet fan, Coochie, Anthony Cook are all members because of Blitzcrew, everybody.
Incredible. Yeah, imagine the old drafts of 16 rounds. Woof. It's probably a lot less commercials.
Yeah, it was 30 seconds between each pick, though.
That would change it.
They were like, hurry up, Herb.
Zach says, do you think the Isaiah Davis pick will be better than the Terrence Ganaway pick? Maybe even
that fucking slid right past Ryan. I appreciate you grabbing it.
I definitely did not hear what you said.
Yeah, they all got those hats on, the fucking fedoras and shit, smoking cigars.
Yeah, smoking. Yeah,
in a smoke-filled office. They all used to do it in hotel lobbies and shit like that, in hotel rooms. The first 20 drafts were in hotel rooms.
Really?
Or probably the little conference rooms that they have in hotels. Yeah. That's where it was. Come on, Herb.
Sean says, to be fair, my wife also hates her weekend and my McDonald's trolling. She hates your...
Manuel says, the Isaiah Davis draft call is awesome. Can we find that?
Yeah, Matt, if you want to throw it in the private chat.
Tony's taught. We're getting to the bottom of this slowly and steadily. Tony's talking about just Jets, which I don't. Maybe, but I feel like people. You know what people have done before? They've called in and left their like real phone number in the message, and like I'm not gonna play that on. Like, why would I play someone's with telling what their phone number is on the air? So that also could have been it. And then there was a time where someone would screen the voicemails and send them to me. So I don't know, Tony. I love you, I guess. What can I tell you? I don't know. Try again. Call in again. See if it works. If it doesn't, I don't know. Comment in the comments. What do you want from me? Whose call are we looking
up? Isaiah Davis. Julio comes in and says, would you consider inviting Hartman to camp? It's quarterback, right? I don't know. Probably not.
5 more picks. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. More tears of joy.
See if the security guard cries again.
Yeah.
Green Bean's mortal enemy.
Dude, I shook Aaron Rodgers' hand and I said, you mind taking a picture? He said, of course. And the guy said, come on. Like, I had it in my fucking click. It would have been 1 second. You know?
Let's see. All right.
Isaiah, are you there?
Yes, sir.
I'm good. Fired up?
Hell yeah.
I hear you. Ready to keep the legacy going to them Jackrabbits in the league.
Yeah, let's work, man.
All right, man. Bring that championship culture to us. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, dog. Here's our GM, Joe Douglas.
Hey, bud. Joe Douglas with the Jets.
What's up, Coach?
Hey, welcome, man. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the stable. We got a freaking another stallion in the stable. Dude, man, we're fired up, man. Fired up, man. You're a dog. So just keep bringing the passion, the fire, the energy, the toughness. I love watching you play, dog. Like, I love watching you play football. So excited to have you, man. I'm going to pass you, Coach Sala.
Congratulations, man. You excited?
Yeah.
I know I can hear it in your voice, my man. Enjoy this. Enjoy this moment. It's a blessing. Can't wait to get you here. You're coming to a great situation. A lot of versatility in this room, but we're excited about the man we're getting, even more so than the player. You're a hell of a dude, hell of a man, and can't wait to get you here, brother.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you one more. All right, your coach, Tony Deuce.
What's up, young buck?
What's up?
Oh, congratulations, man. You excited? Yeah, I hear those tears of joy, man. Congratulations on all the hard work you put in. You've earned this, man. I'm looking forward to coaching and be here to give you whatever you need, help you be the best player you can be, help you be the best person you can be. Look forward to working with you.
Wow.
All right, man. Take care. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you, Coach. Thank you.
See you.
It is so cool. So cool to hear the guys, finally fulfill their dream of becoming an NFL player and like just hitting all that emotion all at once. Always love hearing it.
Dude, he was really crying. That was good.
Yeah, that's cool. I like to see that.
eBoogie says, hope for Jalen Coker, wide receiver for 257.
That'd be great. Is he still there?
Knobcraft drops 5 Talkin Jets memberships.
We're 3 picks away.
Knobcraft. Thank you. This is courtesy of Knobcraft. Ethan gets a membership. Tommy gets a membership. Kevin gets a membership. Farouk gets a membership. Zach gets a membership. Thank you, Knobcraft. Boys and girls, drop some JETS in the chat for our new members. NYJ Today says, last time the Jets picked Mr. Irrelevant was 1969. Just saying. Was it really?
No, we never did. Did we really? I thought we never did.
Well, it might have been. Maybe it wasn't Mr.
Well, that's
Irrelevant.
before. Yeah, 1969. That's not even the NFL yet. That was AFL.
Jay Brown says, did Frank Gore Jr. get picked? No, let's
draft him. I don't want a 4th running back or 3.5 running back.
Yeah. Here we go. It's gonna be. I would like Coker. That's a good one. It's gonna be Frank Crum. Everybody.
You're gonna stick with Gabe Hall. I'm gonna just
Gabe
say
Hall's
that.
good.
Go that one.
Dude, that would be an absolute steal at that position, in my opinion.
And I feel like the move of JFM at least gives it some plausibility.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, look who we got coming in for the tail end of this draft.
Dom C.
Frank
Frank Crum's coming. Put Frank Crum on.
Dom C. Let's go, dude.
There he is.
Hey, I had to hop on at some point and see one of the draft picks with you guys. So,
who we taking here, Dom?
Oh man, who knows, dude? If I had to guess, the big kid out of Auburn, the defensive tackle that they met with, still on the board. I would love for it to be Gabe Hall. I think Gabe Hall, Leonard Taylor are probably my 2 favorite choices at this point because I think they can give you definitely Taylor can give you a little bit of inside-outside stuff. He could be your JFM replacement. But, the kid out of Auburn, what's his name? Justin Rogers. I know that they had in the top 30. They drafted 5 guys that they had official visits with. So it might just be that. I don't know who we're taking.
Broncos are on the clock, and then it's us. Then this thing's a wrap. Dom, if you had to bet, who's the player the Jets are bringing in at 257?
Trade 257 for Devontae, says Brian.
Oh, I'd love it. Imagine.
If I had to bet, I'm gonna go with a high athletic upside guy. I'll give you 2. Either Rodgers, if they follow the trend of the guys that they talk to, or give me James Williams, the safety linebacker convert from Miami. He's the athletic guy that I think can come in and be that guy. So that's my guess.
Miami, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would be delighted with that. Delighted.
Green Bay Packers pick is in right now on my
I
screen.
see it.
I'll throw it up on screen if you guys want to hide it. I'm sure they'll make a production of the 257 pick. So I'm gonna stop looking at the chat.
James Williams is gone.
Is he? Oh, I'm sorry. He did go a couple picks ago, so he's not going to be the pick. So I lose. He went a couple picks prior.
Justin Rogers went too. I like Justin Rogers.
Yeah. That was one of our. Was he a top 30 visit? I know he was definitely.
He was a top 30
okay.
visit.
Gabe Hall still out there.
Gabe Hall's still out there. I know Cornelius Johnson just went. He was the guy that I thought could be a sneaky choice. I actually really liked him in college. Again, he just fell into that, being a Michigan receiver, didn't see the ball a lot.
So Quantez Stiggers was a top 30 visit.
Yeah, 5 of their draft picks were.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I like that. That's good. Good recon for next year. I'm starting to highlight them as I sort of scroll through it here.
Yeah.
Travis.
Yeah, I'm just catching up. Like I said, I've been out and about all day, and man, Miami had a pretty good day 3 here.
Yeah, I agree.
They took I wasn't crazy about day 1 or day 2, but Jalen Wright, Mo Kamara, Malik Washington, Taj Washington. Oof. They got some pieces in there, man. How do you guys feel about today's action? Today's picks? What are your I'm just chiming in. I'm just tuning in, so haven't watched. I'm sure you guys talked about them ad infinitum. And I know you were all Braelon Allen fans.
Oh, you mentioned pumped Braelon Allen.
Yeah, you were all Braelon Allen fans, which you should be. You should be. Oh, Denver's pick is in.
Nice. Looks like they took the center from South Carolina, �'𝐿𝐫𝐞𝐞𝐳. Garglilo.
So this is it.
This is it.
All right.
It's so close. I can taste it.
I
What's
know.
it taste like?
McDonald's fries.
I was gonna say McDonald's. Definitely not
Let me
Burger
get-
King.
Definitely not Burger King. I'm gonna just flip over, see if. Okay, good. Dom's in here.
All right,
I just
I'm
wanna
gonna
make sure when I
say
switch over.
I'm gonna say it's Gabe Hall, Bo Braid, or Frank Crum.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Gabe Hall. Go with
Julian
the
Pearl.
JFM replacement.
I'm gonna say. Well, I already talked well about Leonard Taylor, so I'll say him. I also wouldn't be that upset about seeing Nelson Caesar, the edge from Houston, plucked here. I don't know how much work they did on him, but I think he was first or second in
Jets
the Big
pick
12
is
in sacks
in.
last year. Oh, it is.
Oh, okay. Here we
He's
go.
in. Put that shit up there. Look,
I
our
gotta wait
lights are
till-
up there. Everything's ready.
Yeah, I'll get it on once they start walking out towards the stage.
Oh, baby.
Here we go.
Last pick.
Mr. Irrelevant.
It's Brock Purdy.
Yeah, we're going to select Brock Purdy. The 49ers did such a good job with Mr. Irrelevant. We're trading our Mr. Irrelevant for their Mr. Irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But Bean, my prediction came true. I knew they were going to draft a cornerback, not the
You
one I
did.
wanted.
I thought about
Christ's
you.
sake.
I totally thought about you when they did that.
Yeah.
I don't think you were thinking of going to the CFL to find one though.
No, and I was just saying. Somebody asked me. I was talking to Jake before, and he's like, "What can you tell me?" I said, "Absolutely nothing. I know nothing. I've watched nothing. You know, there ain't nothing I can offer on Quantez Stiggers."
No.
One thing
I
we can
will
offer
say-
now though, the security
Go ahead.
guard is very emotional about it.
Very good. So was Ulbrich, right? Ulbrich's
Yeah,
a crier,
choked up.
man. You can tell that guy's a crier.
Yeah.
Kind of like that about him, you know.
I'm debating how much of rolling the dice should I have while having it out here. I guess it's the last pick, so it doesn't really matter. All right, here we
Yeah,
go.
I shut off the chat, so
Fans, you've been fantastic, but
Okay.
no fans in Detroit are irrelevant. You guys are all relevant. So
Shut up. We know that.
thank you to Lucretia, Uncle Roland, Aunt Glow. All fans can root for the underdog. So with the final, but maybe not irrelevant pick, with the 257th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select 𝐻𝐿𝐴, a defensive back from Alabama.
All right.
They love their defensive back.
Jalen Key. I got to be honest with you. I didn't watch much Jalen Key. I got nothing to offer on him.
All right, it's
Let me-
time to get
let
on
me-
the phone.
Hang on 1 second. Let me get into my scouting database, and I'll give you something. Let's see here. Jalen Key, huh?
Yeah, let's see what the scouting reports say on him.
Oh, dude, there was a guy named Storm Duck. We should have got
Oh
him.
yeah. Oh yeah. He came out. He could have came out last year too. Jalen Key, 6'1", 208, a 24-year-old safety out of college. Here's the scouting report from this
College.
scouting the scouting academy database. Key looks the part. He has a good build with nice length and has an ideal strength profile. Solid tackler, under a 10% missed tackle rate in college. Played a good amount of special teams over his career. Limited athlete. He isn't a smooth mover. A little bit stiff. Good burst. He doesn't have a lot of ball production over his career and probably be better as a box safety. Being closer to the line will help him. Can affect the game as a rusher from the inside or the outside in a chess piece style defense. So, box safety, played a lot of games in college. 17, 25, 35 starts, 40-something games, 35 starts at Alabama. No, I'm sorry. Did I say Alabama? I said UAB. He only transferred out. He started his career at UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham. Transferred to Alabama. Yes.
Yeah.
His PFF grades across the board are pretty solid. Looks like he played the last 2 years a good amount. Had a total of almost 700 snaps for Alabama this past year, and 521 for UAB the year before. Before that, he was just kind of like spot starts. Had a total of 2 pressures 2 years ago. Didn't have any this year. Had 49 tackles, 16 stops, 13 stops.
All right.
4 interceptions across 2 years.
Right?
Yeah.
We got a safety. Okay.
Out of Alabama. Not bad.
Right? Yeah, we're picking Alabama players. Can't go that wrong, I guess. Jetpack says, go around the table with overall draft grades for the 2024 Jets draft. Love y'all. Go Jets. I love how he's got the new Statue of Liberty picture, too, that the Jets put out with, like, the Tim's boots and, like, the new logo. Love it. All right. Yeah, I guess let's see. Allen says, Jalen Key, 8.88 RAS score.
Yeah.
Very cool.
That's very fitting. Very fitting. I'm looking at some of the names of the guys that didn't get drafted. Jets met with one in Blake Watson.
Okay.
Jets met with one and worked out one in Dallin Holker, the tight end from Colorado State.
Blake Watson's a running back too, by the way.
Yes,
so
Blake Watson is a running back. Yeah. Dallin Holker, the tight end out of Colorado State, undrafted. Jets did a lot of work on him. No other names that stuck out that I know that they did any work with, but definitely some decent names. Some guys I'm surprised didn't get drafted. Both of the Murphy brothers, Gabe Murphy especially. I thought he would be drafted. He's a really, really unique edge rusher. Just really, really short arms, 30-inch arms. He was less than the 1 percentile in arm length. Javion Cohen, another big bruising offensive guard. Would love to get him in here on an undrafted free agent deal. Hopefully they're working it. Julian Pearl's another one, another big bruising guard. I'd love to see some of that.
So let's go around. Let's give our thoughts and overall draft grades. I'll start. The way the first round started couldn't have been more predictable until the Falcons pick. Once the Falcons pick went in, it was like, all right, all bets are off. I don't know what the hell's going on now. Olu Fashanu over Brock Bowers. I think that is the smart long-term plan. It's surprising to me because of where I thought Douglas and Saleh would be on their final years of their contract. I thought they'd feel more pressure to have a guy that would play more or a higher percentage of snaps as opposed to a guy that in an ideal situation plays as little as possible. But I really like Olu Fashanu. His people have been comping him to DeBrickashaw Ferguson or Tyron Smith, and having him give the ability to learn behind Tyron Smith is incredible. I love that Carter Warren can try to learn behind Morgan Moses. You're still putting some energy into your younger guys, not just relying so heavily on the vets. Love the Malachi Corley edition. I think that was a home run pick for our next 3 picks. I would say were home run picks between Malachi Corley, Braelon Allen, and Jordan Travis. Those were 3 players that we all talked about ad nauseum this offseason. So really happy with those 3. And then the last 3 picks of the draft are kind of like, all right, whatever. The Jordan Davis pick surprised me from going another running back.
Isaiah Davis, yes.
Isaiah Davis surprised me a little bit going a second running back. And then Quantez Stiggers, I don't know anything about. I'll have to watch whatever I can on him. I did think we needed a corner, so I guess that's cool. I would have preferred to get TJ Tampa like early on with one of our 4ths, but I can't be upset with trading and getting a 3rd round pick for next year.
And Jalen Key, we needed a safety. Again, Mr. Irrelevant pick. You're not expecting a whole lot from him at this point. But hopefully a good camp body. These special teams players late in the draft are going to be players that are going to have impacts moving forward because of the rule change. So I'm curious to see where everything shakes out with all these players. But overall, I really like this draft. I would say I'll give it a B+ because I didn't like the John Franklin Myers trade, and I would have probably taken one additional 4th round pick in there. I like the players, but B+, A-. I'll say that. Well, little bit of a this or that. Matt, where's your grades?
Why'd you steal my grade? I was gonna go B+ as well for this one. Overall, good things. I liked the first 4 picks. I think are really good. The Jets move back, still get Olu at pick 11. I'm excited to watch him come in and eventually get some playing time this season. Tyron's not making it through a full season. Malachi Corley is going to be a really fun, exciting chess piece for this offense. Braelon Allen, I think, is going to be a really good change of pace back for the Jets, although he does have some good speed for someone his size. Ran a 4.4 at his size is pretty impressive. And then after that, I like taking the developmental swing on quarterback and Jordan Travis. My critiques, I thought they moved back a little bit. I don't know if too much is the right word, but like they traded back a few times in the 4th when I thought they could have stuck and taken some good players at that point. The last 3 picks were so for me. So overall, B+, an above average draft, and something that I'm happy with.
Dom C, want to hear your thoughts on your draft grade?
Yeah, I love Fashanu, the pick of Fashanu. There's a couple of tackles I liked better than him. Obviously, they were both off the board. So to secure a guy who can come in and play left tackle, probably at some point this year for a period of time and definitely for the future, and with the skill set like Olufashinu, with the high football IQ like Olufashinu, I'm all for it. Malachi Corley, it's hard not to get excited about the style and the type of player he is. You get him the ball in space and just watch how things happen. Not to say I was unhappy with the Malachi Corley pick. I still would have preferred a more traditional receiver, or if you drafted Corley, if you wanted him to be that weapon, add something later, of more traditional, an X build or something like that to bring in to groom behind Mike Williams, but they didn't. Not upset with the Corley pick. Just have some questions on, how Hackett's going to scheme him up, and how he develops, if he can be more than just that, short area, quick throws, get him in space kind of guy. I'm personally, you guys know, I'm not a fan of Jordan Travis. Wasn't my favorite quarterback. I love the athlete in him. Hopefully the leg is healed. I know that he wanted to be a Jet. I think that's cool. I think, I'm fine with the young quarterback in training. I'm just curious to see if he can clean up some of that kind of long throw in motion, clean up some of that footwork that caused some inaccuracy issues leading up into the season. His numbers were good this year, so maybe some of that has been corrected. But when he misses guys, he misses them by yards. Not just by a hair. He misses guys bad. So hopefully we can develop him, and that pays dividends down the road. I love the 2 running backs. Isaiah Davis was my 10th running back in the class. Doesn't sound like much, but I was much higher on him than most. He's a guy that, again, I think the Jets have kind of laid out their plan, and they want to be a little bit more nasty, a little bit more smash mouth, gap man. We're going to run the ball right down your throat kind of team. And both of these running backs epitomize that. The thing I love about Isaiah Davis most is that he's ready to contribute right now in pass protection. And he told me his favorite aspect of the game is decleating a decleat and a big defensive end where they're coming on a blitz. He wants to stand in there. He wants to stand in there and knock their socks off. And I just love players like that. So I love what they did in the running back room. I think the running back room got a lot better. I don't have much to offer on Stiggers because I don't know anything about him, nor much about the key. So being that I'm a little bit lower on Jordan Travis than the majority, I'll probably go a little bit lower, and I'll say it's a B- to class. I think that I think I would have liked to come away with either and or another true X build wide receiver, or if you're trading JFM, come away with a combo defensive lineman that you can kind of plug in there and groom to take his role.
Green Bean, what about you? How do you feel about this draft class? What would you grade it?
I forgot that was the guy. I remember that interview, Dom.
Yeah.
I forgot that was him. That's great.
yeah.
That makes it even better. I think it was a little odd to see 2 running backs drafted like that. But like I've said a couple times today, I happen to really like both players. Like I was saying before, Dom, if Braelon Allen is taken, like I want to pivot to Estime or Davis. Like those are the other running backs that I want. I wanted that those types of guys, like that kind of always chugging, lower the shoulder, get through the first contact, those kinds of guys. So I'm really happy with that. Now the front end, I think the trade back from 10 to 11 was fantastic. I like the way I've been saying it was completely risk-free. It was a free 4th, and we took the 6th round pick and made it a 5th, which we didn't have a 5th at that time. So it was real nice to see. I love Malachi Corley. Again, like Dom Steve was saying, I may have gone with another, somebody, maybe I think Roman Wilson was still there. I think maybe not.
Troy Franklin was still
there
there.
earlier.
He was. No, Roman Wilson was still there, I believe.
He was still
Roman
there.
Wilson
So
went
I might have gone that way, but I really, really liked the pick, and I was very excited when we heard his name called. I just love what he's going to bring. Again, like we keep saying, guys, the thing to remember is that we're not looking for wide receiver 1. He's here. We're not even really looking for wide receiver 2. We're looking for guys that are going to fit a role here and be able to take some pressure off, and guys that can do damage when Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams are covered, somebody that Aaron Rodgers can get it to that's going to make something happen. Malachi Corley fits that bill. So I'm really excited. I like Jordan Travis. One of the reasons that I really like him most is that we're not looking for him to come in. This is purely developmental. What I thought they should have done or did with Zach last year is make him QB3 and stash him. Jordan Travis is good like that because he's injured. So I just think, hey, nice and slow, get his head filled with as much A-Rod and Tyrod Taylor as you can. And because I don't know who else here is to teach him. At least we don't have Calabrese anymore. That's good. But yeah, man, Isaiah Davis, Stiggers, hey, you get a kid that worked his ass off. He went up the hard way, similar to like a Jermaine Johnson, went to junior college and kind of came up the hard way. Those guys develop maybe a little bit higher work ethic, a gratitude for where they go, for the fact that, holy shit, I'm here. So maybe you find somebody good specials that can work his way onto the roster later. I was looking him up again. I didn't know anything about it. He was on NFL. They had him as an above his ceiling as an above average backup. So if that's all he ends up being in the where we got him, I think that's fine too. The last guy, hey, we got a safety from Alabama. You know what I mean? And Mr. Irrelevant. I would have preferred Frank Crum, but I believe the Jets are going to get him anyway in undrafted free agency. Him and Carson Steele. Go get all the flowing locks out there and bring him in here.
Carson Steele was the first undrafted free agent to sign. He is now a Kansas City Chief.
Oh, no way.
I told you.
Sorry, Bean.
They were listening to you, Green Bean.
Yeah. Like, he's one of those guys, man. It's like, not drafted, but soon as it's the undrafted free agent crop, people have priority free agents and they go for him. Carson Steele's going to be a stud for KC. You'll see.
Yeah.
See, that's like, I love when you have like players that you
B+ for me. Sorry, go ahead.
Dom, you were going to say something?
No, I was just going to say, I think everyone has to remember that the roster as it stands today, now that the draft over, is not final. There's still another wave, maybe 2 of free agency that's going to happen. There's still all the signings that are happening in the summer. There's still undrafted free agency guys that are going to come in.
And cut down day.
Yeah, absolutely. So, if there's a spot that you think we're still missing, I know a lot of people are saying, well, we didn't take an interior guy, AVT is hurt. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't mean that this is the roster that we're going to war with. That still can come. The wide receiver that I was talking about, that true outside boundary type wide receiver, that can still come too, man. So, we're going to, we're not done yet. This is just the start.
Crossfire comes in here, says, what the hell am I going to do tomorrow? I'm used to hanging with you all. You're probably not going to see much, if any of us. I'm fucking shot. I'll make a video at some point. I'll probably try to put out a quick one tonight and then have something. I mean, I'd love to actually stay up later tonight to have it drop tomorrow morning. So that way I can just take off the rest of the day and not do anything. Very much
Crossfire. I'm gonna introduce myself to my 3 kids and my wife again. They haven't seen me since September.
Yeah. Oh man, I love it. All right. So that's gonna wrap up our 5th Talkin' Jets. We gotta do the giveaway. Gotta do the giveaway. We got the big giveaway. Almost screwed it up.
Bastard.
Oh, hold on. We'll get Dom in here too. Give me just a second.
Undrafted free agency, man, is kicking. Sam Hartman's a Redskin.
Sam Hartman's a Commander.
A Commander. Yeah. Sam Hartman's a Commander. Frank Gore Jr. is a Buffalo Bill.
Ah, of course. Can't get away from it. All right, so we've got our day 3, 2 passes, season passes to Tailgate Joe's Tailgate. Green Bean, how many people do we got?
163.
163. And we are going to do random number 71.
71 is Perry Anthony.
Perry Anthony. Congratulations.
Perry Anthony.
I think what we do is for our next Talkin' Jets show, we do it from the same kind of view. And we allow everyone to see if they won or did anything, got anything from our chats, because I feel like some people may not be paying attention. You could have won some good stuff. All you got to do is pay attention in the chat here. Gave away some awesome prizes. Thank you to all our sponsors, Tailgate Joe, Tommy Tickets, the JetCast guys, TaylorMade, Crystal Springs, Bago Cornhole. You guys are awesome. Everyone in the chat that hung out with us for this stretch of time, everyone that came out to the main event to hang out with us, thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun. This was a really, really good draft. I think we're all pretty happy with it. Sounds like all our grades are right around that B range. So I think we can all be pretty happy with this. Let's go around our panel, give our closing thoughts. Matt, anything else you want to say?
I'll see you next year.
Dom C, any last words for the chat?
Oh, man. This draft cycle for me was so much fun, so much involved. I met so many more people. I got a lot further into the weeds, man. And I'm happy to be a part of the Talkin' Jets to kind of, have a vessel to share all my nerdiness with.
Well, we love to have you here. I got to say thank you to Dom and Tigo and Jeremy for joining the Talkin' Jets team. You guys have been absolutely awesome. We're going to continue those shows throughout, I believe. Lots of stuff to cover, especially, breaking down the draft picks and everything along those lines. Crossfire comes in and says, I bet you all have swamp ass. LOL, go shower. Yeah, I've got ocean ass right now. It's like I am soaked from grundle to butthole. Just absolutely drenched.
Whoa.
Oh.
Green Bean, any last thoughts?
I'd like to know your guys' thoughts on the Malachi Corley before we go. Does anybody want to talk any more about Malachi Corley?
Nope. I'm happy. I'm excited to see him in training camp.
Yeah, let's see. Here's my final thought. I'm excited for the undrafted free agent crop. I have been routinely disappointed by Joe Douglas's undrafted free agents. He did get us 𝐀𝐮𝐫𝐽. He did get us Bryce Huff. But overall, I don't like Lamar Jackson. I really liked. But I'm hoping that we get some of these guys that we're all looking at out there. They're going fast, and I want to see the Jets get a couple. So that's where it's going to be exciting. So like Dom said earlier, the team's not done, everybody. Let's just, you got an exciting night ahead of you. So keep your eyes glued to the Jets. More is coming. It's going to be exciting. I'm still excited.
Ryan S. says, 1 raffle, 1 winner. Prize is Green Bean legally adopts the winner. And the winner is Nightbot.
Oh,
Adopt the Nightbot.
He can live with the chickens.
Yeah, right. I love it. All right, boys and girls, again, thank you so much for tuning in, hanging out with us. This has been an absolutely great time. The Talkin' Jets draft, always the greatest draft stream you could tune into. Thank you guys so much for supporting us. Really means a lot, goes a long way. This is Talkin' Jets, signing off. JETS.
Just go somewhere else. I can't take this nonsense anymore. How are you going to blame the defense?
I got the power. Screw Green Bean. Damn it. But once you get to the sausage, I feel like we're doing something.
Go Jets.
And that's the other part of this, is people are insanely jealous of this show. This show gets the best of the best, and it does a different way, with positivity.
He scores!
Ow, my head! No, come on.
What would you give up to see a Jets Super Bowl?
All of my friends and family.
Hit those milk thumbs, boys and girls.
Freeze run.
Hold on to your underwear, ladies, and stand by, bitches. It's now time for Talkin' Jets with your hosts, Matt, Ryan, and Green Bean.
Jets!